Support for the show, FYF Sports, is brought to you by Manscaped, who's the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped is trusted by over 2 million men worldwide. Join the movement for all of your below-the-waist grooming needs. Get 20% off and free shipping with coupon code FYFCREW at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code FYFCREW. Your balls will thank you.
Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real, all know. Shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.
FYF Sports, man. So we back. Another podcast episode. A lot to cover today. A lot of sports topics. Then we got the main topic of the day. The main topic of the day is just these athletes in general. Why do we see so many athletes deferring to blaming the media and the fans for their failures in the field of play, and then act as if we are attacking them personally? We see that with a lot of athletes. We saw that with Terrell Owens. We saw it with Mike Tyson. You know, we saw with Allen Iverson. All of these people, even Floyd Mayweather Jr., even though he hasn't had any losses, you know, he also blamed the media for some of the things that he's dealt with in his personal life. I mean, I think the media, I think we all have to understand the media has a job, whether positive or negative. We saw it with Big Baby Davis. Chris Bosh was sensitive to the media to a certain degree. I mean, it's not even just black athletes. I mean, you got athletes like Ryan Leaf as well, super hypersensitive to the media, blame the media for his failures as a quarterback. But yeah, we run around here blaming, you know, we see these athletes blaming the media, people like Stephen A. Smith, for their failures. And you know what? And if I'm being 100% honest, generally, most of the analysts who are taking the brunt of the blame are the African American analysts. There's the Stephen A. Smiths. These guys are taking the brunt of the blame. You got people running around saying they're horrible for the community. They tearing down black men, all because they criticizing athletes at what they do best. Is that a fair critique of the media? Are we being fair to the media? Because I don't really hear, I didn't really hear a lot of backlash, you know, a lot of backlash when Jim Rome had his show going at black athletes. I didn't see a lot of people say he was tearing down the black community. Colin Cowherd has done the same thing. I haven't seen a lot of people come out and say Colin Cowherd's been tearing down the black community. BJ says Rob Parker. You know, even with Rob Parker, I haven't heard him say anything that I could consider just tearing somebody down to the core outside of what they do best. Now you had the one situation with Max Kellerman where I forgot who brought it up in the chat. Somebody brought it up in the chat that he actually called Kyrie Irving unintelligent. But the one thing we saw immediately was you had the two black analysts also on the show with him jump to Kyrie Irving's defense and say, "Hey, hold on, that ain't within the scope of sports. Why is you sitting here trying to judge this man's intelligence?" But they get no credit for that. That's especially when they showed me that video. When they showed me that video, that's what really made me think I need to touch on this topic one of these days. Like, why do we give our own, you know, our analysts, the Stephen A. Smiths, Jason Williams, just because they have an opinion on certain players? Why, you know, do these athletes have a right to blame the media for their failures? And obviously we had the most recent example is with Kwame Brown. And now he's come out in full force, putting out the notion that the media was one of the primary reasons as to why he failed. He said the media put out a false narrative on his game. He really was a hooper. With some of these players right here, we can literally call out their failures. Like, is there a nice way when you're talking about color commentary, what is the right way to talk about to negatively criticize someone on the field of play? I mean, do we use barbershop talk? Because in barbershop talk, it sounds a lot like what we're starting to see on TV because of the entertainment factor. What is up with this new narrative? Is it just a cop out? Is it an excuse just to say, just so you don't have to point the blame at yourself for being a failure? Because when all these athletes start to point the finger at the media, they're basically calling us stupid. Like we don't really see what's going on in the field of play. Like we don't really see these guys perform. I mean, LeBron James is probably the most criticized athlete, I would probably say, of all time. And we've only really seen him come out on a few occasions where he's had those slip-ups where he's pointing the blame at the media. He has done it, though, but he's done it. But we don't see him overwhelmingly blaming everything on the media. We got Philip Reinhart says, blame yourself for your failings. T-Town Cruz, salute. Ryan Leaf, Washington State, 97. Yeah, Ryan Leaf. I mean, we look at guys like Ryan Leaf, guys like Rex Chapman. Ryan Leaf definitely blamed the media for his shortcomings, and then ultimately just turned out to be definitely one of the biggest busts in NFL history. Same thing with Jamarcus Russell. Bob Poe, he says, "You had me." Not sure what that means. Hey, Lamont, Bobby Hurley was right about the books. What books? Bob Poe. We got protagonist. He says, Kwame, apologize, though. How come you still talking about them, man? I don't know what you're talking about. This is just about protagonists, because I want you to come in the chat. This is just about athletes in general. I mean, if you want to box it in and just make it about Kwame Brown, you could come in here and let that be your talking point. That still doesn't excuse the fact that Kwame Brown has also added himself to the mix of athletes who now are pointing the blame at the media for their failures and what they got paid millions of dollars to do. Haters, you need views, so you keep mentioning. He's relevant right now. And you know what? Then the funny thing about it is I have to talk about it because he's making us seem like we stupid, like we didn't see. Because I was hearing, and then I was somehow, I don't know how it kept popping up. I think Ticket released another snippet of the antisocial Kwame Brown interview, and it's just like, who are we blaming here? Is Stephen A. Smith the reason why you failed in the NBA? Is that your go-to answer for your failures? Is there nothing? Do you think if we put a lie detector test on Kwame Brown, we hooked him up to a lie detector test, do you honestly believe if they asked him, why didn't you succeed in NBA? Do you think he would pass that lie detector test if he said Stephen A. Smith in the media? I don't know, man. I don't think he would. I think there are other things that play there, especially when you're talking about athletes, and especially when you're talking to other athletes who have seen what it takes to be great. We've seen a lot of great athletes, like for example, a guy like Markelle Fultz. Markelle Fultz was getting highly criticized by the media when he was in Philly. But now we see him having somewhat, at least, of a resurgence in Orlando, and maybe something can come of his career. Now, Markelle Fultz will always be considered a bust. He will always be considered a bust, especially how high he was drafted and some of the players that he was drafted over. Doesn't mean he can't have a great career. But we don't hear Markelle Fultz coming out blaming the media for his flawed jump shot when he was in Philly. LVZ said no. I don't. What'd you say no to, LVZ? I'm gonna drop the link here to let everybody in. I just kind of wanted to set the premise for the conversation because we got a lot of athletes who point the blame at the media for their failures. And as an athlete, I see so many things that players do wrong behind the scenes that lead to their failures on the court. The media side of it, that's just the end result. Generally, because when Kwame Brown and all of these other athletes, before they even stepped foot onto the field of play, no one was calling them busts. No one was heavily criticizing them. It's not until we actually started seeing the results on the field. So again, your results, whatever you output on that field, it leads everyone to believe. So if you come to work, if you come on that basketball court or the football field, and you out there stinking up the joint, and you're supposed to be the franchise player, everybody's now going to start scrutinizing and criticizing you on why you fell. Either you're not working hard, something ain't right with your mental, you just ain't got it, you are overrated. That's what comes with it. I just want to get understanding of why are athletes so sensitive to it, and not just so sensitive to it. Why do they all out 100% blame the media for their failures? Michael Sykes says, Lamont, he's not blaming Stephen A. for his play. Stephen A. is going at him at 17 years old. Doesn't matter, Michael Sykes. That doesn't matter because when he played his first NBA game, he was a grown man and he signed that dotted line. Doesn't matter. He was 17. And Michael Sykes, you have to think, we were not criticizing Kwame Brown when he turned 17. Be honest, Michael Sykes. Who was calling Kwame Brown a bust when he was 17? When he was 17, we were saying he was one of the best draft prospects to come out of high school. When he was 17, he was in pre-draft camps tearing up players like Tyson Chandler. That's what he was doing. When he was 17, he walked into the Washington Wizards organization and said, "Draft me at number 1. You won't regret it." That's what was happening when he was 17. It wasn't until after the first season, then the second season, even the third season, we started to look around and be like, "Oh, hold on, man. This guy ain't who we thought he was as a number 1 pick." I mean, Michael Sykes, just like I pulled up the article the other day, there was a lady in the Washington Post who actually wrote articles publicly talking about Kwame Brown personally. She talked about how the Washington Wizards had to basically hire an adult babysitter to follow him around because he didn't know how to wash his clothes. He didn't know how to buy food. He didn't know how to use his credit card to go buy a car. They basically had to hire an adult babysitter. This is what the article said, to follow him around everywhere. His first night alone in this apartment, he asked this adult babysitter to stay the night with him because he wasn't used to living by himself. This is what she wrote. I've yet to hear a guy like Stephen A. Smith go at Kwame Brown that personally. That's in the Washington Post right now. That's an article that was written in 2002 when he was 19 years old. He says, if you really want to see the people that was attacking him outside of the realm of sports, there were really people doing that. There were really people publishing articles, talking to people within the Washington Wizards organization who were highly critical of that man. I never once heard Stephen A. Smith say Kwame Brown was lazy, no work ethic. I didn't never hear him say that. But if you go to the other sports writers, these other columnists that are not as famous, most of these other writers were white. You never hear anybody go with them about some of their takes, because when you talk about getting personal and talking about things outside of sports, that's what they did. All you got to do is really go look at the post. He says you can't defend Stephen A. He has muddied the waters between personal attack and then Mr. 600 cappers. Okay, what did he say personally? I mean, that's what I'm here to. I'm not here to try to defend Stephen A. If you have documentation, if you have evidence where he actually got personal with, let's say, for instance, Kwame Brown, or even some of these other athletes that he's had run-ins with, come with some facts. Just tell me the link. I'll pull it up and put it on the screen. I'm not trying to win a debate here. I'm just trying to spark the conversation. So, Mr. Cappers, I mean, you make a good point. But if you just say that and you ain't posting a link, or you don't come in the live chat and give me a link to put up on the screen, then it just sounds like you talking. He says you can't defend Stephen A. because that's what I'm here to talk about. What is Stephen A. really saying? Because, Mr. Cappers, I gave y'all an example. I can pull up the video where Max Kellerman said that Kyrie Irving, and then I never heard, it was only one person came on my panel and gave Max Kellerman flack for this. Max Kellerman called Kyrie Irving unintelligent. And it was Jason Williams and it was Stephen A. Smith that immediately, live on air, shut that down and said, that's not basketball. You can't call somebody unintelligent because he thinks the world is flat, whether you think it's crazy or not. That happened live on air. But see, none of our community said, we never made a big deal about it. We didn't say, let's cancel Max Kellerman. He's out there calling black men unintelligent. We just glossed all over it. We just walked right past it. But if Stephen A. Smith would have said that, it would have been videos. People would have been destroying him, trying to cancel him, everything. I'm just saying we be missing the ball when it really happened. Because, again, a lot of the things that Stephen A. says about basketball, I don't agree with. I don't agree with a lot of the things that a lot of these media has. But if you go back and you look at somebody white like Jim Rome, look at Jim Rome. Jim Rome was attacking these people personally, black athlete after black athlete, even to the point where he got into a fight on his show live on air. That's how bad it got, right? It got that bad with Jim Rome, but nobody gave him flack. Nobody gave him pushback. There was no cancel culture to kick Jim Rome off the air. We just called him crazy. But you got Michael Wilboms, you got the Bomani Joneses. These guys say anything, right, towards an athlete, and now they tearing down the black community. Why is these athletes, when you look at especially these black athletes, so sensitive to these things? When really, when you generally, if you just be honest and you go back and look at a lot of these situations, they're just talking about sports. And that's what Antisocial was really trying to explain to Kwame Brown. And again, I'm bringing it up because I keep continuously see these new snippets with that Antisocial debate coming up, and people are saying getting all their feelings about it. I just want to know, what are these, especially black media figures, what are they saying personally about these players? I want y'all to come with facts. Don't come with a summary of the statement. Come with the exact statements. Because there was only one person who came on my panel and called Max Kellerman out. And I didn't even know. That's crazy. I didn't even know about it. I even glossed past it. I mean, if you're going to come defend somebody, make sure you come defend with facts. Antisocial in the chat. I'm going to drop the link. I want y'all to come in. Antisocial said, that's facts. But y'all made a big deal when he spoke on the China player in the pros. Facts, Anti. Jim Rome got in a fight with Ramsky versus White. It doesn't matter. And Sean Bullard, it's not about white or black. It's just about athletes and media. I don't care if the guy was white. Jim Rome used to attack athletes personally. That's a fact. I don't care what color he is. Jim Rome, you can probably say he didn't care. He attacked athletes personally. And no, I never saw anybody in this media sphere running around saying he's tearing down athletes. We just looked at it like entertainment. Max Kellerman calls Kyrie Irving unintelligent. It's in a cancel culture age. This is a cancel culture age. He says it live on ESPN. But we don't put any pressure on ESPN to make him come out with a public apology. All right. Stephen A. Smith says one misstatement or whatever he said. I don't even know what he said exactly about this Chinese athlete. And then now that community has ESPN making Stephen A. apologize. We never applied no pressure to ESPN to make Max Kellerman apologize. We never applied no pressure to ESPN to make Molly Karam apologize when she destroyed Sean Oakman in Baylor University, saying it was rape culture, that he was a rapist, that he was guilty. And then we find out he was not guilty, right? He was not guilty, and that the girl actually lied and made all that up. But we didn't put no pressure on Molly Karam to actually come out and apologize for making assumptions on this man's innocence or guilt. Remember, I'm just telling y'all the facts. The facts is that we only say that it's the black analysts tearing the black community down when I really don't see them tearing them down. I don't know what y'all consider tearing them down. If you choke in the clutch, if you miss a shot, if you dribble the ball off your leg with 3 seconds on the clock and y'all lose the game, and I talk about it and I make funny jokes about it, now I'm tearing down the black community. All right. But 8 months ago on Ticket TV, when the girl Anna Chimin came on and was talking about LeBron James personally, talking about his family, said he was only with his wife to have a good look in the media, is a lot of people just sitting there listening and watching. You got a guy named LB who supposedly has a LB sports talking political channel, supposed to be talk about all these woke things. But when she says that, he said he's sitting back in the cut. Yeah, I agree. Because of their disdain for LeBron James, they allow certain people to say hateful things. They pick and choose who they want to go with just because they don't like their thoughts on a particular player. Black analysts get paid to say what white people can't say on national TV, or what you can say is black analysts get paid for color commentary, because what they've done is they've brought, and this is what actually gets rating. They've brought the close to barbershop talk into mainstream media, because that's what we like to watch. It got boring just to watch two guys just on the desk with their arms crossed with a suit and tie on, just talking casually, and no jokes are being thrown. But then when we all of a sudden out of the blue, we see this guy named Stephen A. Smith come out. He's flamboyant. He's saying big words. He's getting emotionally charged up over these players, these athletes, good performances, bad performances. Then we see other players, the Shannon Sharp start to mimic. Now you got the Kendrick Perkinsons, athletes who generally would have had to go to school and get a degree to get these jobs, right? Those are athletes now, just because they have big personalities, they can get trained up without these major degrees and they can get put on camera. Right? Because before we was complaining about it wasn't enough black faces in media. Then they start putting these former black athletes in media, and every time these black athletes say anything, we say that they're controlled by media. They're only saying what white people want them to say. You can't have it both ways. Like, which way do we want to have it? Because when we get the black athletes and the black people in media, we start complaining. When they're not there, we complain that it's not diverse enough. It's to me, I'm just calling out the obvious what I see. Like I said, I'm gonna drop the link. It's a lot of new people in the chat that I haven't seen before. Look, I don't mind you having a difference of opinion. If you don't agree with me, or if I'm saying something that, man, maybe you can come back at and you got some facts, look, just come in the live panel. There's too many people in my comments. All right, we got people like protagonists. For whatever reason, I would love to have a conversation with them. We got a dude in my comments named MF Zoom. He always comes in and says crazy stuff. Look, I opened the panel up so we can go back and forth and have that conversation. I honestly don't care. I'm not going to kick you out the chat. I'm not going to hit you with the mute button a million times. LB is a fake internet gangster. Well, I mean, again, you can only call a spade, man. Some of them actions look really fake to me. All right, when you listen to that girl, Anna Chimman, I called her the Black Lord Ingram months ago. I said that 8 months ago, and people called me crazy. But now when she starts to direct that ire at other people, and now we see her true colors, now you want to, like I said, man, sometimes I just call a spade a spade. Her actions, her words about black athletes led me to believe she was definitely an infiltrator. Just talking shit, and she does not care about black men whatsoever. She was showing those signs long ago. Who cares what Stephen A says? These players are paid to handle criticism. Double E, correct. These players are paid to handle criticism, right? That's part of their contracts. This is why they have to go sit in front of the media after games. They have to go do that. This is why Kyrie Irving was getting fined earlier this year. Not just Kyrie Irving, but Kyrie Irving will get fined, and the team will get fined when these players don't talk to the media. These media contracts help these players get paid. Also, these media helps blow up some of these guys' social media platforms. I mean, if you look at JaVale McGee, but with JaVale McGee's social media page, social channels, would it be as big as what it is? Because he has a YouTube channel that's really successful. But would it be what it is without Shaqtin' a Fool? As funny as those clips were, and I know he went at Shaq and he got Shaq to stop using them so much in Shaqtin' a Fool. And I appreciate JaVale McGee for actually stepping up, speaking for himself and not waiting 20 years to say something. But what I'm saying is that actually helps you. Good publicity, bad publicity is all publicity. And it helps you to a certain degree. Look at the situation with me. And I know I was on Polo's channel and I tried to talk to Polo about it. You got some people just want to run from this, but shit, Ticket and LB both tried to run a cancel campaign on me. They were running videos saying, "Oh, he had a criminal charge in his past when he was in college. He's a bad person. Don't follow him. Don't do that." They ran the same thing with me. Nobody, all of these people who criticizing Stephen A. Smith, not one of y'all tried to check them on it. Not one of y'all ran over there and said you was wrong for that. Not one of y'all tried to cancel either one of them guys. A lot of y'all just laughed along with it. And honestly, I didn't care because it's all public information. And everybody from the jump has known my name. You could have looked it up anytime. But what I'm saying is, the same people who talk about Stephen A. Smith is bad for the black community, they literally do things identical to that. If y'all catch me making a video and I'm tearing somebody down personally from the core, y'all make sure y'all check me on it. If I'm not saying something, if I'm saying something that's not factually true, if I'm doing something, if I'm running around talking about don't watch this person because of this, and I'm trying, make sure y'all check me on it as well. Look, I'm not immune from it either. Come on, y'all. Like it's just facts. Like people get sensitive about it when it hits close to home. I'm gonna drop the link, but look, I want to talk about it all. Much respect to JaVale McGee for standing up for himself, and not only that, he got better at basketball, unlike Kwame Brown. And look, JaVale McGee, look, the Shaqtin' a Fool was funny, y'all. We cannot act like we wasn't watching it, laughing along. Sometimes I couldn't wait to see Shaqtin' a Fool because Shaq was going to do that JaVale McGee segment. It was funny, but then ultimately, nobody gave JaVale any backlash for standing up for himself. Actually, people got behind him. It was like, damn, we didn't even know this shit was affecting you like that. We just all thought you thought it was funny. And then that got shut down. Now you don't even hear about it. Shaq stopped it. The network jumped in and stopped it. The Golden State Warriors hopped behind JaVale McGee and helped stop it. Jay Groove, ticket on. And the last time I counted Jay Groove, and again, I pulled up as many clips as possible, but he called Kwame Brown a bust about 29 times in multiple conversations. It's probably more than that. All right. Ticket TV is Hulk Hogan. He's a persona. It is a persona. But you know what? I don't mind the persona look like Jesus. I don't mind the persona. I have no problem with that. Stephen A. Smith, the way you see him on camera, that's not what he act like off the camera. But you know what, though? When you do things, again, the things that show your true character is when Ticket tried to run a smear campaign on me outside of sports. When he tried to pull up things to tell people that don't watch my channel, don't sub to my channel, don't listen or watch this dude. This is another black channel that's trying to grow on YouTube. And he ran a smear campaign. We didn't see him run a smear campaign. There have been other white YouTubers that attacked him. There have been other actually smaller YouTubers that attacked him. The only reason he attacked this platform and attacked me is because my channel just was happening to be growing. I couldn't control it. I'm just trying to make the channel grow. That's my job. I don't think Kwame Brown cares about being called a bust. But Shay or Shante, if he doesn't care about being a bust, then why is he going on the what's the show with Tasha K? And he's on there saying that the analytics show that his gameplay was similar to that of Kevin Garnett's. You got Carcino for life running around saying, you know, if it wasn't for the media, Kwame Brown was better than LeBron James. You really got people saying this stuff. Max Russell says, can I join the Discord? Yeah, I thought I put the link in there for you. I'm going to put the updated Discord link in there for you, Max Russell. So, I mean, if it's not about basketball, okay. If it's not about basketball, because we've heard Kwame say that multiple times, then let's talk about some of these other things. And when I tried to talk to him about some of these other things, he kicked me off the panel and he went back to talking about Hassan Campbell. No justices. Hell no. Chill, bro. I don't know what that's reference to. He said if he doesn't care about it, then why is he still talking? Yeah, I mean, he does care about it. Look, any basketball player, I don't care. Look, there were times when as a walk-on, I was a bum. I could say I was a bum to a certain degree. Wasn't getting playing time, but shit, you couldn't tell me that. Walk on, you know, sitting at the end of the bench, water bottle. I'm still saying in my head, man, shit, I should be on the fucking court, man. These dudes out there is trash. That's what I'm saying. Basketball players is crazy to a certain degree. They always believe they good. A basketball player should never, and you will never find me a true basketball player that's going to concede to the fact that they're a bum. You could be the worst player on the team. You're not going to get a real basketball player to concede to the fact that they're a bum. And I listened to Kwame Brown concede to the fact that he was a bum in talking to Antisocial. There's no way you're a real hooper if you you concede to that fact. You never going to get me to concede. Ticket TV, is never going to concede to the fact that he's a bum, even though he got cut from a D-League team. You can tell him he's a bum. You can tell him he got cut. He never going to concede to that fact that he was a bum. I mean, and I'm not saying he's a bum, but I'm just saying if you try to put that point out there, low key T for life. Kwame Brown was a successful failure. Hey, one of the biggest losers on YouTube is winning right now. That's Flight Reacts. He found a way, and now what does Flight Reacts do? He just owns the fact that he's trash in basketball. He owns the fact that his basketball career was filled with L's, and now he's just monetizing. Now he owns it. He got a T-shirt line saying a walking L. He didn't get emotional about it. He just capitalized off of it. You got to salute a man like that. Can't believe you're defending people like Stephen A. How did I defend him? He's admittedly, first of all, I have a video called Stephen A. He's one of the biggest shock jocks in sports. I called him a shock jock. But again, that's me critiquing his takes on sports. He admitted recently he would say anything to make his boss more money. He incentivized to attack black players through personal attacks. That Mr. 600 cappers. What I'm saying is, if he attacked players personally, please show me evidence of personal attacks. That's what I'm saying. When I drop this link in here, don't come in here with summaries of statements. I want you to show me exact statements, clips where I can pull up on the screen and play them. Exact statements, just like when somebody came in my chat and said Max Kellerman insulted Kyrie Irving. I didn't believe him because I missed it. He gave me the clip. I played it. He was right. Max Kellerman called Kyrie Irving unintelligent. But what I also saw in that clip was I saw Stephen A. Smith jump immediately up and say, that's not basketball. You need to apologize. You need to backtrack that statement. That's what I saw. Now, I've seen that clip. Can you come with real facts? Because if you're just saying that, you got no facts, that means you're emotionally connected to an opinion. And that goes against the mantra of this show, man. Forget your feelings. Get your feelings up out of it. You might not agree with Stephen A. on sports, but you'll be hard pressed to find too many times where he just got deeply personal about players. Find me a time where, just like the Washington Post talked about Kwame outside of basketball, essentially calling him stupid in an article published in 2002. When you dropping articles talking about he can't wash his own clothes, he didn't know how to use a washing machine and dryer, he didn't know how to order food, he didn't know how to go buy a car, he didn't know how to use his credit card. The Washington Wizards had to hire a personal babysitter because he didn't know what the hell to do. He asked his personal babysitter to stay in his condo with him overnight because he didn't want to be by himself. Hold on, that's personal. That's personal attacks. That's why I say, is it just hypersensitivity because you don't like Stephen A's basketball takes? Because y'all ain't called out one critic of Kwame Brown that actually went at him personally. Because if you're gonna call out Stephen A. Smith, then I want you to pull up the same 19 different Washington Post writers that I found that went at him personally and called him out as well. Link is in the chat. I'm giving y'all a chance to say, I'm giving y'all a chance to pull up Mr. Caper 600. I will give you the floor if he, and I will let you talk. I want to get your explanation on it. But it sounds like a lot of people, especially when it regards to Stephen A. Smith, you get so caught up in being in his basketball takes. Now you don't like him. Now anything he says is wrong. My only issue with the media, this is from Jamar. My only issue with the media is a lot of them aren't journalists anymore. They're more off biased fans. Yeah, you know what? But that's what it's turning into. That's what it's turning into, Jamar, because that's what sells. The real journalism. How many people are actually picking up a newspaper, reading one of those boring articles anymore? The typical general, that's boring. People want to see the barbershop type talk, the crazy personalities. They want to see the Shannon Sharps come on with the GOAT mask, after LeBron James makes a big shot. Look, I'm going to tune in. I want to see the GOAT mask bit. It's funny to me. It's just funny, but it's entertainment. All right. Because if LeBron James beat your team, Shannon Sharp, he's up there cooning. When he beat your team, you don't like Shannon Sharp because he's up there broadcasting LeBron James GOAT match. He's calling LeBron the GOAT over Jordan. Oh, now you want to now he's up there cooning. Max Russell said, "Can you unblock me?" Max Russell, you're not unblocked. You mean you're not blocked, Max Russell? You're not blocked. But you can't spam the chat. Come on, Max Russell, man. See, now I have to put you in timeout. I don't even like putting people in timeout, Max Russell. God dang. I tried to let you in the chat yesterday. You came in and you didn't say anything. Now, I'm going to give him a chance. I timed you out 2 times. I'm going to time you out twice. The third time, I got to block you. Here, link is in the chat. One more time. Look, 600 capers. Anybody, protagonist, MF Zoom, anybody with an opinion on this, hit the link. I got a couple people in the backstage. I'm going to wait till I get a few more. I'm going to let everybody in. Look, I just want to give everybody opportunity to chime in on this. West Coast gets a little crazy. Roscoe, salute, man. Thanks for hopping in. Salute, ABF. Nah, BJ, I didn't block him. I just put him on timeout. I have blocked I think my block list, I have about 9 people on it, if that. The last time I checked. And most of them are just fake accounts. Because I have people coming in here with like fake Ticket TV accounts and stuff like that. Look, I don't want them fake accounts in here. Nah, I don't do that. Mike Sampson says, but people watch TV. Ricky Wiley, salute. Now, see, now I'm giving, look, I dropped the link and see, Mr. 600 didn't come in to back up his talking points. This is what I mean. And this is what I see in my comments. I see a lot of people, they come in the comments and they make these very bland statements that have no factual basis to it. If Stephen A. Smith is as crazy and as bad for the black community as what you say he is, you should not have any problem coming in giving me 3 to 4 examples of him tearing down somebody. I've already given you one example of Max Kellerman, somebody, and I bet you also probably didn't even know about that segment where he called Kyrie Irving unintelligent, but Stephen A. Smith actually stepped up and said, that's not the way to go. You need to apologize for that. Salute, Sports Critic, One Cool P. Thanks for coming through. Sports Critic, man, what you got on this topic, man? Is athletes just too sensitive, or is the media being too harsh?
Yeah, bro, I wanted to say what's up to you and what's up to your followers. You know, what's up, brothers in the chat?
Salute, man. Appreciate it.
Man, I talk about this shit all the time. Mm-hmm. Lamont, it's funny and it's very weird how things go. For instance, Stephen A. Smith. Mm-hmm. Nobody has a problem with him saying the shit that he say about players that they don't like. Mm-hmm. But when Stephen A. Smith talk that same shit to the players that they do like, he's bad for the community. He's bad for this and that. He should be fired. Just like Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is a big LeBron fan. So what? I don't like too much of Skip Bayless, but Skip Bayless is a big Kwame, Kawhi Leonard fan. That doesn't bother me. So if I know that this man is a Kawhi Leonard fan, I know he's going to talk about his boy. That's understandable. I'm not going to feel a personal way because of who he like. And it is a lot of soft, hearts when it comes to this media shit. Very soft. A lot of picking and choosing. A lot of goalposts moving. A lot of hypocrisy. If you're going to feel some type of way about bullying towards one, and I mean, this Kwame dude, okay, everybody crack jokes about your game. Okay. But this man, LeBron James, been getting jokes cracked on him, criticized, lied, talked about for years since he been in the game. They've been on LeBron's back since he walked in the NBA league. He ain't running around here on social media crying and bringing up people's personal business. If your game is whack, your game is whack, man. Be mad at yourself. Don't be mad because other people. How is it cool for us to say other NBA players is whack, but we can't say Kwame Brown's game is whack? What's the difference? What makes him better than any other NBA player that could be whose basketball game can be critiqued? What makes him so special?
It's crazy. I'm gonna go to Christian Miller in here in a second. Let me share this article with y'all real quick, because I want to get y'all thoughts on this as well. And here I see Simo, you gotta turn your mic on so I can let you in. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I'm gonna show you guys this article. This is what I mean right here. I'm gonna show you this. Here's an article right here where this lady named Sally Jenkins of the Washington Post. She basically said that the sports management firm that represents Kwame Brown, FXX, assigned Richard J. Lopez, a 36-year-old business manager, to shepherd him. Lopez found that he essentially became a parent to Kwame Brown. Lopez took Brown to the supermarket, helped him fill his cart with food, then drove him to his rented apartment and had to hard boil a dozen eggs for him and put them in the refrigerator. All right. He also said Kwame Brown called him and said, "I have nothing to wear." Lopez knew Brown had a closet full of suits. He had to help him hang. He knew he had a closet full of suits because he had to help him hang them. And he says, Kwame Brown explained to Kwame Brown, "You have to take those suits to the dry cleaners." Brown said he didn't know how to do that. He didn't have anything to wear. So Lopez, basically his designated babysitter, had to come do it for him and bring him something to wear. Like, there's people, this article was written in 2002 by Sally Jenkins of the Washington Post. And she's written about 13 different articles really attacking Kwame Brown personally. I want y'all to tell me one time he's mentioned Sally Jenkins of the Washington Post. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, now that I would consider a personal attack. That I would consider personal. That's outside of basketball right there. But you literally have a full-blown article talking about it right here in the Washington Post. I'm going to go to Christian Milner. Thanks for joining, man. What are your thoughts on this?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good?
What's up? Salute. I've been watching for a while. But I just don't get it. I feel like he really doesn't go at anybody but black men.
Hold on, man. I'm sorry. Trent Tompkins. Don't come in here lying like that, man. You said he mentioned her plenty of times. I want y'all to tell me. Kwame Brown, he's saying Trent Tompkins says that Kwame Brown mentioned Sally Jenkins plenty of times. Now, will somebody find that clip? Okay, Trent Tompkins, send me the clip. Please, let's not act like I haven't been watching his videos. Let's not do that. Trent Tompkins, you know I do my research. And like I said, there were like about 19 other writers as well that went at him the same way. Trent Tompkins, let's not do that. Let's not lie. Let's not lie, Trent Tompkins, man. Come on, man. Look, like Trent Tompkins, I have merch says research purposes only. You just gonna put that out there like that? Like we ain't gonna call you out? You got to hit the link now, man. You can't recover from this one. You got to hit the link because you just literally lied like that. I can't believe that, man. I'm sorry, Christian. Go ahead. We're gonna see if Trent Tompkins can come in. He's gonna fake like Kwame Brown is really talking about a Sally Jenkins. She don't have a social following. He's not talking about her.
You good. But yeah, I've never heard about her. This is the first time I've ever heard about it. But I feel like Stephen A. Smith, I don't like how he went at Kwame Brown all those years, but it was just about basketball. You can't say he was going at him personally. And I feel like as a basketball player, you have to take criticism, and you can't wait 20 years to respond to criticism. I feel like if you were to go at Stephen A. Smith, as soon as he said it, while you were playing, that would have been better. But 20 years later, I just don't get it. That's what I gotta say about it.
Trent Tompkins. Look, Trent Tompkins, check this out. I don't have to send you no email. I'm not gonna let you run. You can join the live. You can join the stream. You can give me the link and we can play it right here in front of everybody. Because it sounds like you have it readily available. Because you come in, you can share it with me, and we can all watch it together. Since Kwame Brown knows who Sally Jenkins is, or even has mentioned her. All right. Come on, man. Trent, you got to be better than that, man. You know, we be dealing in a lot of facts over here, man. Did not come over here like that, man. Let me get over to Christopher Lane. Salute Christopher Lane for coming through, man. What are your thoughts on this? Christopher, you there? All right, we're going to put him on mute. We're going to get Simo in. Simo, thanks for coming through. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, with you. So we have to take two things into account. Like, some people are just more sensitive than others. And, you know, I think we all know that just some people, they're more sensitive than other people. Then also these players, you know, some of them, they spend, you know, the majority of their life playing this sport, basketball. So you have to take into account, you know, that maybe that's a reason why they take things, you know, about basketball so personally, because, you know, the majority of their life is spent on a game, and, you know, they feel some type of way when they put in, you know, the amount of work that they do. So I think, you know, we have to take that into consideration.
Hey, Simo, that's why I said earlier, I said if you're a real hooper, it's hard to convince a real hooper that you can't hoop. I said that earlier. Real hoopers who put in the time, like you said, you could be a walk-on at the end of a bench, not getting much playing time, and you still believe you can go out there and destroy everybody on the other team. We could be sitting there playing Duke University, walk-ons at the end of the bench. Coach should put me in. These scholarship players fucking up. You could really, that's how crazy basketball players are. That's all basketball players. When you get to the NBA level, when you sign on that dotted line, also included in all of that, and also before the season even starts, what do? They put you through media training because they know that they prepare you. They talk about these things before you even deal with it. You're going to have to deal with the media. You're going to have to deal with the good. You're going to have to deal with the bad. Kwame Brown, the good part of the media is what got him the #1 draft pick. When they saw him play, they talked about him. They said he was one of the best prospects. All right. The media boosted him up. He had no problem with them boosting him up, helping him get that #1 pick. Same way they boosted up Anthony Bennett. Same way they boosted up a lot of players, the Adam Morrisons and all this. There's a lot of players who get boosted up, but if the media boosts you up and you come out on the actual court and you play like some hot garbage water, oh, you best believe the media is going to tear you down too. All right. Same with LeBron James. Look, the media boosted him up, championship expectations. Oh, when he lost to Dallas, oh, the media was all over him. We still got people running around all over him for 2011. That's what comes with this right here. Chris Paul chokes this away. Chris Paul messes this opportunity up to win a chip. Oh, this is going to be a stain on his resume. They was up 2-0 against the Bucks. That's what happens in sports, man. But I mean, it is what it is. But I'm waiting for Trent Tompkins to hit this link, man, and provide me with this clip. He said there's a clip of him talking about a Sally Jenkins. Come on, man. I don't think you even knew who Sally Jenkins was. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you good, bro. I think that being a fan of the game, it done turned around these days, man. It's like everybody takes shit personal. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is personal about their feelings about the game. And a lot of people, they regurgitate the same shit.
Facts.
You know, the same media that they say big up LeBron is the same media that also tear him down too. You know, Skip Bayless, I got to give it up to Skip Bayless, man, because Skip Bayless, he led the attack on LeBron. everybody that you talk to, they reasons for not liking LeBron and everything else is repeated shit from what Skip Bayless said.
Yep. That's facts. And the one thing I can give Skip Bayless credit for, though, is he's very calculated. And he maybe has slipped up a few times. I don't know, because, again, I can't say with 100% certainty because I haven't listened to everything. But from what I've listened to as of late, he's very calculated about not going too personal with players. Again, talking about things off the court. I've seen he's calculated about that. That's why when he says negative about LeBron, or any player, you just have to take it with a grain of salt and just be like, damn, that's just how sports go. You get the positive sometimes, you get the negative sometimes. All right, that's what makes that show work, because you got LeBron fans that tune in to hear what crazy thing he has to say. Then you got the LeBron haters that tune in just to hear him talk more craziness about LeBron on the basketball court.
Don't get me wrong, bro. Let me make this very clear. You can like who you want to like in the league, and you can not like who you not like in the league. But for whatever reasons you don't like somebody, make sure just let it be your own reasons. Don't, if somebody asks you why you don't like such and such, it don't matter who it is. Don't repeat some shit that's being said on TV. Think for yourself. Have your own reasons for why you like a player and why you don't like a player. Because then I can't respect your opinion if you gonna repeat some shit somebody said on TV. What's real about that?
Mm-hmm. Salute to Jacob Jennings. Salute to Jacob Jennings in the Cash App with the donation to the channel, man. Appreciate that. He's been a big time. And Jacob Jennings Jacob Jennings, this is why I got to shout him out. Jacob Jennings supports everybody. Look, he knows that my opinion differs from that of Tickets and maybe some of these other channels. But what I see him do is he will go to all of these channels because he understands the grind of being a creator, especially a black creator. And he goes and he supports all of us. That's why I got to salute him, because he just don't. He's like, he might not agree with me on everything. He might not agree with Ticket, all of these other creators on everything, but he supports everybody. He goes to LVZ page, Mahar, big, small. It doesn't care about the size of your platform. I seen him on Polo's page supporting over there. The man is a big time. That's how you really show support, right? You see, he's supporting everybody. Salute to Jacob Jennings, man, for the support to the show. I never seen LeBron in a dress. Oh man, y'all got a lot, man. We need more of y'all to come through, like Trent Tompkins. I asked you to come through, and look, I'm not trying to bring you on. Like now, Trent Tompkins, I do have to forewarn you that if you do say something crazy, it might end up as a little a spoof video later on. But it's just gonna be all in jest. It's not gonna be nothing to demean you. It's just gonna be funny. One cool P, you've been kind of quiet up there. What you got on this whole situation?
Man, you know me, I'm multitasking like crazy, listening to you and talking and handling business. And my fur baby is sick and I'm just really busy. But, man, y'all talked about so much. I wouldn't even know where to begin to tell you my opinion on it all.
Just from the aspect of Stephen A.
Oh, Stephen A., that's my friend. That's my friend. I do disagree with Stephen A. on some things. I think sometimes he can go in on some topics that I'd be like, oh, stop right there, Steve. But I believe that he do try to stay more about basketball than he do hot gossip, hot take type gossip stuff. But he will go in on you when he thinks something is racial. And sometimes I have to cringe. I'll be like, oh, don't do it. They're going to kill you. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's I disagree with him on some things. And I agree with him on some things. But that's my friend.
Hold on. We got Shannon Link. He said, who did the intro? I made the intro, man. Appreciate it, man. I'm glad you like it, man. Like I said, I expect everybody who's a creator, man. Try to come with high quality. Try to, at least, even if it's something short. All right. I did a marketing video. Shows all the resources that you can use to make a solid intro for your lives or videos. Again, mine ain't the best. It's people out there with better intros, but it's something. I'm always looking to improve it. All right, man. We got Jay Groove.
Unlike them fake looking ass sharks over there on ticket shit. That shit look crazy.
Hey, like I said, he puts time into it. I just wish he would share that information with some of the other people that follow his platform. It don't look like they're taking the same advice. D-Wade definitely worn high heels. What we going to D-Wade for? Max Kellerman is very smart, but comment was bad. But Tackable Pine. The problem with Max Kellerman was if Stephen A would have said it, we would have said he's tearing down the black community. All right. And if Max says it, we just gloss over it like it didn't happen. So Trent Tompkins says the Tasha K interview with 30:42. All right. But you can't just drop. You got to come in. We got to explain it because you know how Tasha K is. If I play too much of that video, she gonna copyright strike that. But I'll pull it up though. Hold on 1 second. I'll pull it up. Let me get to some of these other comments. He said Tasha K video at 30:42. All right. Now, if he said Sally Jenkins, we're gonna find out. But I don't know. I didn't even really watch too much of that interview, that Tasha K interview. Y'all defending a nigga wearing a dress. I don't know who y'all referring to. He says because Max is black, Steven is not. Oh my God. Holden Caulfield, man. That's a bold statement. I would never go that far. Never go that far. Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlock are the worst people in the Black Mamba. I don't know, Mahari. You got to come and explain that. Jason Whitlock gets personal. But you got to look. We've already looked. That's one of the reasons why I made Jason Whitlock one of the shock jocks in my shock jock videos, because he starts to really try to dissect these people personally. That's what he tries to do. He tries to dissect them personally. And then he tries to correlate that with his political beliefs. I don't really like that. Especially one thing I really despise is people who are pushing something on you, like being a Democrat or being a Republican. That's what Jason Whitlock's doing. He's pushing a certain narrative. When I've already exposed it, he pushes the Fox News narrative. In just my video yesterday, I exposed it. Fox News definitely tries to censor certain content that comes to the black community. Low key, he said your name should be. So we got people. We got people in the chat going at it. We got Low Key T for life. He says your name should be down low. What? But Brand Blake, why are we going there? That's a tough accusation. You should, but Brand Blake, if you got facts on Low Key T for life, you should be able to break them down with the facts. You shouldn't have to resort to calling people out their names. When you start calling people out their names, it's generally a sign that you lost. Let me find out you getting ethered in the chat by Low Key T for life, Brand Blake. Because he got facts or something. Jay Grove, we know that. We understand that. That's why we don't take him seriously. I'm gonna pull up this Tasha K interview. Natalie, for real. Hey, Mahari, hit that link. Hit that link, Mahari. Come on through. I'm gonna pull this link up. I need to see if Trent Tompkins is being factual. He said that Kwame Brown is sitting here talking about Sally Jenkins. Jason Whitlock 3. Oh, come on, man. Y'all going in on Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock is something else, man. Jason Whitlock, I don't know. He definitely doesn't keep his sports. He brings too many of his political beliefs in. And he has this feeling that his notion as if his political beliefs are the end all be all to every conversation. If you don't think politically the same way he does, then you're not on his level. Fighting Gaming Central, exactly. When I say Sally Jenkins, that's what everybody says. Who's Sally Jenkins? But I'm gonna pull up this interview because he says that Kwame Brown called her out. And if he did call her out, how come he's not calling her out to the same degree that he's calling some of these black analysts out? You're talking about Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, who ultimately just talked about his ability to get invisible on a basketball court. That's why he was an invisible trade asset in that trade to Memphis. He said T Street said he mentioned her name. Okay, so T Street says I'm about to listen to it right now. T Street, he said he mentioned her name, but he didn't tag her like black men. Yeah, I wonder why. But T Streets, like I told y'all before, he gets nothing out of attacking Sally Jenkins. She has no social following. He's not going to get more views out of it. He's not going to get new fans off of it. He's not going to get no additional viewership out of attacking Sally Jenkins. But Kwame Brown knows the people that have been really talked down on him personally. Sometimes it might slip out like that, but he's not going to attack him like he's attacking Matt Barnes or Stephen A. Smith or Steven Jackson. Even in Stephen A. Smith's rebuttal to Kwame Brown, he kept it basketball and just played basketball clips. That's why I couldn't even get mad at Kwame for attacking Charlamagne. Charlamagne talked about something personal. He talked about something private outside of the scope of basketball. I can't be mad at him for that.
Which he did first.
Yeah, that's true. Let me get Mahari in here. I want Mahari's thoughts. Then I'm going to go back to you, Sports Critic. Mahari, man, what's good, man? What are your thoughts on this?
What's good, Lamont? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good day so far.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Okay, so here's my issue when it comes to both of these guys. Both of these guys are just types of people that try to push their own agendas down people's throats. And if you're not, halfway smart, you'll tend to believe in a lot of the stuff that they're pretty much telling you. Now, as I always on Jason Whitlock's neck for the longest time, you know what I mean? Because he tries to enforce an agenda and force something down your throat that's just beyond, racist and coonish beyond belief. And a lot of the time, all you need to do when you debating against Jason Whitlock is you don't get personal. All you need to do is basically throw in major facts to the subject in hand here, and basically try to, what you're going to try to do is just basically break down his illogical fallacies and red herrings, because that's pretty much what he does most of the time. If you listen to him, speak a lot of the time, it's all of his shit is basically illogical fallacies and red herrings. And he tries to use those things to try to steer you away from the actual conversation at hand. And he tries to get personal with you to try to prove that he's smarter than you. But if you stay, grounded and pretty much focus on the subject in hand and provide actual facts and evidence and pretty much beat him to the punch, you got him. Because that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to invoke that kind of, reaction to try to prove the point that, look, this guy right here is angry about what I'm saying. So that means he's an angry, black man, and this, that, and the third. And I always tell people all the time, don't react to the terms of the things that he said. It's hard. I get it. But at the same time, with him, all you got to do is just use actual facts and stay firm to your argument. And if you beat him to the punch and basically pretty much prove his illogical points, very extremely valid, he'll walk out right out the room. That's what you do with people with Jason Whitlock and Stephen A. Smith. You know what I mean? That's what you have to do. You can't just come across and try to, cuss him out or anything like that, because then he's pretty much gotten you. You have to be firm and you have to stay, poised and pretty much present the facts at hand here to pretty much take their illogical fallacies and red herrings and prove it to be very invalid. Because once you do that, if you're able to prove that against those two people, you got them.
Tina B says he probably doesn't want to bring light to that article. It was really degrading, judgmental, and wrong, even if true. Okay, well, the thing is, you don't want to bring light to it. So instead of bringing light to the Washington Post, because look, Tina B, he's the one that says that there's an agenda, that there's a go along, get along gang from the big media conglomerates. That's what he says. He's the one that says he's exposing all of these things. That's not me saying it. So what you're saying right there just goes completely against his whole premise of being a realist and exposing the fake, If it is fake, then just come out and explain to us why it was fake. Because that article right there, you got to think. When people write stuff in the Washington Post like that, all right, y'all think that they just write articles and then it just goes out the next day? No, it actually has to get cleared through editors. Editors have to fact check it. Editors have to fact check your sources. All right, there's certain things that have to get cleared. So the fact that this article cleared shows me a number of things. There's potentially some truth to it because there are people that she mentioned. She mentioned the exact names. There are people that you can also go back to and reference to those people to double down on the truth of this. Now, if this article in 2002 was false, where's the rebuttal article from the guy that they hired to say to be Kwame Brown's so-called babysitter? When did he ever come out and say that's false? That's nonsense. Did he rebuttal? Did he give it any backlash? Because she got this story from somebody. She got the scoop from somebody and she just released it. And they can't just release stuff, just making stuff up out their head. That'd be slander. And if it's slander, then you can easily sue them. And if it's easily false, proven to be false, that's a liable suit. That's a slander suit right there. Easy money. So the thing is, the fact that none of that happened, the fact that it was the Washington Post, come on, man. I mean, you got to look. I mean, I'm looking at it in that light right there. Hold on, I'll play it real quick. Here's a clip right here. We'll see. Now, we all know how he's attacked Stephen A. We all saw him attack Stephen Jackson. He's still attacking Stephen Jackson and Matt Barnes. Let's see if he attacks Sally Jenkins the same way and with the same fervor that he attacks everyone else.
They're just not going to say anything. And that lady, Sally Jenkins, she wrote an article about me so detailed and elegant as if she knew me. She said my nutrition was bad. She said this. She said, if somebody really do the research on what they did to me, it's the craziest thing ever.
And see, it's kind of hard to.
So he mentioned her. He did mention her. Hey, Trent Tompkins, you was right. He did mention her. He didn't go at her though. And what he also didn't do was he didn't say it was false. That's the one thing. Somebody write an article about me, I can't wash my own clothes. I'm gonna be like, that shit's a lie. That's what I'm saying. So, then, was it true? That's what I want to know. Was it true? He says, why is he up here like a victimized woman? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Cook on my. I mean, like I said, who's Sally Jenkins? She's a Washington Post writer. She was one of about 19 different writers that got personal with him. I wouldn't be mad if he went at them. But what we're talking about today is we're talking about athletes. And if you're just hopping in, I see some of y'all. We're talking about athletes who are overly sensitive to everything that the media says. We even see that with Kevin Durant. Overly sensitive.
Hold on, I'm gonna disagree with that because there are times where Kevin Durant was right in his attacks against.
I'm not saying he was right, but there have been times where Kevin Durant's been overly sensitive. When you're making burner accounts to go back and forth with 15-year-olds because they don't like your move going to Golden State. I mean, that's kind of, you know what? I don't knock it. If that's what you want to do, but it is sensitive. When you literally make burner accounts to go back and forth with a 15-year-old, come on, man. Like, come on, man. And then that's all I'm saying. And what do we constantly hear about the black analysts in the game right now? Remember, before the black analysts came, we were complaining that there weren't enough black analysts in sports. Then they start hiring black analysts, former athletes. And once they get there now, you have people, and I've seen them even in my chat saying, oh, they're controlled. They're telling them what to say. It's just like, man, they can't win for losing. If they're not there, y'all gonna complain. If they are there, y'all gonna complain. When they say something, y'all gonna complain. If they say something you don't like, y'all gonna complain. Come on, man. It's too sensitive. Too sensitive. And like I said, this is not just restricted to Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown is just one of the latest examples. Kevin Durant is one of the most latest examples. But we all, at least me, when who was the guy that just came and said something about Kevin Durant? It kind of got personal. What was his name? The white guy.
You mean I know who you're talking about.
Forget his name, man.
I know who you're talking about.
But the actor guy.
Yeah. Let me research his name real quick. Go ahead, continue.
But basically, we came to Kevin Durant's defense because that started to the conversation started to get away from basketball. Yeah, Michael Rappaport, Citizen Lou said it. Michael Rappaport.
Yep, that's it.
But see, it's easy to notice when it gets away from basketball, like with the Michael Rappaport situation. That what Michael Rappaport was doing, sometimes the way he comes to some of these players, that's not basketball. That's not sports. And I did a whole video about that. We actually defended Kevin Durant. Even though he is sensitive to the media, we defended him there. Just like with JaVale McGee, when things started to get out of hand and it started to be borderline bullying, when he mentioned it, we defended him. Like, people will get on your side.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to get on Kwame Brown's side when he's talking about Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. And they're talking about the trade, him going to Memphis. And it's just like, well, Kwame, you was just filler in that trade.
He was.
You weren't a piece that Memphis was looking to get long term. Like, they weren't like they what did they do when they got you? Did they put you in the starting lineup? Did they make you, did they put you immediately in the rotation? Does anybody remember a Kwame Brown Memphis highlight?
Many.
Like, what all I'm saying is, like, he complains about not being mentioned in the trade. You were filler. That was really one player for one player. That's really what it was. Because it's not even just Kwame Brown. I don't remember how anybody else is part of that goddamn trade, other than the two primary players.
Other than Marc Gasol, who was a draft pick at the time,
and Paul Gasol.
Exactly.
We remember the two primary players because both of those players, what did they go on to do when they got to their respective teams? They both had big time success. They both were made feature points of that team. The filler pieces did what the filler pieces were supposed to do and was be bums. That's what all of the filler pieces in that trade did. Here, I can pull up the trade. Yeah,
go ahead. But the thing is, though, bro, like if you were getting tired of being bullied at all these years when you were in the NBA, why you didn't come on record and say, listen, you got to cut this out, bro, when you were basically playing in your prime? Like, that's the problem I have with Kwame Brown in this whole situation. I know LVZ has touched that up many times too, because listen, man, you can't sit here and say about this 20 years to 15 years after the fact when you're basically all retired, because, bro, you did nothing throughout your entire career. Nothing. You were a bust.
Look. Here's the trade right here. Now, I know all these players because I'm a basketball head. I know them. I could tell you the colleges and everything they went to. Mm-hmm. So the trade, the Lakers got Paul Gasol, and they got a second-round draft pick that turned into Devin Eubanks. Devin Eubanks was a bum. He didn't do just like Kwame. He was a bum. The Grizzlies got Marc Gasol, the primary piece, and everything after that was complete hot water, garbage water. They got Kwame Brown. Javaris Crittenton was okay, I guess, but he was ultimately still a bust too. They got Dante Green, and they got Grievous Vasquez out of Maryland. That's what the Grizzlies got.
And also Javaris Crittenton is in prison right now.
Javaris Crittenton is locked up. So out of this trade, okay, because we know the two primary pieces of this trade were Paul Gasol and Marc Gasol. Tell me one other player in this trade that actually panned out to be anything.
The Gasol brothers, because they pretty much turn out to be, excellent players, and Paul Gasol is going to be a Hall of Famer.
That's all I'm saying.
And Marc Gasol's borderline Hall of Famer. You can make a case for him too.
Like I said, so the fact that they didn't mention him in the trade, I think Kwame went even as far as saying you guys felt that I was so small and minuscule that you couldn't mention my name. Well, how come you didn't stand up for the other people in this trade they didn't mention? You didn't stand up for Javaris Crittenton or Dante Green or Grievous Vasquez or Devin Eubanks. Oh, they supposed to mention you? This is what I mean, the hypersensitivity. They didn't mention you in a trade because you weren't the focal point of that trade. You get caught up and now you want to go tear them down and say they tearing down black men with their platform. Before he said that, nobody looked at the All the Smoke podcast and said that podcast was tearing down the black community. And I think it's just a lot of sensitivity, y'all. And this is, like I said, it's not just relegated to Kwame Brown, because I know a lot of people are going to run and say it's just about Kwame, and it's not. This is about a lot of athletes. And I pulled up another name, like T.O., Terrell Owens. I thought he was highly sensitive.
Nope, I disagree.
Why do you say that?
Here's the thing. I'm going to explain why, but I'll let you go ahead.
I want to know. I mean, like I said T.O. I just want to know why. I think T.O. was just sensitive to some of the things that the media said. I mean, the reason why it was easy, sometimes things got personal for T.O. because he did a lot of things during the game that some people felt were outside of the scope of football. The celebrations and doing this and the taunting and the yelling at so then that kind of opened the door for people to start judging him personally to a certain degree. But I think he still got a little overly sensitive. They are doing him wrong with the Hall of Fame. That they definitely are with that. But outside of that, I think he was a little sensitive towards the media. If I'm being honest, I got to keep it fair.
Well, here's the thing why I heavily disagree. And I'm going to tell you this. I met T.O. back in 2015 during that whole World Games, event in Southern California. We actually talked about this whole situation, about his whole career. And the problem I have with that is that there are a lot of times where reporters come in with certain agendas about certain athletes, and they will write down scathing articles and use different types of sources to try to get some of the things in their agenda into their papers. And a lot of the time, a lot of the things that was reported on T.O. was not entirely accurate at all. I mean, the celebrations and all that. Tell me one athlete that's not done the same thing that Terrell Owens used to do throughout his career. I mean, come on. Michael Irvin used to showboat in front of the opposing defensive backs throughout his career. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing: he won 3 Super Bowls, so that gets basically put to the side. But because the T.O. pretty much set records throughout his career, and every team that he went through, yes, they basically burned out over time, but they turn out to be better teams. Like, listen, you can't the numbers and what he's done through his career speak for itself. And the fact that the media, and here's the other thing too that we also talked about, when he played through that bad leg in Super Bowl 39 when he was in Philadelphia, people tend to forget that he signed a waiver that pretty much guaranteed that the organization of Philadelphia was not going to be responsible for anything that happened to him in the game, and he still balled out. But you know what the media said after that? They talked about, T.O.'s being selfish, T.O.'s being selfish, playing in the Super Bowl and all that. And I'm like, what is your problem, man?
Mahardo, the thing is, I'm not trying to say whether the media was right or wrong. The media is going to have their opinion either way, right or wrong. My thing is, how does the player react to it? How does the player react to it? Whether it's right or wrong, whether it's positive or negative, if the player overreacts to it and looks like he's hypersensitive to it, is that on the media or is that on the player? Because it's the media's job to sell articles, sell views, sell viewership, try to get people to read and chime in on their thoughts. Mm-hmm. It's just the athlete's job just to go perform.
But here's the thing, though, too. I wish that T.O., in a certain extent, would have just basically said, I'm not giving you any material. I'm not talking to y'all for the rest of the year, or even not talking to him throughout his career. Albert Bell, you remember Albert Bell from the Cleveland Indian days? He basically pretty much told the media to fuck off and pretty much told them, I'm not talking to y'all. He could have taken that route if he wanted to. But the thing was with T.O. was that people misunderstood him because of his fiery passion. If you understand where he grew up in his life, you could understand why he's sensitive that way. I feel like a lot of the time, just because somebody has a hyper reactive moment in terms of the media, you have to understand where they come from and how they approach things a bit differently. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always going to be on T.O. side, especially on the McNabb stuff.
But look, when we look at, I'm going to use like LeBron for an example.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter how well you perform on the court. Like when we look at LeBron is going to go down. And I don't care where you guys put him because everybody has him in a different spot. So just for the sake of everyone, I'm going to say you can have LeBron whether he's 1 on your all-time list or number 10. I don't care where you have him in there, but he should be top 10 in everybody's list.
He is.
I don't care where you have him. He's been great. He's been to finals. Had damn near half his career. He's living in the NBA finals. Great successes, MVPs, finals MVPs. Yet you still can go over to Carcino's channel, and Carcino's going to denigrate that man personally. He's going to tear down everything LeBron James. They say his school is fake. They say his school is controlled by white people. They literally will pick apart everything outside of the scope of basketball. Like, same thing with Ticket. And you cannot deny it. To a certain degree, he does not just keep it basketball. Like I said, I went over to Ticket TV's channel 8 months ago, and they had their girl Annalicia Chimen over there talking about LeBron James was only married to his wife just to look good in the media. He was only doing it for the views, for viewership. He didn't really love her. All of those people condone that talk. I immediately labeled her the Black Laura Ingraham when she starts talking that nonsense. That's outside of the scope of sports. And we see these platforms really denigrate. It doesn't matter how much success he has on the court. We can talk about T.O. He's supposed to be in the Hall of Fame. He's supposed to be great, this and that and the other. It doesn't matter because the media, as we see, even in the smaller spectrum, just in our world, when we look at Carcino and Ticket TV, doesn't matter how great you are. People, if they don't like you as a player, they're going to find ways to try to tear you down. We've seen it. We see it with LeBron James. We see it. They literally tear this man down personally and then act like they don't. They tear him down personally. They talk about things that they don't know. They talk about aspects of the school they don't know. They talk about so many things outside of the scope of sports. Tear him down. And yet, that's just in a smaller scope. So with T.O., it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. It's just about the athlete's reaction. We see different athletes handle the media differently. And when they know, I feel like when they know they can get a rise out of you, they do it more.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I were playing in my heyday, I would not even. If I were playing as a professional athlete, I would not even talk to them. Like giving them silent treatments throughout my whole career. And if you don't like it, hey, it is what it is. I'll pay the fines because that's what Marshawn Lynch did. He paid fine after fine after fine, pretty much. He didn't want to talk to the media because he knew what the scope was. Media people always find little things to try to tear down black athletes because they're trying to gain views out of it. And that to me, I always side with people that pretty much say, hey, listen, if you're gonna talk about sports, keep it sports. All the personal stuff is thrown out the window unless if I commit murder or commit crimes.
That's facts. Let me go to Zoe. Zoe just hopped in the chat. Zoe, what you got on this?
Hold on, let me see. Oh, there we go. You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna go back to the Kwame Brown situation with him going to Memphis and taking offense to that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what his stats were for the Lakers, but do you probably know the stats of how he did while he's playing?
Yeah, I can pull it up right now.
Okay, yeah. I want to know how he did in the playoffs as well as the regular season. What were his numbers?
So he did 2 years. Actually, he did 3 years in LA. In his last season with LA, and I'm gonna pull up. This is the regular season at least.
Mm-hmm.
He had played 23 games, and this is his last season. He was averaging 5 points a game, 0.8 blocks, 0.8 steals, 1 assist, and 5 rebounds. So he's basically averaging 5 and 5.
Okay, how many minutes you got that?
He was averaging 22 minutes a game.
Okay. What you think about that at the time of those? That was with the great Rasheed Wallaces and Tim Duncan's in the league and all that. Like, how do you think he fared out with those big men, in that era?
I mean,
like every night you got to come up against somebody. McDyess was there.
Let me pull up his playoff log. So that last year, the last year he was in the playoffs with the Lakers was in 2006, 2007, and his averages were. Hold on, it just tells me totals right there. Let me go up here. Okay, here it is right here. All right, so we need the playoffs when he was with the Lakers in the playoffs. He actually averaged in that 2000. He averaged 8 points a game and 5 rebounds in the playoffs in 26 minutes. So he actually getting good minutes. So how did he fare? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you want me to judge him, I'm judging him on any player that averages 5 and 5.
Okay.
And so, when I look, and then I also got to judge him based on how the team judged him. Because one thing we know for a fact is that Phil Jackson went out of his way to get his man an opportunity to showcase what he can do. There was one time when Kobe even talked about it. He asked Phil to take this man out the game. This is Kobe. And Kobe and Phil Jackson said, no, we're going to give him a chance.
Mm-hmm.
You got Kobe telling you to take this man out because this man said he didn't want the ball. And Phil Jackson said, no, we're going to give him a chance. So we know, look, I know when you're 7 feet tall and you're in the league and you had all of the potential coming to the league, that teams are going to give you opportunity. I will never take that away from Kwame Brown. But the fact is, look, as a number 1 draft pick, okay, you're number 1 overall pick drafted by Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
The pressure for you to be great is going to be much higher than anyone else's because Jordan drafted you.
Yeah.
See, it's a little bit different when Jordan drafts you on number 1 overall. You might be able to be an Anthony Bennett or some of these other number 1s, or Greg Odens. You might be able to skate under the table.
Yeah.
But when the GOAT drafts you, and when now everybody's, people want to call Jordan a failure or something.
Mm-hmm.
So now people saying he's a failed GM. They've been saying it in Charlotte, making bad picks and all this. This is why they were really denigrating the LaMelo pick until LaMelo showed everybody he was wrong. Right. But when Jordan drafts you, it's a whole nother level of expectation that comes with that. It's a whole nother level of media scrutiny that comes with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jordan drafted you. So, like I said, it sucks.
He drafted him so that they could trade him for Elvis.
Yeah, but you know what though? But see, and this is why I feel like that's not an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Because whether you're gonna get traded or not, you still got to go out there and perform. Magic Johnson got on his young stars for that. When all of the trade rumors were surrounding Kuzma and Ingram and Lonzo, he basically regardless of the trade rumors, every NBA player has to go through it. You got to play through it, right? Because we might mess around and keep you.
Right.
We need you with us. Like, you can't just check out. Like, so is he basically saying he checked out and didn't play hard for him because he thought he was going to get traded? That's worse.
Can I ask you a question, Lamont? Yeah. Other than LeBron, right? Which player came out of high school and dominated?
I don't want to say dominated. Some of them came out of high school and were solid.
Who?
When you talk about coming out of high school and was solid, KG was solid coming out of high school. KG came in.
He was thin as a rail. Like, he was really fragile. He couldn't handle that. He had to bulk up. But okay, KG, you would say Kobe. Kobe, it still took a while, but when Kobe came out, Jerry West saw the potential in Kobe. Mm-hmm.
He always talked about it. And he knew that would blossom. And ultimately, a lot of people say that the Lakers were holding Kobe back to a certain degree.
Okay, but he wasn't ready, was he?
Was he ready? It's hard to say because
McGrady. Let's go to McGrady.
Yeah, McGrady was great, obviously coming out.
He was ready. He was ready coming out of high school.
Was he ready? Well, I don't even think LeBron was 100% ready because LeBron had a number of flaws even coming out. LeBron just had more pressure on his back.
Yeah,
like LeBron had the weight of a whole city, whole team. He had a lot of pressure on him. You talk about Amari Stoudemire?
Yeah,
solid.
Coming out of high school.
Coming out of high. What I'm saying is when they came out, especially in that first year, the second year, we got to start with this. Kwame's first
point too.
But look, and this is what I said earlier. Kwame, they did not call Kwame a bust until after that second year. He was given a chance. He was judged after multiple years. Just same with Anthony Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Bennett, his first year, we started to be like, man, this ain't looking right.
He came out of high school?
No, I'm just saying as a number 1 pick. What I'm saying is we gave him time. Like you don't just label somebody a bust as soon as Dwight Howard wasn't Hall of Fame Dwight Howard when he came out, but he ultimately developed into something bigger. He turned out to be that player that they thought he would be to a certain degree. Same thing with Rashard Lewis. Yeah. Even when you talk about Monte Ellis, Monte Ellis didn't start out just tearing everybody up.
He came out of high school too?
Yeah, he came out of high school out of Mississippi.
Okay.
Josh Smith, similar player. Look, Josh Smith came out of high school, probably not his first year. He didn't come out guns blazing, but you know what? He ultimately developed into a really solid. NBA player. That's all I'm saying is with these guys. Look, and these guys were all in trade talks. Tracy McGrady was in trade talks. I know Monte Williams was. We know Rashad Lewis was. He ultimately got traded. Same with Josh Smith. Even like these guys. Look, that can't not be an excuse. See, and that's what another thing I'm saying is it sensitivity, and you want to blame everything else because remember what Wes Unseld said. You cannot take this away. What did Wes Unseld say when they ultimately when Kwame went to the Lakers on his way out? Wes Unseld said, "Man, that man just always found a way to blame everybody else for his shortcomings." That's what. That's all I'm saying. It's just like he said he blamed. I was like, and I thought about it, and it's just like, man, it's just like that's a harsh statement coming from a guy like Wes Unseld who really wasn't too vocal on Kwame through his duration in Washington. But go ahead and finish your point, though. Go ahead.
My point I want to make with him in comparison to other high schoolers entering the NBA is that they had a grace period to develop into their greatness. Like before, like I think Kwame Brown had those expectations of he's going to save the day in Washington. I don't think nobody else out of high school had those expectations. And I think when we look at everybody else's careers, these other high schoolers went on to have great careers. I would say Kwame Brown had a marginal career. But nevertheless, I think he was denied the right to fail. I think they didn't give him an opportunity to make mistakes like you did Kobe Bryant.
But but you got to think Kwame's first year and Kobe's first year, they averaged about the same amount of minutes. See, he averaged 14. See, Kwame, his first year as a 19-year-old rookie. Look, first of all, when people say Kwame came into the league at 17, that was a lie. When he played his first NBA game, he was 19. Okay, so let's knock that out of the box. So people try to use the excuse that he was young. Well, he was 19. That's still young, right? But they did bring him along. So it's not like they put him out there and played him 35 minutes a game and said, you better be great. They brought him along. First year, 14 minutes a game, 4 points a game. Second year, 22 points. Yeah, what's up?
Kwame Brown was supposed to be the answer to Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. That was who Kwame Brown was drafted.
Look, I know all the hype surrounding Kwame when he came out. Yeah, everybody. Look, he as a prospect, he was probably one of the best prospects to come into the NBA. Even in the pre-draft workouts, he was destroying good NBA pros. That guys like Tyson Chandler and them, destroying them. He showed every indicator that he was going to be a great NBA player. But what I always tell people is when you get to the NBA, everybody good. What separates you from everybody else once you get there is how hard you work. Because you can look at a lot of players in bad situations, they still find a way to excel because they putting in work. Right. In bad, like look at De'Aaron Fox, one of the worst coaching staffs, organizations in Sacramento. He's still showing he's a hooper. He's not allowing trade talks. He's not allowing the bad team, bad culture to like Ja Morant. When he first came to Memphis, Memphis was a dumpster fire. But he still showed he's a hooper.
Can I push back a little bit?
Yeah.
Those guys had 2 years or 3 years of college or a year of college to develop themselves. Like Kwame Brown came out of high school in the league with the likes of Rasheed Wallace's, McDyess, Tim Duncan's, Shaq, Karl Malone. He was, he had to go up against that type of, competition. And I give it to Morant's because that's what the league is now at that position. That position is, the toughest position in the game, the point guard spot. But I think Kwame Brown, what people not talking about is who did he have to face night in and night out for him?
Look, I'm going to give you a similar example. Two similar players, both came out of high school because that's probably the best comparison. So players who played the same position, came around the league around the same time. We got Josh Smith. We got Kwame Brown.
Wait, let me give you one. Let me do this, man. Since you want to compare, how about Tyson and Eddie Curry?
No, we could do that too. But the only reason I say Josh Smith is because they came into the league at the exact same age. They came into the league on teams that were struggling very much. So Josh Smith's first year in the league at 19, his first year in the league at 19, he averaged 27 minutes a game. He averaged 9 points and 6 rebounds. As a 20-year-old coming into next year, he averaged 32 minutes a game, 11 points, 6 rebounds. The next year, 16 points, and then he continued to go up. He continued to show that he was getting better. Like, so what I'm saying is the cream always rises to the top if you're really putting in that work at the NBA level.
Yeah.
And so the one thing I was looking at when I look at Kwame's minutes as a rookie, 14 minutes a game, only 4 points. And he's the number one pick. And I'm saying, okay, why did they limit his minutes to such a degree? Well, Doug Collins said they were working him out. They were running him hard. Obviously, they got to work you hard. You know, you're getting ready for an NBA season.
Yeah.
And he said, we looked at him one day in practice. He had dark circles under his eyes. We didn't know what was wrong with him. We had to take him to a team doctor and say, we need to run a test on him, making sure he's okay because something doesn't look right. And the doctor basically said he has sports-induced asthma. There's nothing wrong with him. But sports-induced asthma simply means he's never worked this hard on a basketball court in his life. His lungs cannot handle this work capacity. So you have to build his lungs up. So what did they do? That first year, now it's about developing you. We got to get you caught up because we know as a high schooler coming in, you haven't worked this hard. And so 14 minutes a game. Okay, next year they upped his minutes to 22. Year after that, he went up to 30 minutes a game. 10, and that was probably his best season in the league that third year. That was his first year without Jordan and Doug Collins on his neck. Actually, pretty good year.
Yeah.
10 points.
Yeah. 7
rebounds. I'm not like I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a solid year for a third year player. But is it a solid year for a third year number one overall pick? Probably not.
I'm gonna say this, bro, because we keep leaving out the competition. Around that competition, that's pretty solid, man.
But Josh Smith, similar competition in his third year, he dropping 16 and 8, looking like an all-star.
What team he on?
Atlanta.
And then, you know, he made the point about Kwame Brown talked about all the shots, like the shot opportunities. You know, Gilbert Arenas, who I don't know who he's playing with, but he said after all those shots was gone, he had about 10 tries to get that 10 points. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have as many opportunities. So we factor that in too. And then that competition in that league, I just don't want us ever to forget. Like he was in a league where the big man was prominent, but you know, the little man was starting to emerge. You know what I mean? So
okay, I'll get that makes sense. So and we can go to that. Josh Smith, first year in the league, only averaged 8 field goals a game. All right, the first year, Kwame averaged 8 shots a game was his third year when Jordan left, and he did pretty solid. But you got to think as a coach, and I coach myself. Yeah, I'm going to manufacture shots for my best players. And usually on any NBA team, you probably have a first, second, third option. I'm usually manufacturing plays and shots for those 3 guys. Right. I'm not going to manufacture shots for a guy in practice that's showing himself to be my 5th or 6th best scorer on the team. Right. So if I got a Gilbert Arenas on the team, well, get him on. I'll probably go, especially after Gilbert Arenas' first year in the league. I'm probably going to manufacture more shots for Gilbert than I am Kwame Brown. Like, and I'm just being honest because that's the real basketball side of it. Like, so coaches only can manufacture what they see you giving on the court. All right, on top of the fact that he had sports-induced asthma, he's playing with limited minutes. Maybe the limited minutes and the conditioning limited your shot attempts. That's all I'm saying. It's more factors at play than just than blaming everybody else, including the media, primarily the media. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I just think like, you know, they put that out there about his medical condition, but why did they draft him? How hard did they work on pre-draft? Because I'm pretty sure they put him through the ringer as far as to select him over number 1 overall and did all these medical tests. But I think when it fit the narrative, then they dropped that bomb to kind of continue the narrative.
Pre-draft workout is not too intensive, especially for the
number 1.
No, because the number 1 overall pick, what your agent's going to do is they're not going to allow you to work him to death. Because again, what you don't want to do as the number 1 overall pick is you don't want to do anything to decrease your value. So your agent comes in and say, okay, we can do X, Y, and Z drills. We're not doing nothing more than that. So how hard they work them is probably limited because, and that's just the business side of it. This is why a lot of top lottery picks don't even do workouts. Right. They don't want to do nothing to mess up their stock. You might come in and show you a complete bum. I'm not, I might be a bum, but I'm getting this first round. I'm getting this lottery pick money. Right. Like that's just the finesse that goes along with it. So I believe that there was something that played there where they couldn't just go all out and really test them the way they wanted to.
Are you accepting the narrative Kwame is spewing that they worked him for 2 hours before the games and ran his legs out like from under him before the games? Like
that could be so, because we know one thing about Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
That was the same work. Jordan was known in Chicago for what? Hitting the weights before and after games.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Jordan work ethic. So maybe they're saying if we put Kwame through this grind, maybe some of this will shed off and rub off on the court. And maybe, but you know what? Maybe it backfired too. Sometimes when you overthink it and you try to apply the standard of one player to another, so that's bad. Or that's a bad organizational move. That's bad coaching. That's bad player development. Yeah.
Another thing, Lamont, he said they put about maybe 20, 30 pounds on him of muscle. So
but you had to have it in the league back then. You had to have it in the league because KG couldn't stay skinny like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No way in hell. He had to muscle up. KG.
I got a point I want to make though that you actually touched up real quick that I really thought of when I thought about Michael Jordan in terms of his drafting ability. You know what I mean? The thing that I always had a problem with Michael Jordan is that he always would draft players that always envisioned about who he really represents him as a basketball player. Like he doesn't really evaluate the person or evaluate what his skill set is in terms of what we can do to try to make this guy better. And he always tries to do things, his way because he felt like his way will help out other people in the long run. But at the same time, the things that worked out for you don't always work out for other people. And I always felt like, with Michael, I felt like, Michael should have done a little bit more research about, what Kwame, what makes his motor going, what things that we can help improve upon, but also what can we do for him to try to get the best out of him too. And I think some of that has to go on Michael Jordan to a certain extent, not just in Kawhi Brown entirely. But the thing is that it's not the only Michael can only do so much. It's about how much do you want it as a professional player. All right, because you're drafted number one with all those expectations around you, and you don't improve in the first 3 years. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. You got to be real with yourself. Like, listen, man. Like, you're drafted number one for a reason because they believe in you. They want to invest, the franchise to you to make you their top player, and you're not doing anything to improve upon yourself. And at the same time, you could be mad about what these reporters have to say, but if they're seeing the same thing that the organization is seeing, it's more about you yourself than anybody else. You can point all the fingers you want to, but at the same time, you could pretty much say, "Oh, Jordan, drafted him in the first place. That's his fault." Like, no, Jordan made that draft decision, but it's up to the player to make that investment work.
Right, and hey, Bottoms Up Radio, I want you to hit the link and come in. I want you to elaborate on that a little bit more. My thing is this: I think it's actually more pressure on second-round picks like Gilbert Arenas, who get non-guaranteed contracts, than it is for a first-round pick like Kwame Brown, who has at least a guaranteed 3 years and an option for a fourth. Just guaranteed money in the bank. Gilbert Arenas, he had no choice but to come in. It could have been trade speculation. It could have been all types of stuff. But Gilbert Arenas, when he came into the league, he had one season to show he could stay in the league or he'd be gone. How many second-round picks actually stick around in the league? A lot of our second-round picks find themselves overseas in the G League. Gilbert Arenas, by his second year, got so good that the Golden State Warriors actually had to start benching him because he was outplaying his value. That's how good he got. They said you were getting too good. When you keep playing this good, it's going to be too expensive to keep you. That's how crazy. That's how he was averaging 18 a game his second year. Now, one thing we know about Gilbert Arenas, what's the one thing you know about Gilbert Arenas? Take away the player development, take away the organizations, trade rumors. He was a gym rat. He was a workhorse. He stayed in a gym. Look, you can call him crazy. The one thing he was a gym rat. I don't remember a lot about them Golden State Warrior teams as far as wins and losses. The one thing we knew is about Agent Zero. He became Agent Zero. He paved his own way. That's in the NBA. That's what you have to start doing. You cannot rely on people to pave the way for you. You can have all the time. Y'all think Giannis, the way was just paid for Giannis? Or did we actually see a physical change in him over from year 1 to year 5? We saw him hit the weight room. We saw him adding moves to his game every year. We saw a difference every year. Y'all think that was just a player development coach? Or that was Go ahead.
Real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
There were zero expectations of Giannis. Giannis didn't have no expectations to be what he became, and that allowed him.
That's correct.
That is true though. I give you that. There were no expectations, but Kwame Brown asked for the expectations. He told Doug Collins, "Draft me a number one. You won't regret it."
They all say that.
Maybe, but I'm saying obviously maybe that's a play for the money. Look, because you know that there's more money at that number one spot, but also more money, more responsibility, more scrutiny. That's what happens when you're the number one pick. If it comes with it, and then when you sign on the dotted line in the NBA, you get them millions and millions of dollars. You're not going to get too many people that feel sorry for you.
Nope.
And that's the unfortunate reality of it. It's going to be hard to convince somebody to feel sorry for you because they're not catering to you the way you want. It's just like you got some kids out there that can barely find an open gym to go shoot in. You got access to a gym and top quality facilities 24/7. I ain't trying to hear no excuses.
Right.
I'm just saying that's just my thought on it.
Man, listen, I pay $5. I pay dollars every weekend to play basketball and actually put in the work in every day. Listen, when I was playing in SO for 10 years, I was blessed to be in the University of Minnesota where I got opportunities to play on the recreational course and work on my game every day. Here's a story about this. There were a lot of athletes on my team that didn't even get opportunities to play in recreational course. Their practice time was the only time of the week that they get in there and play basketball. And when I started recognizing that, because I was the most talented player on the team, when I heard some of these stories about how these guys, some of my teammates were like living their lives and realizing that basketball was the only way that's keeping them alive, they pretty much changed my perspective and made me much more humbler as a basketball player in the long run to realize that I'm actually fortunate to be, in these kind of circumstances. And for Kwame Brown, to me, this is just for me. Listen, you drafted number one overall. They put a lot of investment in you to be their main man. You could say what you want to say about Doug Collins and Michael Jordan or anything like that. They've done it. They paid their dues in the NBA for a long time. And Doug Collins, he should have been a borderline Hall of Famer if it weren't for the injuries. Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. We all know that. But the bottom line is, you drafted number one. You have all this expectation around you, and you basically couldn't even get yourself in the gym to work on your game. You know what I mean? Listen, you had to put on weight. Yes, you had to, but you didn't put yourself in the gym to work on your post game, your defense, maybe work on your mid-range jump shot, work on any part of your game to make yourself valuable to let the organization know that, listen, you won't regret investing in me, and you don't do any of that. And he basically want to say a 10-year career is a successful career when you have other players that are not even in the Hall of Fame right now that actually put much more work in, like Tim Hardaway Sr. that is being blackballed out of the Hall of Fame. Give me a break, bro.
Facts.
And here's the thing with like a lot of y'all don't know Abel Mahari, man. This dude has been to the Olympics, y'all. This dude, did you talk about a dude who paved his own way, got on the Olympic team and hoped in the Olympics? Like, how many people can actually say that they grinded it out that way? And you talk about a man where he could have given up any time. Like he said, he had to pay $5 to go use gyms to keep his game right. He had to go pay. All right. But he paved his own way. He got there. You talking about a man who I did an interview with him, show me a ESPY award. Come on, man.
I can show it to you right now.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead. But like I'm saying is that makes me right there. That's what, remember I said it in the interview. I said in my interview, I said, what you did means I ain't got no excuse not to get nothing done. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can sit here and blame all this other stuff, but when I see a guy like Abel Mahari grind his way to get to the Olympics and win an ESPY, and he's not getting paid millions of dollars to do it. He don't have 24/7 access to the top quality basketball facilities in the world. Mm-hmm. Like that's all I'm saying. Like, it's hard for me to feel sorry for you and listen to people blame the media and everything else. This doesn't just go for Kwame. This goes for all of the players. This goes for I'll tell you about a conversation I had with Greg Oden, because Greg Oden's from my hometown, right? Greg Oden's from my hometown. And I was talking to him and I was like, what went wrong, bro? I was like, was it the injuries? Like, what was it? I'm gonna tell you the first thing he said to me. He said, I was addicted to honey buns. He didn't blame the medical staffs. He didn't blame the Blazers. He didn't blame nobody else. He didn't blame the people that was calling him a bust. He said, I love sweets. He said, I love honey buns. And he says, all that weight on my knees constantly led me to knee injury after knee injury. He said Ohio State hired a dietitian to literally follow him around and make sure he was eating the correct foods. Like, went out of their way to make sure they could get him to drop weight. And actually, Ohio State, that was probably his best stretch of basketball.
Yes, it was.
Outside of Ohio State, he stayed injured.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at another guy that I know, Caleb Swanigan, one of my homies. Yep. I know him out of Fort Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when he was at Purdue, he was around a personal advisor, and he was around a team that helped get him in shape. They helped manage his diet. See, when you get in the NBA, what happens? You own your own. You have to spend your own money to invest in your own trainers and your own dietitians. And over the pandemic, what happened?
He got overweight.
Who can he blame? I mean, again, it's an unfortunate scenario, but who can he blame? Does he blame the Blazers for not sending the dietitians to his house, making sure? Not every team did like the Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks, where they sent all the players, essentially all the gear, all the workout equipment, and send it all to their house. Like, come on. Like, sometimes you got to take some personal accountability in this as well.
I'll take it another level for me, just to add more to context about me. Do y'all know that when I was in high school, I was cut 3 fucking times by my high school team? 3 times. I could have decided to quit. I could have decided just, you know what, fuck this. I can't deal with this no more. But the day after I got cut, I told the coach, I said, I'm going to come back to practice. I'm going to bust a lot of your players. I'm going to bust their ass. And I'm going to prove to you that you should never cut me in the first place. What did I do? I brought my gear, and I said, I told you I'm going to come back here. And I outworked those guys and make the team to the point where he had to really make a decision like, oh, my God, I made a mistake cutting you. Like, yeah, you did. I didn't use my words because I had no voice at the time. I was only a 6 foot, slender kid. So I had to work on my jump shot. I had to work on my perimeter defense because I was never going to bang. But I had to work on those things to make me valuable. And then by the time it was like December, there were several guys on the team that got kicked out because of, bad grades or just, behavioral issues. I pretty much earned my spot on the junior varsity team and played 2 years there. And that was the best time of my life because I put my work in every single night. There were times where I was pretty much tired because of, school and getting up early for practices, but I wouldn't trade a thing because it made me the player that I am today. And I'm trying to teach that now as I learn to become a basketball coach because, listen, I hated being cut, but at the same time, it should motivate you to get better because then it's gonna make you want it more. And it's gonna provide you the solid work ethic and the basic fundamental principles for you as you move on outside of basketball.
That's facts too, man. I think also when it gets to the NBA level, I think people don't understand how much these top lottery picks are actually catered to. They are catered to. They are given a lot of things. They're given a lot of passes. They're given a lot of opportunity. Probably a lot. Sometimes these, we look at a guy like Anthony Bennett. I think he was given too many opportunities to show that he can hoop.
Hey,
right?
Lamont.
Mm-hmm.
Can I cut in real quick, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you compare Kwame Brown's career to his draft mate, Tyson Chandler? And can you see like where the difference is at? Who had a better?
All right, hold on. Let's see. Stats. Let's see what Tyson Chandler did.
Let's do the first 5 seasons. When did they get
first 5 seasons?
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
Tyson Chandler and Kwame Brown.
All right, so we got Tyson Chandler. Both came in at 19. Both out of high school. First year in the league. Tyson Chandler averages 6 points, 4 rebounds, or actually 4.8 in 19 minutes of play. Next year, he goes up to 9.2 points, 6.9 rebounds, and 24 minutes of play. And then he actually regressed in Chicago, went down to 6.1 rebounds, but 6.1 points and 7.7 rebounds in 22 minutes of play. So used for the majority of his career, he was a single-digit scorer, and not until about 2010 did he have multiple seasons. He had with New Orleans, he had a great season. I think when he played with Chris Paul, he had that breakout year. He had a good season in Dallas, some good seasons in New York, another good season in Dallas, and then after that, he was on the downward trend because he was getting older, dealing with injuries. His first 3 years, the only major difference is the minutes.
So who did better in the first 3 years, him or Kwame?
If you're looking at minutes, the first 3 years, if you're talking points per game wise, it's looking like Kwame did better points per game wise. Let me pull it up here. If I'm just being fair, I think Kwame. Hold on, I just took down Kwame's stats. Hold on, let me pull it back up here so I can put them side by side. Kwame's first 3 years, the average points per game wise, 4 points, then 7, then 10, as opposed to Tyson Chandler, where he was 6, 9, and then 6 again. So it could potentially, if you do the averages actually might be almost dead even if you average it out.
Do you know the contract situations? Like, because I heard Kwame said Tyson did 5 and 5 and got like 60 million.
But the contract, the first 3 years they're on a rookie deal.
Right. When did the contract negotiations start?
So the contract negotiations generally open up that player's third year. So that third year, the team has what we call a team option for the fourth year. So you can either, most of the time, if it's a very good rookie, what they'll do is they'll offer you a rookie extension.
Yeah.
You can either decline that rookie extension and just play out your last year, and you can be a restricted free agent, which is like similar to what we see Lonzo Ball going through right now. He declined that rookie extension. He's a restricted free agent, and the team can decide to match or not if you find a better offer with another team. So I'm not particularly sure what they actually did when those situations came up. But obviously, I don't like talking about the money side of it and the contract side of it, because that's what you negotiate. If you have a better, if Tyson Chandler had a better agent than Kwame, he's going to negotiate a better deal. It doesn't matter who was better. Like Lou Williams never made over $10 million a year.
Yeah,
but that's not because he's not good. It's because his agent ain't negotiated it for him.
Well, let me say this. That's true. And I think also the narrative, like the media can kind of, get in the way or, of what you can negotiate, because the fans ultimately are, they pay, they you know what I mean? But if you're putting out a certain narrative in the media to kind of like defame me or whatever, like I'm not going to be able to negotiate as easily. But Tyson Chandler never really had associated with his name that he was regressing, he's not getting it, things like that. Kwame Brown did, and I think those things started to pop up in year 3.
Only reason why I say that's not accurate is because these NBA scouts and these teams, they don't really listen to what the media is. They don't use the media as an analyst of a player's game to say this is how much we're going to pay you. They literally break down your game to a T. They pull up hundreds of hours of footage. They look at how you play in the pick and roll. They break down your pick, and they have a stat where they break down your pick and roll efficiency as far as how well was the screen set. Did the screen that you set here, did it result in the guard getting open to create a shot for himself or somebody else? They break down to a T your game. They can tell you things about your game that you don't even know. So again, for us, for Kwame to push the narrative that the media is dictating your money, I don't think that's 100% true, because I want y'all, if y'all have seen one situation, tell me one thing that the media put out on Lou Williams that would have stopped him from making at least $10 million a year.
I think behind the scenes, they say Lou Williams deals with 2 women at a time, and I think the women or the wives or something kind of.
The media, though, okay, if mainstream media publicly come out and put out articles bashing them about this?
Not that I know of, no, but I think it's even more detrimental when you behind the scenes and they start talking like that. If people are talking, if that is people talking, again, that's organizations. Because I've seen
I know it's a story, and I talk about this all the time with Alonzo Trier. Alonzo Trier with the Knicks had a couple of great seasons with the Knicks. He's out of the league now. Why? Well, he couldn't leave the IG models alone. They were coming up to practice, breaking his car windows, messed around and broke one of the other players' car windows, thinking it was his car, causing dysfunction. See, and so when you do stuff and it starts to affect the team, that sometimes some of that off the court stuff, it does affect the team, and that does play a role in the money that you can make, or if you're even a part of the organization. Alonzo Trier, who was really talented, first thing they said was, we got to cut ties with bad seeds. What you're doing off the court is not conducive to winning as far as our culture. So, and we saw when the Knicks got rid of all the bad seeds, look at them this year. Changed their culture. Now they're a 4th seed, even with no offensive firepower whatsoever. Just changed their defense and culture. Now they look like a 4 seed.
So you're not accepting Kwame Brown saying, like, Jordan ruined my career. Like, it just sounds like deflection and lack of accountability.
If he would have been out the league after his 3rd year or 4th year, then yeah, I would accept that, because you out the league. But when you look at his career, what did he play? 13 years? He played 13 years. So he had opportunities with the Sixers, the Warriors, the Charlotte Hornets. Jordan actually signed him again. Detroit Pistons. He had that 1 year with Memphis where he played out 15 games. He played with LA, played with Kobe. Had his 4 years with the Washington Wizards. So what I'm saying is, Jordan was only on your neck 2 of those years. What about the rest of the years? Can we? So are you going to blame somebody at every stop? Did every team have something against you? Because these teams are, and then the team was still paying him millions of dollars. It's hard for me to believe that somebody has something against you, and they're paying you millions of dollars at every stop. No, and it couldn't have been that detrimental to him, because he did. Nobody knows about it because the shoes were hot garbage. But he did, when he was with LA, he did get a shoe deal with Adidas. Yeah, Kwame Brown had a shoe deal in LA. Even amidst all of the talk that he was a bum, even with all the Kobe slandering him, calling him a straight bum, he still got a shoe deal with Adidas. It didn't mess up his money there.
Yeah,
professional victim.
No,
so that's what I'm saying. Like, you can say the media messed up your money. They got you still got a shoe deal with Adidas.
Mm-hmm. He talked about playing through injuries that people never knew about, like his shoulder. He never had surgery on. He wanted to perform so bad. Are you accepting that most players like?
No. Okay. I want you to meet a former NBA player named Dan Palambizio. He showed me his hands. He stuck his hands out. Every finger on his hand looking crooked, hand looking like Mr. Dr. Scissors or Mr. Scissor, Edward Scissorhands, looking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
These players play through knick-knack injuries. They play through this stuff because they know millions and millions of dollars at stake. Yeah. Like, let me tell you, I don't know what job you work at now. You don't even have to say it, but if your job was paying you $5 million a year, and it was really based on you showing up, being available every day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a cold one day, or if you have a little ache here or back, you might deal with that little knick-knack injury here or there to show up to work, because I got that big paycheck coming on the 1st and 15th.
Don't you think Kwame did that?
Yeah, he did. Okay. That's why you can't play with it, because not every NBA player deals with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, you go back to Gilbert Arenas.
Mm-hmm.
More pressure as a 2nd round pick, because you could be out the league at the end of the year. You have no guarantees at all tied to you.
Yeah.
You have to perform or you out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Just like with all these 2nd round picks.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't have the luxury that Kwame Brown had of taking a year off, playing like a bum 1 year and saying, oh, we're going to come back next year and develop. If he came out his rookie year and played like a bum, he'd have been over in China.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you
this. To improve. Yep.
How good could he have been playing alongside Kobe Bryant? In his prime. Kobe Bryant in his prime.
Who are you talking about?
With Kwame Brown, how efficient? Because you don't know when the ball is gonna come to you playing with Kobe.
So are you saying Kobe held him back?
No, I'm saying Kobe is the type of player who you just better go rebound. You know what I'm saying? So to ask somebody to be more assertive scoring, you can't really do that around Kobe. Like Kobe is going to, run the offense and things like that. So Kwame Brown, when he's making his point, he like, man, a great Kobe Bryant, he finna get up 30 shots a night. Like you ain't, you know what I'm saying? You gotta go rebound, set picks. Like that's that Lakers squad Kwame Brown was on.
Okay, so if that's the case, okay. So if that's the case, didn't they immediately replace Kwame Brown with Paul Gasol?
Yep.
And Paul Gasol had no problem getting his 19 points a game.
Yep.
Immediately. And also on that team. Okay, let's say Kwame wasn't even the second option.
Mm-hmm.
You had Lamar Odom, who averaged 11 a game. You had Andrew Bynum, who averaged 15 a game.
Yeah.
You had Derek Fisher, who averaged 10 a game. You had coming off the bench Trevor Ariza, who averaged 9 points a game.
Right.
Even Jordan Farmar found a way to average 6.4 points per game.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, you talk about just rebounding.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Odom was a Mr. He did it all.
Yeah.
He could score 3 points and still have a great game.
Yeah.
That's how good he was.
Yeah.
So he still even averaged 11 points a game as not even a premier scorer on that team. You got to think Lamar Odom was taking 9 shots a game. Derek Fisher was only averaging 8 shots a game.
Yeah.
Gasol averaged 12, and obviously Kobe averaged 20. So Kobe's average that next year, this is the year after Kwame left. Kobe averaging 20 shots a game. You still had 3 other players on this team averaging double figures in shots. So to say the shots aren't there, Kobe cannot shoot the ball every time.
Right.
All right. We know this offense wasn't built around Lamar Odom. Lamar Odom went and manufactured buckets on his own through defense, getting out in transition, playing alongside Kobe. But when you hear Kobe talk about stories where Kobe said, look, they're running the defense this type of way, I'm going to hit you because you're going to be open. And you literally tell Kobe, I don't want the ball because I'm too nervous to make the free throw if they foul me. What the hell? I don't want to hear the sob story about you not getting enough touches. Kobe. So are you telling us Kobe lied? So if that story is capped, then tell us that Kobe lied.
No, Kobe didn't lie, but one thing they left out was this man said his shoulder, something was going on with his shoulder and his ankles. So he was saying like, man, don't, because my shoulder fucked up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm playing through this, so don't do that because I'm going to let the team down. What you think about that?
And if you're on the court, then you're a liability. Then don't play.
But it's more than more like when like Kwame Brown was supposed to be Shaq, a baby Shaq. You know what I'm saying? So what he was supposed to do was catch lobs, bang motherfuckers, defend the ball, set solid screens. To ask him to be a 20-point a night scorer, they didn't develop him into that. They threw him in the league. He was drafted to defend Shaq.
Let me say, who developed Gilbert Arenas into being a 20-point per game scorer? Did he develop himself, or did he wait for the team to develop him?
Oh, this one thing. I think the league allowed him to fail. The league, Gilbert Arenas was supposed to be a first round draft pick. He did something in the pre-draft sequence where he got himself to the second round, but he never had expectations. Gilbert Arenas was a forgotten, and that is what allowed him to flourish.
But the expectation doesn't matter. He had more pressure because if he don't perform, he's out the league. He has no guaranteed contract.
I think. Let me say this, man. The situation up in Golden State. Who did he have to compete with? Mookie Blaylock. You know what I'm saying? Gilbert Arenas was allowed to become Gilbert Arenas, and he put the work in to become that. But Gilbert Arenas went to college. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have with Kwame, man. Like I just gotta. You ain't got no mercy, man. But I understand.
I do have mercy. Hold on, but the thing is, I have to limit how much mercy I give you because it's so many other players who dealt with the same situation, bad organization, bad GMs, trade rumors, injuries, all of that, and still came to work every day. Yeah. And then even when you talk about one of the biggest busts of all time, and Greg Oden, a person who could have sat there and blamed everybody.
He went to college.
He went to college and everything. But what did he say?
College too.
He told me, I said, what happened? The man said honey buns, bro. He looked in the mirror and he said, the only person I can blame is myself because he said, I continuously did things to put more pressure on my knees. I didn't drop weight like I should have. Like they put people around me. They went out of their way to put me in a situation where I could succeed, and I messed it up because of my own diet. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I got respect for him.
Yeah,
because he said that and then after he told me honey buns, then he went into all of the other smaller, finer things where he felt maybe Portland did this wrong here or there. But he started with himself. That's why once he started with himself, now I respect everything you say after that.
Yeah,
Lamont.
Yo, what up?
Can we pull up the word bust and when it came into origin? Because this is the shit that I'm tired of, man. This dude is a professional victim, and he did the bait and switch, and everybody's falling for it. Who feels sorry for him? He ended up being a journeyman. Congratulations, that was a job. After you didn't turn into number one that they picked you for, you turned into a journeyman. So congratulations for you keeping a job for 13 years. That's what you're supposed to do because it's a job. But you did not, you could not, and you didn't want to become the number one pick. And
Here it is right here. Here's the dictionary definition of a draft bust in sports. It is a bust is a highly touted or highly selected draftee that does not meet expectations. This can be due to a variety of reasons, but the most often noted are injury or inability to perform at a professional level. A player is also regarded as a larger bust if more successful players are drafted after them. That's the dictionary definition of a bust.
So Kwame's not a bust then. Kwame can't be a bust.
What?
There was never a high schooler drafted at that position to do better than Kwame Brown.
Hold on. No. A player. Okay, so we'll break it down in statements. A player is also regarded as a larger bust if more successful players are drafted after him. So if you go to Kwame's draft, how many players can we look at that were much more successful than he was in the league?
You tell us. That's a great question. But I was thinking about even years later. Every draft gonna have some phenomenal players. But after that, years after that, how many players after Kwame?
So we pull up the 2001 NBA draft. Okay. So after Kwame, you got Tyson Chandler. You have Paul Gasol. I think both of those guys had better careers, if you're being honest. Eddie Curry, hard to say with Eddie Curry. Eddie Curry stole some money. He got a big contract, and then he got out of shape. So I'll say he's a bust. Jason Richardson, definitely better career. Shane Battier, better career. Oh, Eddie Griffin and Designer Diop, definitely both bust. Eddie Griffin, not as bad, though. Eddie Griffin was actually kind of solid for a few years, but still a bust to be a top 10 pick. You have Rodney White. Joe Johnson was definitely very solid. Vladimir Radmanovic, actually a solid career. Vladimir Radmanovic was a good player. You have Richard Jefferson. Who else in this career? Jason Collins, solid career. Zach Randolph in the 19th pick. Gerald Wallace, Samuel Dellenberg, Tony Parker, number 28 in this draft. Gilbert Arenas, 31 in this draft. All right. When you look at this draft, there are a lot of players. A lot.
Sounds like a real good draft right there, bro.
There are a lot of players. So I'm gonna tell you how many players out of this draft class: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in his draft class made All-Star games. 7 in his draft class below him. Zach Randolph, Tony Parker, Gilbert Arenas, Tyson Chandler made an All-Star game. Paul Gasol made an All-Star game.
Did Gerald Wallace?
I don't think he did. Hold on. The yellow denotes a player who's been selected for at least one. And so those players that I just named also made an All NBA team. Right. So all these players made All NBA teams. Gerald Wallace also made an All-Star game. Mehmet Okur also made an All-Star game. Mm-hmm. Wow, I forgot about that. He did.
Mehmet Okur for who? New Orleans.
I think he made the All-Star team when he was with Utah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. And so what I'm saying is,
so Kwame Brown can't be a bust with that.
But that's what. But yeah. But what I'm saying is, they're saying basically, if you look at this definition, though, this definition means a player is. They're saying the player is even a larger bust if more successful players are drafted after him. So there's a lot of players like Mediocre and Tony Parker and all the making all-star games. Some of them made all NBA teams. Kwame did none of that. It's a lot of players in this draft that had, so that's what they're saying. That makes it even more of a bust. But
do y'all agree? Y'all agree?
But you got to think that people take the term bust to now. And I see why NBA players take offense to it because that's their profession. But in the sports world, as in the sports talk world, I don't think it's just all negative. Look, if you don't live up to the billing of being a number one pick, like Andrew Bogut, he was a number one pick.
Yeah.
As the number one pick, Andrew Bogut was a bust. Did he have a good long career? Yes. He still does not. Number one picks, I expect you to be a franchise player.
Yeah.
What's old boy? Hey, what's old boy for Detroit? Militant.
He's a bust.
Yeah,
a bust.
But he doesn't walk around as such, my brothers. Like he doesn't. Nobody. We have to like throw him in there, but nobody. He's not the poster child. But I want to say this too.
He's not the poster child because he didn't get drafted by Jordan at number one.
Right. Let me say this, Lamont. Thank you too. But you guys hoop before, right? You guys all hoop. If you go to the YMCA, you probably get on the court and beat Jordan out there, right? But if you can get some run in from D1 college athletes and you can get on the floor and hold your own, are you still a scrub? But if you get out there with them D1 players and really stink up the gym, you don't belong out there. So that's why I can't say Kwame Brown is a bust because people keep taking him out of the competition. Now you got drafted with Tony Parker, Gilbert Arenas, Mediocre, Tyson, all these great motherfuckers, and you held it down. And people are still saying you didn't belong in the league when you before Jordan destroyed you. People keep acting like Kwame Brown wasn't in shape or he wasn't drafted to be Baby Shaq. He was drafted to be Baby Shaq, but the situation they mishandled the situation, and everybody's trying to blame Kwame. Now hang on. Go ahead, bro.
So the point I'm trying to make is that as his job definition, he did not fulfill his definition of what he got selected for. So now he's opening the door. So now I got to wait for Jamarcus Russell to come out and start saying he's mad because they labeled him a bust and his ass didn't show up and he didn't become the quarterback that he was supposed to be. I'm not having that, man.
Well, let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. Okay. Hey, Zoe. So let's say I'm the owner of a hardware store. All right. Or let's say I'm an owner of a grocery store. And I say, hey, Zoe, I'm hiring you to be the general manager of this store. You're gonna get paid more. You got a lot of expectation, right? You got a lot of responsibility. But then you come in and the only thing you're doing is you bagging groceries. I'm like, hold on, bro. Like, I appreciate that you bagging groceries. And I appreciate you've been bagging groceries for 13 years, but I brought you in here to be the general manager of this shit, not to bag groceries. I mean, in NBA terms, to do what Kwame did, you usually find the journeyman guys, you usually find them at the bottom of the first round and the second round. Number one, top 10 lottery, that's the general manager of this thing. We need y'all to be the franchise players of this thing. We don't need y'all bagging groceries, man.
I love what you're saying, bro. You got a great point. You just picked me from a lemonade stand. You seen me run a good lemonade stand. You had me come and say, I want you to be the general manager of my place. You didn't develop me. You just seen me run a lemonade stand. You know what I'm saying? So how you gonna be mad at me when I come in here and post?
No. Okay, I'm gonna flip it back on you. You own a lemonade stand, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at you like a prospect, and then you come to me and be like, make me the general manager. I'm gonna run the store the perfect way, man. Trust me. And you come and I bring you in, and you still go to bagging groceries.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like you make it what you want.
From a lemonade stand, one game,
Exactly. Kwame ran game on the Wizards, man. That's the facts.
And then think of bad groceries, and you said, dog, what you supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? So I think you the dummy. Like, but I
Hey,
say this.
no,
If you
but
want to
hey, but check this out.
I
But
like
then
that. That was funny right there. That was funny.
we still got to take out all the qualifying reasons that he said yes. Getting his family out of the ghetto, buying his mama a house, buying his mama a car. We get all of that. You did that because the bag was in your face. But you said, sign me as the number one. You won't regret it. You said that. He said that out of his mouth. And he let them down. He let himself down. So then when people talk shit about him, now there's a problem. And you wait 20 years later. I'm not buying that, man. That does not qualify you as a man. And you got everybody caping for your ass. It's not cool.
Say, in Kwame's defense, right, is that nobody, like every other high schooler, I talked about all these other players, right? Everybody that my brother named, they didn't have the expectations he had, right, to be the general manager or to come run the franchise. Nobody was drafted to do that, right? Everybody was drafted to fail. We want y'all to
Hold on. You think Kwame came in with that level of expectation?
Shaq was dominating. We need the answer for this. Who is up next to come handle this big bully? So
yeah, but what I'm saying is Washington was already a bad team. Like,
right. But the reason why they drafted him because Shaq, somebody got to answer Shaq. That's why people are ignoring that. Who the fuck?
Okay, no. Can we put that in perspective though? If you're Washington and you're in the Eastern Conference and the Lakers are in the Western Conference, how many times are you gearing up to play Shaq? 4 times a year?
Jordan
two if you're in a different coast. Just
Jordan was probably looking into the future, like, you know what? If we get there, we gonna have to have somebody to body up with him. And everybody that's available, out of all of them, only Kwame is probably the beast of the, you know what I'm saying? Out of all these cats, that's why they picked him number 1 overall. But he was, in my line, Lamont, wasn't he the Shaq answer to Shaq? Wasn't that's what
supposed to be? Now, Zoe, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, if Kwame Brown got traded to the Sixers like he said he should have got traded, does he have the same career or better?
He flourishes. He does much better.
I mean, maybe you never know.
Man,
but one thing that doesn't change because he changed teams a lot throughout his career. He changed teams a lot, but the one thing that didn't change was his production.
Exactly. So how many teams? Okay, so how many teams did you say Lamont he went to?
I think like
7?
5 or 6. It was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Okay, so you got a revolver. It only has 6 shots. You got to be at least ready for one of them. So if you didn't become that dude, that first pick dude on your first team, you had other chances to come that dude, and you didn't.
Brandon Ingram struggled. He showed promise in LA. When he got switched and put in a different situation, he turned into an all-star instantly. I mean, we see certain players, right? Flourish. Put him in a new situation. First, but it's a funny thing. I like D'Angelo Russell because we saw him when he went to the Nets, flourished, all-star level type of player. Then he goes to Golden State in a different situation, doesn't have as much success, doesn't work as well. Then he goes to Minnesota. Now he's dealing with injuries and also chemistry with that team. It don't look as good. But at least at one of those stops, and what's up, little gamer, he showed that he could be an all-star. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so he didn't miss. He wasn't a miss everywhere. Lonzo wasn't a miss. It only took Lonzo to switch one team before we saw what he could be. Same thing with Brandon Ingram. What better opportunity to flourish is when you put you alongside of Kobe.
All them Lakers players too, bro. Them Lakers players, all of them got out from under that organization and they thrive. But the organization,
Jordan Clarkson,
pressure.
Jordan Clarkson, 6th man of the year.
Yeah, and they, you know, the reason what I'm thinking, like I say, man, of expectations. We like if you ever hoop, man, and you were expected to make that last, that shot at the buzzer, like that's pressure that a lot of us can't handle, man. And I think the same thing, like we trying to ignore the fact that Kwame Brown was the Shaq answer. And in that league in the 2000s, the power forward and the 4 and the 5 positions were dominant positions. And where every night you got to go up against a motherfucking killer. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to act like Kwame Brown was a bust, but man, to be on the floor with that greatness during that period of time. Go ahead.
But look, we're not saying he wasn't a solid journeyman. I tell people all this, look, as a journeyman, as just a solid big to come off the bench and give me 20 minutes a night, and solid, great career.
He worked his job.
But as a number one pick, he was not a franchise player. And there was not one season in the NBA where it looked as if, yeah, he could be the franchise player. Like, and whatever reason. But for me, like I said before, I'm always going to be a big proponent of when you get to the NBA, everybody is good. Everybody nice. It's about who works the hardest. People who, are you going to be a gym rat like Gilbert Arenas? Or are you going to be one of them dudes that's chasing the females like Alonzo Tripp?
Let me ask you a question. Can you pull up Kwame's first game? Because I think he had 20 that night.
He might have.
And
Let me pull it up.
Like that, when he says they called me a bust, like it doesn't make sense. How much did he have his first night?
Hold on, let me see. 2000. That was what, 2001, 2002?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Let me pull it up here. All right, so first game, regular season against the Knicks. Hold on. Where's the box score?
He scored 2 points.
Man. Well, how many minutes?
11 minutes.
Okay.
Hold on. Right. Hold on. I'll make sure I find it. Hold on. What? Are you talking about the game against the Knicks?
It was a home game.
Yeah, the game against the Knicks.
Was they on the road? Maybe it's first home game.
His first game ever was against the Knicks. They lost.
Okay.
Here's the box score right here. I'm tripping. Box score. Kwame Brown had. Hold on. Kwame Brown was even in rotation. Those are the starters. Oh yeah, Kwame Brown had 2 points in 11 minutes his first game. Okay. Second game against the Atlanta Hawks. Kwame Brown did not dress. His third game home against the Philadelphia 76ers. Kwame Brown
went off.
Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong team here. Okay, here's his Wizards. Kwame Brown he did not play.
Oh, okay.
He did not play.
So that's 2. He didn't suit up.
So then he goes on the road against the Pistons. They lost. They went on a nasty losing streak too. A nasty losing streak. He did not dress again. So I'm assuming he was dealing with some type of knick-knack injury. Yeah, they went on like a damn near 10-game losing streak or some shit.
He was playing in those games?
Nah, he did not play. Okay, he came back against this game. He came back and missed the losing streak. He came back against the Knicks again, and he dropped 2 points.
How many minutes?
Hold on. Did I click the right game? I don't click. No, he came back against the Celtics. Let me see if he came back. I clicked the wrong thing. That was my fault. No, he did not play. He said he was not with the team.
Okay.
So how many games was he out? He started his career.
He returned, Lamont. He returned against the Warriors.
Okay, so he returned against the Warriors. I got it right here.
Then he dropped 10 points.
Kwame Brown, 10 points.
How many minutes?
34 minutes.
Okay.
10 points, 4 rebounds.
They lost?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they got thrashed.
Yeah. What Jordan were?
Then they played the Supersonics the next night. And what did he do? So they played the Supersonics and against Gary Payton and them boys.
Uh-huh.
And Kwame Brown. Oh, starting lineup in the Kwame Brown. Played 30 minutes. 5 points.
Uh-huh.
6 rebounds.
Yeah.
In 30 minutes.
So basically what you're saying is he's the dude that says he's with all the girls and you never see him with a girl.
Well, the one thing, and again, look, I don't know how much to read into a lot of the stuff that's said, but the one thing that was alarming to me was I forgot what player it was. I think it was Gilbert. Or was it Gilbert? I can't remember who it was. But a player came out and said that
hey, where is that static coming from? There's a lot of static.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, meet your mic. But there was a player who came out and said that he was like, oh, it was Nick Young. Nick Young came out and said, he was like, yeah, Doug Collins said he benched him towards the end of the year. And he said that when the season was over, when in Washington, he was like, well, why'd you bench me? I was having, I was hooping. And Doug Collins was like, yeah, you've been hanging around Kwame Brown too much. He's like, that's a bad seed. And so I want to know, why was Kwame Brown looked at as a bad seed? Because we know Nick Young wasn't an Angel player. He wasn't one of the Angel players on nobody's team. And for the coach to come to Nick Young and say Kwame Brown's a bad seed, what was going on there? And sometimes I feel like it's just deeper than it's deeper than what some people like to expose. And that's why I say, was he doing everything possible to be successful on the court? Or was Wes Unseld right? When Wes Unseld said he was lazy, late to practice, or just missed practice, and when he did show up, he wasn't working hard. Was Wes Unseld lying? Possibly. But the one thing that doesn't help Kwame is that your production on the court proves Wes Unseld to probably be more true than false. Because you're a talented player. You showed it in the pre-draft workouts. You were tearing everybody up. But yet when you get to an NBA level, you get all this money in your pocket, everything changed.
Mm-hmm. Now, Kwame Brown said he was one of the few that said to these motherfuckers, or whoever, the people, the investors or whatever, why I'm gonna put my money there? Why can't I go do this with my money? He was one of those people. You know what I'm saying? And he said that's
what do you mean?
Everybody else will let them people take their millions and invest it. Hey, put your money over here, invest it here. And he said, he was one of them that said, no, I want to go do something in the community. I want to go do this. I was poor before. And he said that was what got him ostracized and got him kind of exiled, because he wouldn't you think about all these players that come from these inner city communities, they don't have their own mind, especially when the millions are on the line. They capitulate. How many people made it to the league and just changed up who they were? Man, I can't hang with you no more, homie, because you bad for my brand or some shit like that. So Nick Young.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of players that do that.
Yeah, so people like Nick Young, they want him, man. Boy, what you hear? You ain't here to be free. And I think him hanging around Kwame Brown while Doug Collins separated them was because maybe Kwame Brown was asking too many questions about, man, what you finna do with your bread, or what they, he was probably giving them game and shit like that. And that's
you're saying that the coaches ask the players what they doing with their money? I
think not only the coaches, but when you in the NBA, man, you are insulated from the world. You do not know, them dudes.
That's not true.
Well, let me say this: you absolutely right, but they better not act like they know. You better act like you don't know, because people that's in the hood, like Kwame Brown is saying, y'all got the millions to really change all these situations. Milwaukee, is all these NBA millionaires and whatever in the league, they can go to the hood right now and transform it, but they are told not to do that. And who told? So this actually got leaked out because Steph Curry didn't want it to get leaked out, but when Steph Curry donated that $10 million to building a whole bunch of community centers across the state of California, he didn't want to publicize it, because he didn't want it, to make it about him. But information got leaked out that he did it. Nobody tells Steph not to do that.
And that was money. He didn't send it to some organization and let them disperse it. He sent it directly. That money went directly to building funds and to the direct building and from the ground up to all of these community centers across California.
Right.
And it's just like I don't see that happen. These players put their money where they want it. When we saw Kyrie Irving donate, I think it was like $2 million to pay some of the WNBA players' salaries.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Lamont. You said the players put their money where they want it. Do you think any of those players want to own the team?
Yeah.
So it's all about what you're allowed to buy. So I think all those players want to be able to accumulate.
Yeah, but do you know how much money it takes to buy a team?
It takes what the NBA players got. You know how much they pay.
And even if you got the money to buy a team, you can have the money all you want.
That's
they choose who they sell to, and so
now you see what I'm saying. Now you can't.
Yeah, but that's with any business. I can't be like if you have a house, I can have the money all I want. You can choose to sell it to somebody else. You just might like the way they look. Like you can choose you don't. That's the society that we live in. Just because you got the money, don't mean you could just buy your way into any situation.
Now, why is that? Because it's a certain thing. It's the right money and the wrong money.
That's just how it is. That's just the society that we live in. Because you even have the you can do that with your own goods.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off.
No, I'm just saying you can do that with your own goods. You can have a PlayStation on offer up.
Yeah.
I might come to buy it. You're like, nah, I don't want to sell it. A little kid might come.
Yeah.
And you might be like, you know what? I'll give it to you for $50 just because like you can. That's the society we live in. You can, and I don't get mad at that. But I've seen Black ownership groups put in bids for teams. We saw Alex Rodriguez. We got Jordan. He put in and see because they also look at your ownership group. Like if you and you got to be able to bring something to the table as an owner in the NBA. If you're not bringing partnerships, if you're not bringing a whole, if your ownership group ain't bringing nothing that's going to be a benefit to the NBA, they might not go with your purchasing package.
Absolutely.
So we gotta. So when we say this, like when we look at these situations where maybe someone, a Black person, was trying to buy a team, how about we look at his ownership group that he was bringing along with him? What were they all going to be bringing to the NBA? Was it what the NBA did? Some of these people in his ownership group have ties to, let's say, Vegas and gambling or things like that. Because the guy who was affiliated with DraftKings tried to get in on an ownership group with who was it? Yeah, it was a team that just sold, but they had to kick him off the ownership group because DraftKings now has links to the black market. So that's all I'm saying is bigger than some of the stuff that we just see. It's not always as much as we want to make it the racial component. Sometimes it's not the racial component.
Well, I disagree. I think everything is race based because I think we were here when they were building America, and like we should have a stake in owning things, but we've been locked out of the ability to own, even though we've had the resources to do such. We were here in an inception. So when they were building this stuff, they never gave you an opportunity to come own anything. And I think
I don't think that's true. In the 60s, there was a lot of black businesses owners. And then obviously with the civil rights movement and some of the welfare movements to set in place, you had the war on drugs that put a lot of black men in jail for petty crimes. That's what really decimated some things there in the households. That's what I believe. But
so let me ask you this: who built the NBA? Like who generates the revenue? As far as like what the NBA is.
The primary revenue generator for the NBA is media companies,
and they came. Without the players, absolutely, they put they do the great job at marketing the NBA, but the players, if you ask me, take Michael Jordan out the NBA, what do you got? Why do people watch it?
Yeah, but if you take Jordan out the NBA as well, he's just a good basketball player in your neighborhood.
Let me ask you this too: how valuable is Jordan far as monetary? Like, how much money is he worth?
Billions now.
No, I'm talking about if he got everything that he earned, like his brand. If he owned his brand, how much would?
It's not about you only get in business. You get what you negotiate. Jordan got every penny that he negotiated for. So the thing is, Chandler Parsons did not deserve all the money he got, but you can say that, but he got it because his agent negotiated it. The same thing with a lot of players who, let's say, had bad contracts, but that you get what you negotiate. Bees, I knew Bees was going to
Yeah.
get. Bees loves talking about stuff like this because he's real big on this. Just anything with, like, when you talk about this money with these players, and you talk about ownership groups in the NBA, like, you know how the NBA can turn down certain, like Donald Trump got turned down from buying a football team, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like, why did they? He's white.
Mark Cuban got turned down from buying the Mets.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why did they turn Donald Trump down?
Because
he didn't have the connections. Wrong
an
guy.
Exclusive group.
But they don't want to be affiliated with that type.
It's gotta want to be affiliated with you.
Facts. And so we see situations where they will turn you down if you white. And that, we talking about the guy who turned out to be the president of the United States, got rejected from buying the team.
And that's why I think it's going to be really hard for LeBron to be an owner. I think a lot of these owners harbor ill will against him. And I don't know if he's going to be an owner in the NBA.
Do you know there was a law passed in 1866 that was to like, okay, after you free these slaves, you can't prevent them moving forward from owning anything. You gotta release them from slavery. So one of the things how they re-enslaved us is like, don't let them own anything. So right now, these owners deserve what? Like, we really need to talk about that. And I think that's why Kwame Brown is dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. So
if we had
you talking about basketball?
Huh?
You talking about basketball owners?
Yeah, because I want to talk about why Nick Young shouldn't be around Kwame Brown. Like, Nick Young shouldn't be around. Huh?
That's cap, bro.
What's cap?
Well, one thing doesn't have anything to do with the other.
Yeah. Let me make my point. So because you was locked out then, but there was laws in place to say you just can't free this man to just free him. You got to make sure he can build something. You know what I'm saying? And there was that law of 1866 is now we can see the effects that they really didn't. Like, we didn't do enough to protect that, because now we, like my brother said, you get what you negotiate, right? We shouldn't even be negotiating with people outside of ourselves, because we should have, like they talked about the ABA, we should have a competition with the NBA. We are the NBA, and there should be no reason why Jordan has to negotiate. Jordan is what the people came to see. To me, Jordan is worth $200 billion. You know what I'm saying? But instead of Jordan getting that because his family was locked out, never given an opportunity to own anything, like, he has to go negotiate. And that's what I think what Kwame Brown is saying. We got to deconstruct that, because why are we negotiating when we actually
remember when I spoke with Kwame Brown, though? Remember when I spoke with Kwame Brown, he kicked me off.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was trying to get across to him was, you're pushing coding. Coding is a 9-to-5 job. Why don't you push entrepreneurship, engineering, the people who own? See, the thing is that some of the stuff that you're saying, it's about our mindset going into it. We ain't raising businessmen. We ain't raising business owners. We ain't raising people. We ain't raising our kids to have this entrepreneurial mindset, but yet you expect your kid to like how do you expect your kids to be entrepreneurs if you ain't showing them entrepreneurship to a certain degree?
Let me say this, in his narrative, now I'm not trying to defend him, but he says he knows men that had 3 trades, right? And if you had 3 trades, you can fire this man, or you couldn't talk to this man. He was able to stand up and go get a job across the street. So he's saying we need trades so that these men can stand erect. So that
Let me ask
trades
you
are 9-to-5 jobs.
Let me ask you a
question. You need to be the electrician, barber, and a mechanic.
Most trades are union jobs. Not all, but most. That they pay pretty well, right? My best homie, he a carpenter. I think he makes $51 an hour here. Here's the problem.
Hold on. Hey, Zoe, you got like a crackling noise coming out your mic. I'll put you on mute. That's why I put you on mute. I wasn't trying to cut you down.
Jobs are slowly being taken out of the system. You got machines building houses now. And before too long, you're going to have very, very few people actually building. So is it viable going forward? It is right now, maybe for the next 20 years. But I think it was 9 months ago in New York, they sold the first house built by a machine. How do you fight against that?
True.
Really can't. Man.
Hey, I agree. Look, trades are great right now for the time being. Like, if you're a young adult right now about to go into the workforce, if you've been struggling, if you had troubles in, let's say, criminal background troubles, and you're looking for a trade to get a job right now, it's great right now. But if you're talking about kids, if you're looking 10, 20, 30 years from now, what jobs are going to be available when they're on the job market? Jobs are going to look completely different. It's going to be tech jobs. So we got Shante. She says teaching kids coding and trades won't hurt them. No, it won't hurt them, Shante. But what I say is what we need to be doing is when we teach these things in our homes, we can also teach them things because you're going to have to be able to supplement in the future. You're going to have to be able to supplement trades with technology. You're going to have to be able to supplement that with entrepreneurship because you may need to start your own business. My thing right here, if you're going to teach your kid coding right now as an 18-year-old going into the workforce, you need to also teach them about marketing and entrepreneurship because they're probably just going to be freelance coders and they're going to need to be able to sell their services somehow. So if they're a freelance coder and they don't know how to market their services to anybody, then how are they going to make any money? Because most coders are not walking out the door with a certificate, walking up to Apple and Google saying, hey, I got my certificate now. Let's sign me up for the $100,000 job that I saw online. That's not how it works. Because those people, the people who get those jobs usually have master's degrees and usually have some background in electrical engineering to a certain degree. That's what I'm saying. That's the point that's missing. And so supplement it with viable knowledge. Just coding alone is nothing. And hold on. And we got Elder. He says, if you're a skilled laborer, you will always have work. But what we're saying is we're talking 20 years from now. We're talking everything's becoming automated. All right. I can't even remember. I don't remember the last time I had to call an HVAC technician to fix something. Like the machines and some of the things that are coming out, as these things advance, they're going to be built to last longer. They're going to become more automated. And then also to learn how to fix some of these things, because all of these HVAC systems and plumbing systems, they're also going to become more automated. Right? They're going to involve more technology. So your traditional plumber may also need to understand some degree of programming or electrical engineering just to fix these things. When Teslas today, there's still going to be Teslas on the road. These same 2020 Teslas, 20 years from now are still going to be on the road. But you cannot take a Tesla to just your general everyday mechanic over there on the hood. He's going to look at you like you're crazy. He's going to say you need to take this to Tesla so a mechanical engineer can fix it. These cars are going to all look similar and be built similar to Teslas in the future. So a traditional auto mechanic, that job is slowly going to transition into a tech job.
Actually, Elder, if you check it out, the first home built in America with no people, all machine, was sold 9 months ago.
They're building them. They're building homes. They're building 3D homes. They're building homes.
Yeah, it was a printer look. Yeah.
Hold up, excuse me.
But do that spread across this country, or is that just in a relegated area where?
Oh, time out. Y'all ain't gonna breeze through that. Hold up.
What?
How can you build? They just built a home with a computer now.
You can go on YouTube and watch it.
Like, hold up, installation and all that,
everything, ground up.
Get the fuck out of here.
No. You still had tradespeople come in.
I'm about to say, get the fuck out of here. Hell
yeah,
no.
Hold on. But look. At Walmart, you still need a cashier to man the self-checkout line. You don't need 13 cashiers running 13 different cash registers. You just need one cashier managing 9 or 10 different self-checkout units. So what that does is it reduces the need for multiple trains. So all we're saying is the jobs available are going to shrink because of automation. You're going to still need those people that go in and to manage it, but the amount of workers you need is going to decrease. So all I'm saying is let's train for the future. Don't train for, especially if you're training your kids, just prepare them for what's coming in the future.
I agree with Elder. I feel like if you a skilled man, bro, it's gonna always be work out here if you know how to work with your hands, bro. Like it's just some shit computers can't get in the way. Like me being a cook, you can't put a motherfucking computer in my way.
The main industry.
No, I'm saying you can't put a computer in none that I do, dog, because everything is in his hand.
Yeah, but that's it. What he essentially saying. Yeah, no, you're right. What he essentially saying is that tech is gonna eliminate most of the ways where traditionally you make money with your hands, tech is going to take over that. So yeah, cooking would always be something that's out here that you can't replicate with a machine, but you can replicate driving and like shit like that. What he talked about, like, you know what I'm saying, like other areas, like you can supplement that, but you can't with cooking. So that's rare. The majority of the jobs are going to be taken with machines. Like this is just the beginning of that tech industry building the house. Like Bees just said, this is recent, but 20, 30 years from now, they gonna get better. It's gonna get better, and then it's gonna get better. So then you gonna eliminate a whole nother fucking industry, jobs, essentially. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's all coming. This is just the beginning of it.
Well, I think, can I say something? I think like that's for white people, man. I think if you got a hood, like that might be
what?
But here you go with this, bro.
He done
Here you go with this, bro. Come on, bro.
With that talking, we talking like, hey, wait, in the hood, wait, we talking like in the hood. Wait,
Nigga, you been live for 3 hours, the 1,300 hours, nigga. You been live for some more, nigga. Fuck out of here.
And check out that link I put in the private chat.
No, just check this out.
Fucking robot making a hamburger, bro.
Boy,
Hold on.
Fuck out of here.
Hold on. Who's putting this car together, y'all? Tell me who's putting the car together. I want y'all to tell me. Look, it's here. Who's putting it together? Now, soon what's going to happen is
what the engine and shit is.
Soon what's going to happen is
they're going to do all that.
They're going to be able to, robots are going to be able to fix cars soon. Just like Microsoft right now is designing AI robots who code.
Okay, that's why I came in for, Lamar, because I knew you was gonna bring that up.
I'm just gonna let the video play since y'all don't believe me.
I knew you was gonna bring that up.
I'm just gonna.
This is real life, bro.
When you say AI is coming in for coding,
I'm just gonna let the video play.
That's like saying autocorrect is gonna take the place of writers and authors. It's not, bro.
Yeah.
All this AI stuff is gonna do. All it's gonna do is enhance the human civilization. It's not. We're not.
That shit faster, yeah.
Right.
Look.
It's not gonna replace anybody, bro.
It takes one author. Okay, it takes one author to have the creativity to write a book. That's just one job, right? But you're talking about the mass production of that book.
But
that's automated.
Okay.
That's automated now.
Okay, but here's what I'm telling you, Lamar. Okay, so when we thinking about like what the robots are gonna do, we're thinking like in a 40-hour, 5-6 workday week, right? What I'm telling you is that thanks to
breaks.
No. What I'm saying, right? You're right, Bees. What I'm saying is that like when we say they're gonna replace, yes, they're gonna replace that, but what I'm saying is we're gonna have more creativity, more time to do different things, and more jobs are gonna come from this. Hell, we might fucking around be able to get to the moon finally.
More tech jobs.
We're not about to talk about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm a chill.
Like, look at this right here, bro. Like, just look at this, and they doing this with houses, and it's like Lamont said, it's going to relegate this type of work to just one person can do 10 different things at the same time.
Yeah.
So, what good is a human being? All it is helping the economy because you don't have to pay that many people.
Give me a human that's efficient, working on something.
What is he building right now, Lamont?
A car.
A car.
To the brother, but these cars right here, how much you think these cars are going to be worth?
It's a Subaru.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a basic car right here. This ain't even a fancy car. This is a regular Subaru.
Think about it, bro. Like,
hold on,
how much y'all think these cars are going to be worth?
It's actually going to be cheaper.
Thank you,
When you automate cars like this, when you automate them, it makes it cheaper. It's called mass production.
Right, exactly.
Get cheaper.
So this is why. And how much are cars now?
Expensive.
They like 40,000, 30,000, right? So this is gonna be a good.
Yeah.
So this is gonna. So that money has to go somewhere else. And I see
in people who own the company's pockets.
Yeah.
That's
so they can build better technology. So
they ain't about to. It's a lie when y'all think they're gonna invest it in people. They ain't gonna invest that shit.
What you see right here.
No, I didn't say that.
This is gonna get better. This is just a beginning version of this. You're gonna see a better version of what's going on now 10, 20 years from now. This is just the beginning, bro. So
how many humans have y'all seen in this whole process, y'all?
Zero.
Hold on. The robot is welding right now. The robot just took the job of a welder.
Right.
Look, he's welding.
So that's another job taken away.
You can't afford it. They locking you out. You not gonna be
Man,
able
you
to.
can
But
afford
bro,
a
here's tone
Subaru.
talk, dude. Bro, chill out, bro. Like, come on, we really trying to have a
Bro,
real
don't be emotional
intellectual
and cut me
debate,
off.
bro.
You gotta hear me out, my brother. Don't dismiss me. Just hear
Bro,
me
it's
out.
just because you
Hold on,
just gonna
let
say
him
the
talk.
white
Let him
Let
talk.
man,
him
bro.
talk. Nah, hold
Let
on.
him
Let him
talk.
talk. Let
Let
him
him go,
talk.
man.
Let
You
him
being
talk.
emotional.
No, I'm
Go
not.
ahead,
Go
Zo.
ahead. Go ahead,
That
Zo.
that
Go ahead.
salary is gone because that robot is there. Now that's a purchaser. That salary is a purchaser of what that vehicle would have been. The people that used to make the cars could buy the cars. Now the machine has eliminated that job. Who's gonna buy that car? Where is that person that's going to buy that car? The machine can't buy it, so you making cars and you eliminating jobs. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
What drives our economy today, bro?
Talking about that's not how he started though. He was saying we locked
No.
out. That's
I'm
how he
just
started
asking
it
him a
though.
question. What drives our economy today?
Wait,
Debt. America is so indebted. What's going to stop someone from go financing this car that they already do now?
I just want look, Al. How many humans have y'all seen involved in this whole process of making a car? This is the physical labor. See, this was used to be physical labor jobs that put this car together. Now it's all robots, and then robots are going to start doing more and more
So
and
if
more.
you
So
want
what
to
the
check,
jobs are going to transition to? The jobs are going to be transitioning to who's the best electrical engineer. If you know how to program and make these robots, not coders. That's not what a coder does. Then you are going to be ahead of the market. That's all I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Why not
Somebody
teach again?
crackling.
Teaching a kid coding. That's Zoe with the crackling. Teaching a kid coding is good, but let's keep that coding shit at home. Teach that kid, advance your kid at home. Don't wait on the schools to say. Don't wait on the schools to come around and be like, oh yeah, we're going to teach coding, and then they fuck it up. Just teach it at home and let your kid know the importance of entrepreneurship. Start the importance of being able to whatever you do, turn it into some type of business, whatever. But we be thinking too small minded. Yeah, we think 9 to 5. We think about having a trade job so we can work a 9 to 5 for the next 60 years. We don't think about having a trade job so we can start our own company and retire when we 45.
Show the one with the houses, Lamont. Could you show
Come on, I
that
keep
one?
trying to tell you though, dog. A lot of people don't think like bosses, bro. You think like a boss. Some people don't want to be a boss. Some people just fine with their life, just getting up and just going to work, dog. Like it just got some people out here just wired different, bro.
Yeah, but the
Everybody
work
don't want to be bosses out here, Lamont.
but the work is got all of these jobs, the traditional work as we know it, is going to start transitioning into more tech savvy jobs. You're going to have to be more tech savvy. You're going to have some degree or understanding of this technology to even have some of these jobs. So we're saying we just got to evolve with the workplace. We're not evolving.
What I think that there's a point to where there's an amount of labor that'll never be taken away.
Mm-hmm.
But those positions will become so competitive as
what I came here to say, B.
Yeah,
They're gonna become so competitive where the earnings gonna decrease for them.
Yep.
That's what people not realizing. So virtually people not gonna be able to make a living. And that's really what I came here to say. But
But
y'all go ahead.
But Bees, hold on, wait a minute. How many these car factories we're talking about right now, majority of them don't even operate in America. They go to Mexico and all these other different places to manufacture.
Why?
Because it's cheaper labor.
Cheaper.
So what I'm saying is though, this isn't even using the car example is not even relevant to us at all as Americans because we don't even produce these anyway.
Okay, so as in the current dynamic, why do you believe we're going green?
You educate me, Bees. I got my own thing, but I want to hear your opinion.
So the wealth of a country isn't money. It's production.
Right, it's production, GDP, right, exactly.
We don't produce nothing here.
True.
30 to 40% of our GDP is now funded by the government. So
I just watched this.
So the less and less things that we actually make here.
What the fuck?
You see how it's putting on layers? It's layers, like you know what I'm saying. Just watch the machine. And it's not like a solid like block or nothing like that. How you would see a person do it. It's literally like a 3D. It's a 3D printout Like,
It's
look
a
at that.
3D
Look at this.
home.
I told you they sold the first one in New York for like $300,000.
This is gonna be the norm.
It's gonna be the norm. I don't know why people don't see this. You see how it's being
Hold on.
put on
Who's
layer
laying the
by
bricks
layer.
there? Hey, who's laying? Where? That's a bricklaying job. It's a union job. That's a machine laying the bricks right there.
They ain't paying nobody no workers' insurance, workman comp.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hold on, I'm
Look
just
at
gonna
this
let it
house.
play. People be calling me crazy.
That's a manor type house too, like a
Hold on,
slave
how many?
quarter.
You see one person manning that whole machine. You don't have a whole construction crew. You're just gonna see small crews of robot technicians.
But bro, it's so much that can go wrong though. Like, bro, like if oh man.
Yeah, but
hey,
you know what though? Here's the problem. Look, the thing is, if a machine mess up, you don't have to worry about no workers' compensation. Somebody get hurt on the job. You got so many. Your liability decreases. You don't have to worry about nobody calling off sick. The robot always gonna be there to work.
And the only
cut your costs
the only
dramatically.
the
Hold on, what is
only
that?
true
Robots.
the initial
Robots doing the work. You can say it's an ugly
and
house.
they talk about doing this to the warehouses too. You know, warehouse is a prominent job in America, which people make a considerable amount of money.
I won't
But
trust
once
the
you
house
come
built
in
by
and-
robots without human hands doing some work too. Hold on. This lane is laying bricks just like a human would. Stop it, man.
In a way faster rate. They
And it's doing it
sped
faster.
this video up, but it's still moving faster as a human because it's already programmed in layers. So like it's you know what I'm saying, it's not really gonna have too many glitches. And you gotta think this just a start product. By the time they push this product on a mass level, it's way better than this. This is just the beginning of that, bro. It's gonna be way better. They're gonna be able to do anything.
Game
Literally,
over,
I'm-
homie. Checkmate.
It's getting to the hey, you know what, nigga? I think our robot gonna happen to us in a couple of years, nigga. We keep going to all these motherfucking computers. That's what's gonna happen.
Nah, look,
Computers gonna
hold on.
take over the world. Watch what I say.
All I'm doing, y'all, I'm just telling y'all what the future is gonna look like. And if you know what the future is gonna look like, look, okay. If you got a kid, imagine if you got a kid at 5 years old, and you showing them this video. Shit, you just putting your kid ahead. Help your kids understand that this is what the future is gonna be. This type of technology. That's all.
Hey, can I say something, Lamont? Let me say something. Like
this is not a certificate
one thing
coder.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me say this. One thing that we got to factor in is who's running these industries. Like who's in control of these industries? Because one thing about being black is that well, let me say this. They're starting to import like it ain't just white people. It's like Indians. See, man, you ain't letting me finish. You being emotional, homie. Let's just have a conversation, my dude.
Finish. Go
Maybe
ahead.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
make
Go
sense
ahead. Go
if
ahead.
you let me. It's not just white people. They are like who's running Silicon Valley? Who's in control of like all these industries that like China is producing a lot of US products? Like but for black people, right? Somebody just said we don't own nothing. I'm just telling you the play on the board, man, is they trying to really box us out. So they automating everything, right? But who like when we make our kids into these people, right? It's people right now that are affluent, right? That's made themselves into what America's asked them to make themselves into, right? Only to get to the access point and be denied access because you don't have the right complexion for the connection, or you don't have the right connection. Tell me I'm lying.
No, it's gonna get worse, my brother. Not better. Not better.
So my brother talking about, hey, we ain't supposed to this white man. Man, listen, you can want to be successful all you want. When you get to that access point, when you get to that door and you knock on it and you say, hey, man, I got the degree, I got the know-how. They gonna say, no, I would rather pick this Indian child that looks like me.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this then. Let me do this then. Okay, if that what you're saying is true, so you basically saying because you think they won't hire you, don't go learn it.
Defeated ass mentality.
No. I'm saying learn it, but I'm telling you, tell the truth about what's happening to our people that are.
The thing is, here's the problem. Here's the problem with the tech world, y'all. Here's the problem. It's not enough black kids going deep into this tech game. It's not enough black kids staying in these STEM programs. It's not enough kids finishing out their degree programs. Electrical engineering is one of the hardest degrees to finish. Same thing with mechanical engineering. They not finishing out these programs to even get an opportunity to get to the doorstep of some of these jobs. It's not enough. How do you expect them to hire black people to do these jobs if it ain't nothing?
So everybody else
up here in Seattle, they put it on the evening news one afternoon asking black parents to bring their kids down and sign them up for some of the STEM programs here. You know how many showed up?
None.
Eight. They got 8 kids. They came on the news in the afternoon.
Beach, you know another thing too, like what Lamar was just saying, only in the STEM field, only 6% of black graduates graduated in STEM. 6%. The number one degree black people get is like it was sociology, history, and it was some other bullshit. Yeah. So I mean, to the brother, look, so I ain't trying to go at you, bro, but I just know that tone talk. I'm broke, living in a 1-bedroom apartment, defeatist mindset, bro. I understand what Tone be, and I know that's where you got it from, bro. Bro, he is a hater. He hates on everybody black.
He is a hater. Hey, Zoe, I got a question for you. Some of these 3D houses, there's some of these 3D houses, and I'm showing you. I'm gonna put one on the screen right here. I'm gonna tell you how much you can buy one for. You saying if you had an opportunity to buy one for $4,000, you wouldn't buy it?
Hell no, I ain't even gonna care.
A home?
Nope.
Just look at how it's constructed
Must
after
be crazy.
this, and then I mean,
a whole home for $4,000. I want you to show me another home you can buy for $4,000.
I would buy it for $4,000. Is that how much they going for?
Yes.
Well, no, the one in New York went for $300,000.
I do
It's
something
probably much bigger though.
If you pull up the one in New York, it was like 1,800 square feet.
That's significant in New York because it's so tight on space in New York. Like, it's a different like brand because they value space more out there. You had the littlest fucking houses going for
bathrooms being they damn bedrooms. Hell no. They kitchens being they goddamn living rooms in New York.
No, the one that they built because they've been doing this outside the United States, and that's where most of those ones you just saw is. But the one that I was talking about, I'll see if I can find it. Because they give a tour of the house when they had the open house. They show you the house built from start to finish, and I think it hit the market for
$300K really ain't
$90,000 in New York.
Hey, you will give it to Lamar so he can put it on the big screen. I want to see that shit.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, $300K for a home in New York is actually cheap.
Yeah, it is.
Hold up, upstate New York or what?
Anywhere
in New York.
$300K for a home in New York, that's cheap.
$300K in California.
You ain't even talking about the richer places like White Plains and Hoboken and all these different places. Like, that's dirt cheap. That'll be considered the projects in Hoboken or Tribeca or any of these places.
True pressure. If it's not 4K, then why don't you go look it up? They're making some of these automated homes because what they're doing with this, they're using it under the guise, and I don't know if this is true or not, but they're saying they can eliminate homelessness because they can build these homes so cheap. They can build these shelters so cheap. They can make a whole bunch of small 3D homes, and they're saying that they could put it in certain sections to eradicate homelessness.
Hey,
rich people will invest in it.
That house is in Long Island. It's the second link in the private chat, Lamont.
Say that again. Second link in the private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my theory is that the virtual world is going to be the next frontier, which it kind of already is. But that's where, because all this stuff, like you said, is going to be mass produced. So most people are going to spend most of their time on virtual reality, like we doing now.
Virtual reality, what?
Yeah, what is
virtual? Virtual reality, internet, not the real world. They are the same thing, bro. What are you talking about? When you're on Call of Duty, that's the virtual reality. That's the internet. This is technically virtual reality.
That's a game.
Yeah, but you made it sound like Total Recall or something.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, like we gonna be like, you know.
It's because you living it right now.
They gonna rebuke. What?
What's up? Go ahead. What'd you say?
I hear a lot of people saying what can't happen or what won't happen or what we can't do or what we won't do. It's just like one thing that kills the black community is a whole bunch of people saying I don't know or we can't or that's the problem. Y'all like if y'all just stay scared of what's coming, this technological wave is coming, whether you're scared of it or not.
Let me say something, Lamar.
You're not gonna be able to get away from it when it hits.
Let me say something. When we say we, right? When we say we, are you talking about the collective? What we can't do? You're talking about everybody, right?
I'm talking about the black community.
Then when people start making their points, they say, I did it, right? So this is what I want to say that Tone Talks does point out, and Yvette Carnell points out. They said you can do it individually, absolutely. But what America has done is, somebody in your family that's kind of connected to the bottom and they don't want to improve themselves, right? But she said because of that, that's in your family, then your family becomes like an albatross tied around your neck. So as much as you want to lift yourself up, you can, but you got to think about, if you're talking about we got to figure out how to get those people up, because we are successful. I am okay for far as where I come from, right? I'm doing okay, but I have an albatross tied around my neck because that's my family holding me back. There are people in my family who just are welfare, they recipients of welfare, and they just stuck at the bottom. So as much as you want to lift yourself up, you cannot rise higher than your group. Every other group knows that. We talk right? But it's an individualistic mindset. Oh, I can go get my degree, so you can too. Not understanding that it's totally different when you come from the bottom of the bottom. Like, it's people that are teenage parents that's trying to navigate this shit. What do you tell them? Man, you could be a social engineer or something. That's not their reality. But we sit up here and we think everybody can be us. It's our job to go lift them up, and do what we can to advocate for them. Because until they are straight, we not straight.
I agree with that, bro.
I agree too.
Yeah,
well, I'm not saying there's a light switch you can hit to fix everything tomorrow. I know it takes time. It's going to take one family, one person, one at a time. Like, it probably take 20, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 years before it's completely even fixed to, by 20, 30, 40, 50%. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying we got to start heading in the right direction. We're not going to head in the right direction by preaching we can't do stuff all the time.
Lamont, you don't. This is my thing though, bro. To live a good life, bro. We don't need technology. To see, I'm not of that mindset, bro.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, it's now, but in 40 years, you
not
won't.
Never. No, you won't.
Anti. Here's the thing, and here's what people have to embrace. The government is changing the rules of the game. Regardless what we think, the rules of the game in America are changing. In the world, universal basic income is coming. It's coming.
What the fuck that even mean, dude?
That means that people are going to start getting money from the government on a regular basis. They've already started it. It's going
people like who?
Like us. How do you get people to do what you want them to do? You create a problem. You create a desperate situation, and then you say, here, I have your solution. You can have this, but you got to do this. That's what they do. So whether you want to embrace technology or I want to, if we're fortunate enough, it may not affect us, but people going further, it's going to affect them.
I would love to see how the government just gonna start giving us money, bro. But I guess
watch. How you think
it's gonna happen? If they're automating everything, then that's gonna be.
They're already giving out stimulus checks, man.
Yeah,
bro, they did that, but they did that in the midst of a pandemic, bro.
No, bro.
No,
it's the only reason they did that bullshit.
It's inevitable,
right there, bro.
Y'all can say that shit all y'all want to. I remember they were saying the same shit about the internet you see now. They were saying that it wasn't gonna do this and that, and this everything now. Motherfuckers can't live without it.
That's true.
Y'all can sit back and think about, look at this house right here. You can say all this stuff about, nah, I ain't doing this and that, but when they implement this shit nationwide, y'all motherfuckers is gonna have to kowtow to it like y'all do everything else, because this is the wave of the future. They're not putting this shit together for a few fucking situations. This is gonna be the fucking norm.
First 3D printing home sold in the world. 3D printing.
They sold this house for 300 G's.
And think that's cheap in New York.
Hey, can I read something real quick? This is for people that saying education gonna help us. At every level of education attainment, the median wealth among Black families is substantially lower than white families. White households with bachelor degrees or postgraduate education, such as with the PhD, MD, or JD, are more than 3 times as wealthy as Black households with the same degree attainment. That's for the people that saying, go get the degree.
No, what I've already heard. This is what I say right here. Look, especially in this community, college ain't for everybody. Yeah, I'm saying this right here. Everybody can't be a college grad or mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. We're gonna need the doctors. We're gonna need the lawyers. We're gonna need the politicians. We're gonna need the laborers. We're gonna need all types of stuff. Everybody can't just like a college ain't for everybody. I'm not saying that, but if you're gonna go out there, and if your whole thing is saying don't go to college, don't do this, then okay, do that. But you're limiting the resources that you have at your disposal. You know, when the time comes, we're gonna need those politicians. We're gonna need those doctors. We're gonna need those lawyers. You know, we don't have enough black lawyers, people who invested in defending the people in your own community. We don't have that.
Hey, Lamont,
we don't
can I
have
say
it
something?
Because nobody want to spend that 8 years in college to do it.
Let me say this, Lamont. College is for stable people. America made college for people that can afford it. So we send the people to college and we come out.
You act like we can afford that shit, Lamont. Like
blocks.
That's what I'm saying. People come out. People come out of college thinking that they come out with all that debt. So what I'm saying, like,
how many doctors do you know come out of college in debt?
How many black doctors do you know come out of college?
How many college? How many? What I'm saying is because I know a girl right now who's the government's paying her whole way through. She's using financial aid to pay her whole way through medical school.
See, that's one person.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. You act like. Hold on. Are you saying that your kids ain't eligible for financial aid? Your son wanted to be a doctor. The financial, long as he has the GPA requirements, he can go be a doctor, and he's eligible for the same financial aid as anybody else, woman, man, black, white, otherwise. See, and you know what? Yeah, you might be in debt, but you're gonna be making so much goddamn money as a doctor that ain't gonna be shit.
Now let me ask you this: who uses black doctors? How many of you got a black doctor?
See, this is what I be talking about.
How many black doctors out there? Okay, so how many black? How many black doctors do you know?
How many?
I know a lot of them that are foreign. I know a lot of them being imported over here. They are like I know a lot of foreign. Like my doctors are from Ghana, and one is from the Congo.
So my optometrist,
American
my
black
dentist.
Hold on, but bro. First of all, blacks make up what, less than 10% of the population?
Let Onk in, man.
All right, I'm letting him. Hold on, blacks make up less than 10% of the population. So that means finding a doctor, which less than 1% of the population actually tries to go be a doctor, finding one that's black is going to be extremely hard. Come on, man, just look at the percentages. So, but we got to get more. We got to be able to convince more some of these young kids who want to get into the medical field. Don't just strive to be a nurse. Why don't you just strive to go be a doctor? Don't just try to be a nurse.
But my dentist was black, so and my optometrist. So what now?
American black.
Adolf from Alabama.
I'm just saying that's like a limited mindset. Just say you're just saying. So why? So you basically pushing that they should. What career fields are you pushing if you don't want them to go to college?
No, I'm saying that I want us to go to college. I want us to be successful. But what I'm saying is that that's something that stable people do. Stable people have the mindset of going to college. Unstable people,
that's not true.
Unstable people are the people out here scrapping. The people out here talking about
the phone, B.
Okay, sorry. So go ahead, bro.
But I think all these like unstable people are the people out here with these $1 million dreams. They don't know the price, the cost of it. That's why we all talking about stuff we don't know nothing about, because ain't nobody put a price tag on college.
My bad.
Tell me how I'm supposed to go to college with my mother on crack when my schools ain't what kind of school I'm going to, and I'm supposed to navigate.
Let me tell you how.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how. All right, just like when I was in Chicago and I ran into a whole bunch of kids. When I would go in them parks and go hoop, I'd be like, man, how come you ain't in school? This is the first thing they say. They say I can't afford it. And I'd be like, you know, it's certain types of financial aid and Pell Grants that you don't got to pay back. It's like, I didn't know that. I was like, do you know how to sign up for it? They're like, nah. I said, well, you got to fill out a FAFSA form first. You got to do that. And so the thing is, we ain't even telling them how to go about doing it. And then once I showed some of these kids how to do it, what's the first thing they did? Went and signed up and got enrolled in school. East West University in Chicago, some of these other smaller community colleges to go hoop and find other avenues. And you know what? They might go to these colleges, community college. They might just go there for 2 years to get a trade. But it's a lot better than just standing around on the street and doing nothing. Because once
But
you get to
Lamont,
college, that opens you. There's a lot of programs. There's a lot of majors that you can choose. You don't have to get into sociology or something. There's a lot of things you can do. But I mean, you gotta. If you don't even give them an opportunity to go do it, if you don't tell them how to do it, you're limiting them.
So what's the total solution?
But hold up, this is my
The
thing though. Hold up,
government.
before he answers.
Let me answer that. That's a great question. Let me answer that. That's a great question. The solution is the government, because the government put that failure into your life.
And this is
the
why
government.
black
Let me
people-
say this. Let me say this, my brother. Let me finish. The government
Let
just
my
gave
uncle come
Obama.
in, bro.
Obama just gave white households trillions of dollars through the stock markets. He just gave them your reparations. These white people are sitting pretty because they were already stabilized, and then when the housing market crashed, the Obama bailed them out. They got trillions and trillions of dollars we don't even know about, and that's why they can send their kids to college and they can withstand all of this economic, trouble that we in. They can do it because the government.
So hold on, I'm gonna let Elder go. Elder just I want him to go. Elder, so basically, your solution
I'm sorry,
is
guys.
a lot of government to fix it. That's the worst solution.
Fuck the government.
That is definitely not the solution.
Hey.
All of this stuff
it's never going to work.
is
Hold on,
pending.
let me
That's
let
not
Elder
the
go.
solution. Yeah.
Y'all
Hold
hear
on,
me?
hold on. Yeah, I hear you, Elder. Go ahead.
Yeah, all this that is definitely not the solution, and all of this stuff we talking about is trending towards dependency on the government.
Exactly.
If y'all listen to everything that y'all saying, it's a dependency on them so they can control you more. The solution is self-sufficiency. It's the same message I've been talking to all y'all about since I've been on these platforms and programs for these few years I've been on here. If you don't know how to do for yourself, you will then be forced to do whatever, whenever, however they put the thing before you. You will be forced to do it. So this is why I know that laborious things will never go away. Because as long as
Nobody does for themselves, though, bro.
Let me finish. Long as that's your problem. That is your problem.
No other group does for themselves.
That's not true. Because I got a whole group. I got thousands of people around me now that's doing it. Thousands.
Who don't go lobby white? Who don't go to the government and lobby?
Let Elder go. Just listen.
You
said
wrong. Nobody. Hold on. You said nobody. Nobody in your world.
Hold on. He don't know Elder. My bad.
I know thousands that are living self-sufficient right now. Blacks. I know thousands. The problem is your mindset. You got to go out and produce for yourself. The one brother was talking about production. How about you produce for yourself? See, you buy your land, right? Quit buying all this other bull crap that don't mean nothing to you, that don't appreciate nothing. You go buy your land, then you produce your own food on your land. You get a skill, you learn coding, you go learn a trade, and then you learn how to build yourself so that when something happens on your land, you take care of it. You don't have to call a contractor. And now you're not dependent on the government. So if I have a well or if I have a stream that's running through my property, I have a water source. If I have a spring, a well, or some kind of lake going through my property, now I have a water source. I don't need the government's water. I don't need their electricity when I can produce it myself. I don't even need electricity. I got 12 hours of sunlight.
Can I push back just a hair, bro?
Let me finish. You have to, you ask for the solution. The solution is self-sufficiency. They showing one of my videos now. The solution is self-sufficiency. Learn how to do all these things that you depend on the government for yourself. Because think about this. If all this is what Lamont and them and everybody talk about here is true, let's just say they go this route. There are not going to be any jobs. You can send people to college all day. If you got a plant that produces cars, like a GM plant, and there are like 10,000 people working at that plant for 3 different shifts, right? You go to technology and take that from 10,000 people down to 300. All these people don't have jobs now.
Yep.
So now they sitting back depending on reparations and quantitative ease checks and stimulus checks. That is being controlled by the government. When you have your own and you produce your own and you have put your food up and you stored it and you produce your own, you don't need the government for nothing. I don't need the government for crap. Now I'm gonna tell you what I do.
Yes, you do.
I don't
Yes,
need
you
them.
do.
I promise you I don't.
You do.
I promise
I guarantee you do.
I promise you,
Let me
I don't
say
need
how.
money for anything.
See, it
Okay,
sounds crazy,
I'm
right?
gonna listen to you. Go ahead, brother. You tell me. You tell
You
me
pay
right now how I need the government. You tell me.
you
I'm
pay
listening.
taxes, right? You pay taxes.
I do.
Somebody vandalizes your property or do something to your property. Who you call? Who do you call?
I don't. Can anybody else want
The
to answer that question
police.
for this brother? Does anybody else want to answer the question for this brother? Because he don't know me.
Yeah, you don't know
You need-
Elder, fam.
Well, let me say this.
I have a
Let me say this.
I have a security team on my land, brother.
Respect.
I'm not calling no police.
Do you pay taxes?
Somebody trespass on my land. I'm dealing with them.
Do you not, or do you not pay the government taxes?
Absolutely, I do. Yes.
For what?
For the land that I own.
For nothing?
No,
you just give them money? You don't expect nothing for your tax money?
No, I don't use their services. I don't.
But the land that you own, you had to purchase it from who?
What do you mean? I didn't purchase from the government. I purchased from an individual.
So why are you paying them then? Why do you pay them taxes?
That is what is required in this land we in today.
Yes. But that tax money is supposed to be you supposed to be able to use that money for.
Again, that is my option, bro. That's my option. But I have myself set up to where if they ever try to exercise options that I don't agree with, I don't need them. Like if they tell me I'm not going to supply you with water anymore, do you know I have my own water sources? So I don't care. Keep your water. Do you know if they tell me, well, I'm not going to provide you sewer anymore? I don't need your sewer. I have septic tanks. Do you know if they tell me I'm not going to provide you with electricity? I have solar panels. I don't need yours.
Now, my brother, can I ask you this? This is you don't have to disclose this, but what's the cost of that? How much would that cost? The cost.
Here's the thing. Just like we're talking about building all this, we were talking, 20, 30, 50 years down the road. You do it slowly. I can't tell you how much it all costs because I've been in this mindset for decades, bro. I can't tell you what it costs. But I know you do it little by little by little. And then people that have the right mind, you bring them in with you because they have the same mindset and you share in the benefits. Everybody have all things common.
And Elder, I wanted to say one thing. Like, if you know anything about Elder and his community, look, I'm sure, and Elder's probably built up his community this. Everybody, it seems like, has a certain role. I'm sure there's people in his community that are there to handle the legal stuff. People who are trained to be lawyers. Sir, not everybody in this community can be construction workers. Not everybody can.
Hold on.
I'm saying they probably know how to do it.
Bingo. There you go.
But I'm saying they know how
it every day. But
right.
Everybody needs to know how.
But I'm saying that. But you need I'm saying as far as the roles, you got to make sure. Look, I need somebody. I need people to handle the finances. I need people to handle the legal stuff to be able to go into a court and address if there's anything illegality that needs to be addressed. But I'm saying is, if you don't build it up within your own community, then you have to start relying on what? Outside forces, the government, like what you say, all these other resources. But see, that's why I say don't push people away. If you got a kid who says he wants to be a lawyer, okay, now show him how to be a lawyer and then bring them services back to be a benefit to his own community.
Man, in our ministry, we got it all. You name it. We got law enforcement, we got doctors, we got lawyers, we got Wall Street gurus, we got ex-athletes, ex-movie stars. We got it all in the ministry. It's all covered. But the key to freedom is self-sufficiency. Take your dependency away from the government. They are setting everything up for you to be dependent on them. So if you wise, what you do is you utilize all that stuff right now. You take them stimulus checks, you take them reparations, whatever it is they give you, you take that and put it into your communities. Like you looking at the video, that's my community, bro. Look at that. You see that building, you see that brother sitting? That building right there, we built that building. We built it. Our houses, we build. If we buy a house already, we remodel it.
Hey man, respect to you.
We teach the brothers how to build. It's a slow grind. I've been learning how to build for 10 years.
Let me say what Tone talks, and it's a question for the panel too. How many of y'all know a black business with 100 W-2 employees in America?
I do. We have several.
Can you name them?
Yeah, our businesses. But we
You got
employ-
100. You got 100 people on payroll. W-2 employees.
Here's the thing: we don't have to do the W-2.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's not business. You under the radar. You paying under the table,
brother. It's not under the table. You can go Google my businesses right now. They all pop up. It's not. You got to understand what's going on.
How many? You got 100
Bro,
W-2 employees.
We got a lot of businesses, and between them,
One black business.
we probably got 800 to 1,000 employees. Between
How many businesses? How many businesses?
I don't
Why
know.
does it matter, bro? Like,
No,
why you
because
keep
that's it.
asking them that, son?
See, we talking fantasy, like, and don't nobody question this. Don't nobody
You know
ever
what?
push back.
Talking fantasy.
Hold on, Zo. The only reason why I say the reason why I know for a fact with Elder is not fantasy, because he literally posts videos of his community. I actually Googled it. They've been talking about this man. I even put up an article in Sports Illustrated, and this man, they done talked about his community. I said, man, look, it's out there, bro. Like, you can deny it all you want, but I'm literally watching Elder do it right now. You know what?
Yeah.
And I won't be surprised. Look, as technology advances and some of the equipment changes, I'm sure Elder's equipment, they're still going to have the skills to build it from the ground up, but I'm sure they might also use the better equipment as well. You never know. But as long as you have your own community, you can control that.
The way it works, we will take a lot of that new equipment and use it, because it will make us be a little bit more efficient in our building and our work.
Yeah.
But we always keep the old equipment, because the old equipment is not controlled by technology. So when they go and do these what's-the-names and shut all of it down, because all these folks got to do is punch a few buttons. Y'all do understand all your cars, all your cell phone, all that stuff going to shut down.
Yep.
All
right,
of it.
and fam, you need to what's your name, homeboy? The homeboy that was questioning. You need to stop referencing tone talk to whoever this person you think for
Let me
yourself.
reference this.
Who gives a fuck about what he think? He don't control the mind state of every black person on this planet. So why you keep referencing him?
Well, let me reference this then. Let me reference this. Jeff Bezos is worth 211. Pull up Jeff Bezos, right?
I know who
How
that
much
is,
he's worth?
Amazon.
No, we already know who he is.
And then let me do this. This ain't tone talk. So Jeff Bezos, and then do all private black businesses worth in America. Google that. That ain't tone talk.
Hey, hold up.
He got more money than Mexican business.
Bro, Jeff Bezos,
the richest person in history.
Jeff Bezos is not that you're going.
See, y'all cutting the information off. Y'all cutting the information off.
Hold on.
Y'all don't want to hear it, but we not.
Brother.
We brag.
Hold on, brother. You can Google all private whatever, but if it is a true private business, you won't know their financials. So that number will have to be bogus, whatever you pulled up, because a true private business does not have to divulge any of their income. None of it.
That's true. Only
So
public
you can
business.
Google private black businesses, and whatever you get is going to be fraudulent, because a real true business, like the businesses I got, they don't know how much I make. They don't know what we got coming in. If you're a true private business, that is not disclosed to the public. It's not available to the public. When I was working way back, right? I worked for, what do you call it? Miki Foods. Y'all know who that is? Little Debbie Snack Cake.
Yeah, I got a couple.
Go Google what they work. I guarantee you find 25 different thoughts and opinions about what they work. They're a true private company. Nobody really knows what they work. They estimate from sales what they work. They don't know though, because they don't know what it costs for them to produce what they're producing. They have no clue. Brothers, you gotta again,
wait. So you got a great point, but if we use our eyes to see, right, and we all live in America, right? How do we look as a community, as far as black business and all that? How are we doing? I don't give a fuck if you hiding it or not. How you doing? With your eye,
brother, you're not listening. It's not a hide. You play within their system because this is their world. But they have this stuff set up for them. But it's your job to go in and study what they're doing and then duplicate it to benefit your community. That's what you got to do.
And black people, they lead the United States with the most small businesses, but they also lead in the most failed small businesses. So that tells us where we're going wrong. So the mindset to a certain degree is correct, but we getting the wrong results. Why are the results wrong? You know, are we going about it the wrong? Are we starting businesses up in the wrong places? Are we not looking at the demographics correctly? Like that's you'll see. What do you see? You see Asians, they open up a hair and beauty salon where? Not in the Asian community. They open up in a black neighborhood.
They go where the people are dumb enough to give them that money.
Thank you. And so what do we have to do? We have to capitalize off our understanding.
Let me help y'all.
You start a business. Go ahead, Elder.
Let me help y'all, man. This whole system, this whole thing is set up against us. I promise you that. Now, I'm not even finna go biblical because I know a lot of you don't care about that. But it doesn't make it not fact. It's all set up against us. So when you try to come in and do what they do, you're gonna automatically fail. And this is why we got this hamster wheel going around, but we ain't getting no progress. We got the same conversations that's been said in the 50s being said today, but the black people are still being murdered on these streets. How about this? Has anybody ever thought of this? Let's just get off their streets then. Let's get off their streets. See, I don't deal with those issues. Why? Because the people that you talk about that got all the money, all this, they don't live in the hoods. They don't live in the cities. They live way outside the cities. That's what I do. So I got less traffic to deal with. I got less population to deal with. You dealing in a city with 1 million folk. I'm dealing, the little town I'm in. Guess how many people here? 500. 500. I'd rather drive 2 hours to a major city. I'd rather drive an hour to get to a major highway so I can have peace and I can have safety and I can protect my family. Now, when they shut these cities down, when all crap break loose, look at every major city in America. Guess what all of them have in common? They have a highway going through them and they have highways going around them. And those highways are owned by those governments. So what they're going to do, they're going to shut down every city by shutting down every exit to get in and to get out. Then you
that King Alfred plan.
You trap, you Beirut. You can't get in, you can't get out. Me, I'm stuck out here in the country. But you know what the problem is for you and not me? I'm good out here. They don't care about me. I don't need the trucks running to bring me food. Why? Because I can grow my own. I don't need the trucks running to bring me water. Why? I got it right here on my land. I can produce it myself. They're going to be so busy dealing with y'all because y'all want to be like them. You got to see what the system's doing. You got to see that the system is against you. And then you got to figure out what is I got to do so that I can take myself away from the system. And what I have to do at that point is become self-sufficient. All of this, listen to what he's saying. It's all to push you to be dependent on this government. The one brother said it. You get all these tech jobs. Now they're going to start giving everybody checks. They're going to start paying for everybody. Do you really want that? You really want that? That's straight control.
Hey, that's exactly what's coming too, Elder.
That's straight control. You keep your check. Now, see, today, I'll take your check. Do you know why? I'll just take it and turn it into something to benefit the people that are here on this land and the people that are in this circle, on this ministry with me. I'll take it and turn it and keep them dollars right here in our community. I'm not going out buying your fake hair. I'm not going out putting your fake nails on. I'm not going out buying your fancy cars. Folks say, well, Elder, you drive a Lexus. It's a 2008.
Hey, Elder, most stable people don't buy those things. When you're stabilized, your money going toward colleges or investing. Investing is something
that's your problem. Listen to me.
You want to cut me off?
You're still trying to be with them. There are colleges, there are schools. They're not teaching you nothing. This brother just got on there and testified in the comment section. He just graduated, and none of the stuff they taught him is helping him now. None of it that they taught him is helping him.
That's 100% true.
They're not helping you. You need to educate yourself. I educate my own children. That building y'all saw in that video that he was playing, I call it the multi-purpose building. Do you know why? Because I can do multi things in there. I can educate my children in there. I can feed the saints in there. I can fellowship. I can worship in there. I got all kind of things I can do in one building. I got an industrial kitchen in that building. So I can cook for hundreds of people at a time in one building. That building right there.
Facts.
One building.
Let me ask you this, Elder, if you don't mind. How did you grow up? Did you grow up with advantage?
I grew
Both
up,
parents?
I grew up dirt poor.
Both parents?
Hell no.
That's an advantage. Believe it or not, some people don't have both parents.
I didn't have them. I didn't have both parents. I had I was six of us. 5 brothers.
What?
And my mama tried to raise me.
Did you have?
I went to the same stuff you went.
Did you have any professionals? Was anybody professional in your family? Like somebody that could tell you how to fill out a FAFSA and all that?
Just keep moving the goalposts, bro.
No, I'm saying, believe it or not, my brother just said. Wait,
Hold on.
This nigga
Lamar
looking for a
just said
documentary.
Listen to me,
he
bro.
talked.
Hold on, brother.
Wait,
Listen to me.
Lamar
Listen
just
to
said
me.
he talked to some boys on the basketball court who didn't even have the information.
Listen to me. I grew up in the poorest of poor conditions in the hood in this big city. I did. My mom left me twice when I was 11 and when I was 14. I paid my first rent payment 2 weeks before my 15th birthday. I've been an adult for a long time, bro. And again, I've been through the hard stuff, but it's the decisions that you make. It's the decisions that you make and the sacrifices you're willing to make. I'm willing
Thank you,
to
Elder.
sacrifice. I'm just being honest. I'm willing to sacrifice. And it's been a life journey of mine to sacrifice so that others can have what I didn't get back then. My daddy lived 5 blocks from me, and I saw him 3 times growing up. 3 times. My mama got taken out. You know, your mother gonna get, the family gonna get taken out by what? By violence, by drugs, or by alcohol, right? Well, mine got taken out by alcohol. I ain't no different than none of y'all, bro. I ain't have no spoon in my mouth. Bump a silver, bronze, plastic, bump that. I'm borrowing water from neighbors. I'm running cords to get electricity. I've been through it all, bro. At the end of the day, you got to change the mindset and realize this is a wheel that ain't getting me nowhere.
Yep.
And you got to become self-sufficient. Train and teach yourself. Think about this. Think about this. You got free time, right? If you go up to a construction site and you see them building and you ask the man, hey, you got a job? What are you going to say? Nope, I ain't gonna pay. But if you ask that man, hey, you know what? I got 3 extra hours a day. I'll come work for you for free.
Yep.
You're going to open his eyes. But guess why you work for free? You work for the knowledge. You work for the knowledge. And see, applied knowledge is wisdom. So once you get there and you start applying that knowledge they're giving you, you're going to be able to walk in wisdom and start doing the stuff you see on the screen right here. This is the stuff it takes, but you got to sacrifice. You got to sacrifice. You can't be sitting back here just making all these excuses on what we ain't getting. I don't give a shit about reparations. I know the United States government is wicked as hell. I don't need to tell them that. They already know it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show them with my actions what I believe in and what I don't believe in. So we will band, we'll come together, and we will provide for ourselves. We will protect ourselves. Mm-hmm. This is the last place you want to run up on. I promise you. You do not.
Hey, I respect that. I just want to push back just to hear. We just had a pandemic, right?
Hey, why is so much pushback with you, bro?
Let me just make a point. We have. Can we have a conversation? Or do we got to all agree with each other?
Let's hear them out.
We got to all agree. I'm sorry that I'm hurting feelings, but do we all have to agree?
Ask the question. The problem we got with the black community right now, bro. You always got a brother trying to push black.
You said we just had the pandemic. What's up?
They shut everything down. Who shut everything down?
The government
shut down where elders at.
Guess what? Go look at my video. Go look at my video. Go back to the dates where the pandemic was. We were still getting together, 800, 900 of us.
Yes.
No mask, bro. No mask.
Lying.
Go look at our videos.
That's because I watched.
The government did not shut us down. Didn't stop our movement. Didn't stop nothing we did. Matter of fact, my community grew during the pandemic.
Respect.
I got more people
but for the most, this is what I'm saying. Like, that's my argument for people be like, you don't need no government. The government, if they wanted to, my brother, could they have not shut you down and told you to stand still?
How? But how would they enforce it?
There's a virus.
Hold on. Here's the thing. They got y'all to worry about. And I say y'all because y'all stuck in these population centers. Y'all stuck in these cities. Why are they going to worry about a man that's in the city with 500 people when they got 5 million people stuck in Atlanta? 5 million people stuck in Houston. 15 million people stuck in New York. Why would they worry about me? So you don't get it. I ain't out here bothering nobody. I live a quiet, peaceful life. So the government, I'm the last thing. Now, if I was down here saying, bump the government, anti-government, blah, 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 now I'm on their radar because I become a threat. We don't do that. And when they say pay your taxes, guess what we do? Just like Jesus did. We pay our taxes, bro. I got so much set aside, they can collect tax from me for the next 100 years. I got enough set aside for my children's children to be able to pay their taxes on this land.
Mm-hmm.
And now what I do is as we teach them how to grow and build and learn and have skills, we also teaching them financial literacy. So this is how you're going to maintain all of this. Because when I started, it was 2 acres. Now it's 250. And I'm going to teach you how to maintain these acreage, this land source, this production, and all these buildings. Yep. And I'm gonna give you a nest egg. You're not coming in having to produce the money to do it. I already set it aside for you.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll take that knowledge because they've been in it and they've been developing it with me. If you look at these videos, you see young boys in here working right along with the grown men. So
hey, let me ask this
at my age.
For the panel. Have we ever been taught the purpose of what our? I just want to ask, like, what is the purpose of us paying the government taxes if we shouldn't benefit from them? Because everybody pays taxes.
Fam, if you don't, you go to jail. Come on, what are you talking about?
No, you supposed to that money's supposed to work for you. Am I lying? Am I right or wrong? Is that tax money not supposed to work for your communities?
Hold on.
That's the money that you pay to work for you.
I get what you're saying. I'm trying to answer if you give me a chance to answer. I started off by telling you that this system is set up to be against you, brother. Taxes are against you. But when I look in that Bible, Jesus said, render to Caesar what's Caesar. He even paid taxes. So if he doing it, I'm going to do it. Again, you're not going to beat this system. You're not going to get out there and fight and tell the government taxes are illegal because everybody knows they're illegal. The government knows taxes are illegal, but who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them from collecting it? Who's going to police these gangsters? So you got to be wise. You got to be wise as a serpent, but you got to be gentle as a dove. So our goal be self-sufficient. They got no reason to come out here. We not Waco. We not importing and exporting. We ain't doing that crap. At the end of the day, you got to understand and learn how to maneuver in this system. You think they actually care about us? We so small on their radar. And here's the thing. We're not bothering them. We're no threat to them in any way, shape, or fashion. When they look down their payrolls, when they look down their financials, guess what they see? Oh, they pay on time. They pay on time. They pay on time. They think we will and serve. But when they got to go out and round up the millions and the billions of folks, they ain't going to be caring about what's going on out here. In their mindset, guess what they think? Oh, they're going to eventually need us. They're going to eventually need us because the people that come out here, they still want to try to depend on the government. But when you wise, you become self-sufficient. You become self-sufficient so that you don't have to depend on no man. Because I tell you this, if you got a wife, you got children, or if they hungry and you can't provide, do you think they care of the excuses why you can't provide? Your child needs something to eat and that belly hitting that spine. Do you think they actually care of why you can't produce the food right now? No. Put yourself in a position where you don't have to depend on this government. And there's others that believe that way. So when you start sacrificing, they will get in and join you. And y'all have all things common. That's the solution. Now, do we want to go that route? No. Why? Because we lazy.
We don't want to sacrifice.
We lazy. We selfish. We don't want to sacrifice. All we care about is what someone's going to do for us. Yep. That's it. When you see clear-cut examples.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that.
That's fine.
Because it's so many people right now taking penitentiary chances to provide. So many people are resorting to like drug dealing and putting their life on the line. Robbing. That's not no lazy person. You know what I'm saying? What you do, let me say this, bro. I'm gonna let you, can I speak? What you do is let
that's bullshit.
With your, let me say this. Can I speak real quick? Let me just say this, bro. I'm gonna let you back in.
Here's the key. You talking bullshit now, and you trying to.
Let me say this. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
And these people out here robbing all this stuff, they're not doing that to feed. That's their own greed. Get it right.
Selfish.
That's their own greed. They're not doing that to feed their family.
Yeah, nobody getting rich off drug dealing.
If you got 100 dope dealers locked up, you may.
Are they lazy though? Are they lazy?
That's the only thing they can do.
Yeah, they are. Because
they
if you mean to tell me that you have to resort to some fast way of making money in order to succeed in life, that's a
y'all
lazy
never did
argument.
it. Nobody on this panel ever sold drugs.
The average drug dealer makes the same wage as somebody at McDonald's, so y'all can stop that excuse.
Ain't nobody ever sold drugs though.
No, man, not everybody. No, black people involved in criminality, dude.
Hey, Elder.
Well, y'all can't speak for them. Why y'all talking for them, calling them lazy?
Hold on, Zoe. But I can speak from it because I was one of them idiots doing crimes and shit to get quick money. And I can tell you right now, I never one time committed a goddamn crime for a righteous cause. Ain't no way.
Were you lazy though? He just questioned
that. You know what happened?
Okay.
You know what? It was a black. Like I told y'all before, it was a black detective. He came to me and said. He said, if you put all this time and energy into something else, you'd be a goddamn millionaire. I said, oh, shit. Once he told me that, it changed. Just click just like that. Boom, click just like that. I was like, okay, let me go work on that then. And he was right. because like I said, it's just a lazy mentality.
So let me ask y'all this.
It's laziness. It's
go ahead.
mentality.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hey, Elder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lee wanted me to give you his number. It's in the private chat.
Who did?
Lee.
Hold on.
I don't think he know Lee.
You need me to call him or something?
I'm not really sure. He just sent me a
He's a good
text.
dude. He's a good dude out there. He's a good dude.
Babe.
He just wants
Hey,
some
let me say
advice,
this.
maybe.
Hold on, I'm trying to get my wife.
We what y'all when y'all call us lazy, right? Y'all saying that every person that's successful isn't. So you trying to tell me that every white person that's in the position that they in are hardworking and motivated and
but you can't compare their plate to our plate.
Hold
It's
on.
two totally different ways of life.
I'm gonna make a comparison. Earlier in the broadcast, you made the statement that Michael Jordan, his worth was $200 billion or whatever, right? And I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. He's an employee. And when you're an employee, you never get your worth. You get what somebody's willing to pay you.
Yep.
So you can argue the noble causes, but unless you're an entrepreneur and you're taking the risks and you're the creator, you're going to only get what I give you.
And what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. You absolutely right. Those people that control those mechanisms inherited those things.
Not true.
They did that.
I'm going to show you why you're
Let
not
me say
true.
this. Let me finish.
84% of all
most of those
millionaires
people
in
are
the United
heirs.
Hold on. Listen, 84% of all millionaires in the United States are first-time millionaires.
It doesn't matter. Let's just go with his theory. So what? What does that have to do with you?
What I'm saying is that
listen. What does that have to listen, brother? Listen. What does that have to do with you going out and providing for your family? You can tell
I'm doing that.
Hold on. You can tell the whole world all the excuses that the other nations have that come against you. I already told you in the beginning that the system is set up for you to fail, not them. You.
Yeah.
So when you realize that, I don't care what they've inherited. I don't care the breaks and the benefits they got to get where they at. I don't want to be them. I want, because again, here's the key. You don't get it. They still tied to the system too.
Let me say this.
Let me say this. Dependency too. Get yourself to a point where you're not.
Let me say this, my brother. Can I say something?
Go ahead, man.
The system in your mind is designed to destroy you, right? In my mind, it's supposed to help. One of the things about people talk about reparations.
Who told you that?
Wait, reparations was.
No.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
No, you
let me say something, bro.
You can't just make a blanket statement without an explanation. Who told you the system was designed to benefit you? Where'd you learn that?
No. The system. Let me say how. The system did. Because when something happened, let me say this. When something happened, like we got an example right now with the pandemic, right? When the pandemic said y'all can't go to y'all jobs no more, all this, they passed something called a stimulus package, a $1 trillion effort out of nowhere. The government came out of their ass with $2 trillion and gave it to everybody and fixed some shit. They fixed the economic. I'm sorry for yelling. But let me say this, it worked for certain people. For certain people, they got the business loans. They needed $10,000 grants and all that shit. It worked. The government is supposed to be there. Let me say this. But let me say this. But look, that money, let me say this, bro. That money that they just gave out to the world is our inheritance. Let me say this. That's the money. That is the money. If they would have focused that money to the people who are doing the worst, if they would have focused that package, came up with a stimulus or a rescue plan for Black America, then we could get stabilized enough to start doing these things that you're asking us to do. Private businesses. Let me say this.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Am I right or wrong? Y'all cutting me off, but let me land. Let me land my plane. Let me land.
Hold on. I already got your plane. You're wrong in your thinking. You saying they come out with something and give it to Black America. Why would they do that when all of America is in turmoil? Let it be. They're in turmoil, and America's only consists of 12% Black. So you're gonna hold on. You're gonna take all the money and give it to 12% of the population when, quote unquote, the entire population is hurting. Bro, your theory and your logic makes absolutely
now let me answer that, bro. Can I answer that?
Hold on.
It
Let me
absolutely
answer.
makes
So
no
let
sense.
Elder
bro.
go and then go to
It
Bees. And then I'm going
absolutely
back.
makes no sense. And what you have done is fall into the trap of dependency. You are still
Let me say
looking
this,
for.
bro. Let me say this.
Hold on. You're
Please let
looking.
me get in.
I will let you get in.
No,
You're
we're going to go to
looking
you. I'm
for
going
a
to go. I'm going to
government.
let Elder
You're
finish. Go to
looking for a
Bees.
government to
Okay.
produce something for you that they have never done. They will sell you this pipe dream of we're going to be this and we're going to be this and we're going to help you this. Where is the fruit to say that they have actually done it? That stimulus didn't help nobody, because you know why? Go look at our debt deficit. Go look at how much we in debt as a nation. Do you know your great grandchildren can't pay that? Do you know that? So it didn't help nothing. It kicked the proverbial can down the road. We are broke as a nation, bro. We are broke. You know why nobody can do anything to America? Because they own all of the printing presses. And who's gonna stop them? Because they have the greatest military in the world. So they can print this little fiat currency, and they can print these dollars and ain't worth the toilet paper you wipe your butt with, and give them out and have people trade for the bull crap that they get from China. Because again, we already said it, we don't produce nothing here. So we produce this fake money to pay for this fake product that's coming from another country. Come on, bro. The stimulus didn't help nothing. All it did was push us further into debt. And the borrower is a slave to the lender.
Well said, Elder. And to piggyback on what Elder said, the only reason, my brother, why people got a stimulus check is to keep them off the street and uniting against the government.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't send any money out.
Oh, just shut people up. That's what I thought.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask him a question right quick. Let me
say this. And you can ask me. Let me say this and respond.
Oh, let Anti go. I'm gonna let Anti go, and then
Okay.
we're gonna let Zoe respond.
I just want to ask you a question
Okay.
because you said the government, right? So let's say the government was to give out reparation. Would you rather take land or would you rather take money?
The reparation program is about stabilizing the plunder. What have you stolen from Black America? And Black America was promised.
I didn't ask all that, bro. Answer my question. Money or land?
40 acres and a mule. 40 acres, 40 acres and a mule. You hear what I'm saying? They promised us 40 acres and a mule. So you said money or land. They promised us 40 acres and a mule, and they reneged on that.
Hey, brother, let me tell you something here real quick. And I can tell you don't own land, do you? I'm asking you a question.
Sir.
You know
No,
how
sir.
I know that? Because if you realize
Because you own land. You own land.
Yeah, but it's a false promise anyways. Because anybody that owns land know that one mule cannot handle 40 acres.
Talk your shit, Elder.
Can't take one mule and
You
produce
talking?
40 acres.
Hey, that makes sense. That makes sense. But we were the.
Hold on.
What up, Shay?
Hold on, bro. Listen, an acre of land represents one full football field. That's what an acre of land is, a football field. So you take 40 of those, your mule is not going to make it. You would kill your mule trying to develop that 40 acres. They knew that. So even the people that actually got their 40 acres and a mule, guess what they had to do? Go back to the white man and borrow money to get more supplies, more mules, more things that they was going to need to till that land. They didn't get none of that. They didn't get none of that.
Now I'm gonna say this, right? We talking about we gonna move on from that, but I want to make the point about you talking about the government giving reparations, or why would they give the blacks only this money, right? Well, I'm gonna say the contributions to America. Black America has contributed to America.
Think you teaching them?
You guys cutting me off.
You cutting me off. Hold on, brother. The only reason I'm
cutting me off,
not to disrespect you. You're taking. How old are you, brother? How old are you?
37.
I'm 40. I'm almost 50.
Okay,
you don't think
respect.
I know everything you know, bro?
Let me say this, because you ain't let me land.
Hold on, brother. Only reason I keep cutting you off because you're not telling us information we already know. You believe the pipe dream that we're owed something. I told you in the beginning, it's a system set up against you. It's set up for you to fail. So
I don't agree.
Matter. Well, that's your
true.
problem.
Look around,
Can
bro.
I get in, though, fellas? Can I get in, please?
Look around, brother.
Who is that?
Hey, I want to land. Can I land my plane?
Hold on.
I'm gonna land my plane. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying. Let me say this, bro. We built this, right? We built this. We built this. Wait, let me say this.
I need to know your name.
This Zoe. Can I say something, bro? Because you was talking. I wanted to respond. I'm Zoe.
His name
Yeah,
Zoe.
What's his
Zoe.
name?
Zoe.
What's
Zoe?
your
Zoe.
government, nigga?
Zoe, do you
Yes, sir.
think, hold on, do you think you personally have a greater voice than, let's just use one icon, than a Martin
Mhm.
Luther King?
No, sir. No, sir.
Brother,
It is not magnified.
he
Yeah.
believed that dumb shit. Look what it got him. Look what it
Dumb
got
shit.
him.
What do you like? Let me
Bro,
finish. Let me.
I'm telling you that the pipe dream you believe, the people believed it in the 50s. They believed it in the 60s. They believed it in the 70s. And as long as they got you marching, getting on broadcast,
Nah,
talking
we
about
don't
it, and
march.
doing this, and you're not doing anything on a physical level, it's
Mhm.
going to stay the same. What has changed from the 50s to today? Are not black people still
Zoes,
being
Let,
racist? Are
you
not
said
black
let me
people
we.
say
still
something, Elder.
being segregated?
What movement are you with?
Me?
Let me
You
say
said
something.
we.
I'm with the
You
people.
said
I'm with the people. I'm with the people.
Yeah.
ADOS is who.
Okay, yeah.
ADOS is the movement, man. ADOS is the people that's doing, I think, what's necessary to trying to get redress for the people at the bottom. Now, we all probably doing good in our lives, right? And we kind of like not in that space. And we look at those people like, oh, y'all just want to be there. I'm from that. So I'm not going to ever do that. That's like getting rich and then acting like you forgot where you come from. I think we can kind of do that when we start to develop ourselves. But let me say this. We built America. We not asking for something that we didn't earn. All of this money that's in this economy, all of these resources, all this we've been stolen from. We've been locked out of ownership. America, when the 40 acres and a mule was around, wasn't America today. America, like you say, is becoming automated. But before it was automated, we were the tools. We were the labor. We were the what they call it, the economy. We built all this, right? 13% of the people built what you see now. Only did not be able to participate in the distribution of the wealth. We need our inheritance. If America would have let us live, would have let me say this: if America told you your community was worth millions in the 50s, 40s, and 60s, you wouldn't need America. You'll be able to put your kids through college like the white people. But America told you your community was devalued through the back.
All right, Zoe.
Hey, so can I go after this?
Hold on.
Can I
Zoe,
go
I
then?
only had to put you on mute, Zoe, because somebody dropped a $50 cash app to put you on mute for a few minutes.
So,
No, that's capitalism, Zoe.
That's capitalism.
I heard
it was black too.
All I heard was blue fish, red fish.
Hey, Lamont, can I argue? Can I
No, I'm just messing with you. I'm gonna take your
Mac Patty wet.
Hold on. Hey, I wanted to get Ben the truth. Ben the meat.
My bacon smelling fine.
Ben the meat. Hold on. Ben the meat said he said he wanted to push back on something that Elder said. So I wanted to let him in to jump in. I want to hear his thoughts. I want to hear what he got.
It was actually something you said too as well. I wish I wrote that stuff down. But all right, so
you were talking about the social contract, Benny. I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys, I think you guys know what a social contract is, right?
No, I don't know what that is. What is
All
that?
right, so social contract, it's a philosophy, but also it's more of a philosophy term. It's basically when you enter a society, and when you enter that society, you basically have a certain contract with that society. Like you have a agreement. So, for example, for most societies, that agreement is tax. So if I'm giving you my tax money, then that tax money is supposedly going to things to protect me, like the military. I'm not, and by the way, I don't agree with Zoe where this system specifically is built for us. That's obviously false. And I'm going to go into that. But yeah, so taxes have its uses, and social contract is definitely a thing. It's almost always been a thing. There's also the Non-Aggression Act. That's another philosophy term, right? Basically, that I won't hurt my neighbor if my neighbor doesn't try to kill me, and my neighbor won't hurt me. I want to be treated as others want to be treated. So this is just a concept that's been around for a long, long time. So anyway, that's one. Now I'm trying to remember what I think it was Elder who said it. Where Elder, what was the point that you were saying, man? I wish I wrote it down.
It was about paying taxes.
No, what I said, the point, because the question when I came in was, what is the solution? And I said the solution is self-sufficiency.
Self-sufficiency.
Okay, that's what
what I said.
Okay.
That was
what
my
it was.
point.
And you said that like rely on the government's bad. That's what it was. Okay. Sorry, I should have wrote it down. I was like doing several things at once. But all right, so I actually agree with you like 80% of the way. I think right now, as we know, the government is not set up to help you, even though it should, that we should just be self-reliant. But then there's an extent to where I hate staying on your live stream, where the system is going to have to be torn down either way. So say, for example, we use your example. We know about socioeconomics. Say somehow we magically was able to get most of the states or black community to do what you say, which I do agree with, right? At a certain point, just like Black Wall Street and just like the black community was doing before the 50s, white people are going to try to burn it down, right? Or the government. They're going to try to do something to get rid of that. You're not a threat yet, but as soon as your ideology spreads, they will try to kill it. So what I'm advocating is a two-front way.
Hold on, real quick. Not to cut you off, I apologize.
Sure, go ahead.
My message is not a black message. If you listen to me close.
Thank you.
Look at my videos. It's not just black folk. We are a mixed nation. We are a multicultural nation. My message is not for blacks. My message is for freedom of mind. So I don't care what color you are. I have, you go look at my family picture, when you go look at our ministry, look at our family picture, we got every nation under the sun. And I do agree with you. If blacks do try to come together because the system is set up for them not to make it, the whites will definitely make sure that they tear it, just like they did in Tulsa and all the other things. I agree.
That happens all the time.
My
So-
message is not a black message. What I was saying to them is, because they were saying that no black people do it. I'm saying, no. I know thousands of black people that are doing it. You see what I'm saying? But I don't have a black message. I have a message of freedom. That's what I have.
So just really quickly, I I don't really like to admit this, but like most of my family are actually part of the Nation of Islam. I grew up among that. We actually had like small communities similar to what you're talking about. So that's what I said. Like I'm not a follower anymore, but like I know what you're talking about, and I agree with most of that stuff. Right? Like they have like communities, they have schools. I think you know about it, Elder, the Nation of Islam.
I do.
And all that. Yeah, I think you know what they do. It's very similar to what you're talking about right now. And I'm glad you're talking about bringing in other people, because I'm not really about the whole just segregating race stuff. I don't really believe in that for reasons. But either way, even if you do that, still, there could be problems, right? So what I advocate, and here's a good solution. So the guy wants, like, say, the government to work for people again, right? Here is one solution, and on top of what you said, I want to see what you guys think.
Right.
Okay, so we know that like the system revolves around money, right? Like a labor force, right?
All right, go ahead.
Why not just everyone, or most of, you don't even need everyone, most of the people just not go to work or use money at all? Just don't participate at all.
Go back to a barter and trade system?
Just don't participate. Don't spend it. You basically say something like, hey, we all want, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all want the government to, whatever your cause is, just don't participate. The money doesn't work unless you actually believe in it. That's a part of the social contract.
Fam, that's talking. You alluded earlier, a few minutes ago, that if blacks were to come together and separate from the dominant society or whatever, how would that be problematic?
How would that be problematic? I gave an example of the Black Tulsa. That's not just talking.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you thought if Tulsa would have practiced military, because that's ultimately what protects your resources and everything else. So
that would not have been able to protect.
But they rebuilt like Wall Street.
You're not
Why are they bringing that up?
Wait. Let me answer to the.
You will never.
You really think you're gonna fight a
drone? You will never have the resources that this government.
They didn't have any drones back in the 60s and the 50s and all that.
They had and they rebuilt Black Wall Street.
Now
they had a plane that dropped bombs. That's what happened.
Look. I think you're missing kind of the point. I think Elder's trying to get across. I think like my thing, and even when I talked about to Kwame, I think he even missed this point in my message was, look, the government, they are taking the money, doing things with it to help us, but it's just not very good quality either.
That's pacifying.
It's extremely low quality. That's why I said, why would we want financial literacy in public schools, where we obviously right now there's going to be a lot of people who can't get out of the fact that they're going to have to go to public school. But why would I want financial literacy and coding in public schools where we know the government is known for botching and messing some of this stuff up? Why trust them with something that important? Financial literacy is extremely important. Teach it in the home. And what Elder said, the key word was sacrifice. Sacrifice some of your time to learn how to do some of these things correctly yourself so that you can actually pass it down. The bailout is, what Kwame said was, they don't have time or we don't have the money to do it. No, it just takes some sacrifice. That's it. And that's the key
Hey,
word in all of this.
you built all them
Wait.
houses?
Lamont, can I push back on something? I remember what you said.
I
I remember it. Real quick.
respond to this guy's
You mind if I
his
say it real
solution.
quick?
I want to respond to a solution when I get a chance. Go ahead.
Real quick. It's real quick. So Lamont, I heard on the panel, it wasn't just you. Some other people were like, "Oh, the stimulus checks didn't help at all." So here's the thing. You're right. What the government does, because they want to maintain the system, right? So they won't do anything where it's gonna like put you over the top or solve all your debts. Here's the problem. So if you did not give that stimulus check during COVID, and I'm not just talking out of my buttocks. This is like for economics or whatever. The whole economy, a lot of the middle class would have blew up around that moment. So what they did, and I know we have anecdotal examples like, oh, well, I know someone who used it to take a vacation or whatever. You don't go by that. You go by statistics. And what it did was actually, it kept like fucking. I need to bring the number up, but it kept a lot of people from sliding into poverty, which is really bad for the economy as a whole, like for the GDP. So stimulus checks actually do work. If you want an example of what would happen if you don't have any safety net, look no further than the first Great Depression. That is literally what happened. Literally, they had nothing. So the people were about to do a revolution, literally during that time.
If you believe $1,500 helped you out of your
I
damn
was about to
mind,
say, you think $2,000 helped you out of your fucking mind?
It did. I mean, I'm not
Hold
talking
on.
my ass. There's
Let me
statistics
kick back
on
on
it.
this real
It's more
quick.
than that.
Let me
There's
get some
statistics. Yeah, it
knowledge.
was more than that too.
Let me help
There's
you.
statistics on it.
Hold on, my
Government
brother.
employment checks.
Let me help you. The Great Depression.
Mhm.
My grandparents lived through the Great Depression.
Okay.
Right? It hurt the people that were what the world called middle class or well off.
Yeah.
My grandparents said their lives never changed. When you were already poor, it didn't change nothing. They didn't even know it was a Great Depression going on. They were right here in the great state of Alabama, and they had no idea of what was going on in the world, because when you poor, you just poor. The way hold on, let me finish. The way they lived, it did not affect them at all. And I heard that directly from my grandfather and they're not alive now, but they told me, and my grandmother. It did not affect them at all. And this is one I'm gonna push back against what your solution. I came out early. Hold on, I came out earlier and told you your solution cannot be anti-government. Your solution to rebel against the system of the government is anti. So if everybody actually would listen to you, which they're not, but if they did and stop buying, that is a direct attack against the governmental system. So now they're gonna fight you back. Me just living self-sufficient, no problem. I ain't fighting the system. I'm just some poor little guy over here that's happy growing his crops. They don't care about me. I don't have an anti-government message. I don't have a message saying F the government, they doing it. No, I will tell you the facts of it. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to teach you and train you how not to depend on them. So when the Great Depression happens again,
okay,
you will be like my grandparents and nothing will change for you.
So can I respond to that?
Lifestyle won't change.
Can I respond to that twofold?
You can.
All right. So for the first part about the Great Depression, my argument wasn't that like my argument was basically mostly the middle class, right? As we know, the middle class in most economies is actually what holds up the economy. It's what like the GDP. It's basically the quality of life, right? So imagine you're living a pretty quality life, and the majority of the population, even though they're mostly white, were middle class, right? Now imagine if they slid into poverty and now they're as poor as you, a black person. You think America would have been around if that happened? No. As a matter of fact, in all cases points, FDR, who was not a good guy, as most leftists will try to tell you, he was telling the bankers and everyone at times, like, yo, if we don't start doing this, if you don't let me do it, because they're calling him a socialist, which he wasn't, but they're like, hey, you can call me a socialist all day, but I'm about to save y'all's ass. I'm about to save capitalism's ass. Because if you don't, if you look at what happened in Russia and other places, people were rebelling against capitalism. And that was literally going on. Yes, it was. It was, yeah. So literally, they let him do his thing. They're like, fine, just do it. And then they let him install the welfare state and all this and that. So actually, that actually upheld the system in a way. But what I'm saying is like, if you did not bring those stimulus checks, and maybe you guys think that's a good thing, then yeah, you would have had a lot of issues. And Lamont is kind of correct in that. And you would have had a lot of people out in the streets because the middle class would have blown up, for sure.
Again, listen to me. What is going to happen if civil unrest takes place? They're going to go to their cities and they're going to shut down their highways. They're going to control the major populace. because the majority of the people in this country, I want to say 90% of you, live in their metropolises. You
Yes,
live
I
in
agree.
cities, and they're going to shut them down and control them.
But we agree on that.
Say it again.
No, I'm saying we agree on that. I was only
Yeah.
pushing back on the fact that, like Lamont said,
That's
some people
why I
don't
said the
benefit at
answer
all.
to it. That's why, again, let's go back to what the original why I came in here. The guy was asking, what's the solution? What's the solution? The solution is self-sufficiency.
But Elder, one more thing, and I'll shut up because I feel like I'm taking most of the time, right? So when we talk about like the self-sufficiency, and I said twofold, and eventually everyone's gonna have to stop participating. That is anti-government. But can I bring up one example real quick? In the 1990s, Iceland, and I believe France sort of did this recently, but it was specifically Iceland. That's my best answer, right? They did something exactly what I said. What ended up happening was people felt like, they were trying to what was it? Oh yeah, they were trying to dock pay, right? They were trying to dock pay, specifically and lower like how much people were getting paid, and they were taking away from like basically what your social security. So people didn't like that. They didn't like the president, and they didn't like that what was going on at that time. So what they did is exactly what I did. They basically held out for almost a week, and then what happened was the government decided to concede and said, "Fine, we'll give in to your demands." Now, will that happen here just like it did in Iceland? Not sure. It can go two routes. It can go exactly that route, or it can go to some freaking Nazi Germany fascist shit where they're like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna go into police state." It can go either way, but either way, it'll bring you some kind of like revolution. That's all.
Again, the anti-movement, Iceland doesn't have the firepower that America has. They don't have it. And
That's 1990 stuff.
let the American people try to revolt against this government.
Yeah.
These paid clones that's in the military will have no problem putting an AR bullet in your head.
But Elder, I have a question.
They won't have a problem.
Do you think they would really want to go that route if we're just asking
Again,
for like simple
if you force them to, here's the key, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna show you that we miss reality. We've been talking about blacks. Have not the blacks been asking for simple human rights for years, for decades, and we still don't get them?
Yeah, but that's the problem. They're asking. I'm saying actually taking action.
And that's when here's the key. What did Iceland have to fight? First off, you're very low in population anyways, and you don't have the military might. You're not going to get this government that's set up against the people to comply to the people when they don't have to. In their minds, even though the blacks did a bunch to build this nation up, they don't feel they need the blacks. It's 12% of the population. They got more. Yeah. They could replace in their mind. They could replace them with Hispanics. That's how they feel.
Oh, that's true.
They keep more than that.
But just to wait. Just to add, I wasn't just talking about blacks. I was really just talking about the whole labor force, or majority of them, not just blacks. We need more.
You're not going to beat this government physically. It's not possible. The way they have it set up. So the key is separate.
The Asians did.
Hey,
the Mexicans do it.
No, they don't.
Asians and Mexicans are doing it right now.
They paid them off, bro.
They're paying them off. They're participating in campus.
They are. They're willing to participate. Because everybody gets a benefit from America. All these other
homosexuals are doing it too.
They get a benefit from America.
Yeah,
and America pushes its weight around because it has the largest military force.
Exactly.
But again, they're not going to be focused on you and yours. They're not. You are not even in the minority. You're so low. We're so low on the totem pole. We're not a threat to them in what we're doing. And here's the key. In their eyes, when they look at their books, we look like willing participants. Why? Because when they look and say, did they pay their taxes? We have. Yep. So they're not looking at us as threats by living on our own. Farmers live on their own forever. They don't have no problem with that. They don't. Yep. That is the solution, so that when it do hit the fan, you're as far away from the major population as you can be, and you're in a position where you can produce and take care of your family without the need of the benefit of the government. That's all I'm telling folks. That's your solution. And it ain't no anti-government speech. It ain't going to City Hall or complaining about this, and that. You get it done yourself.
So
I agree with you.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think the U.S. military is?
Well, they definitely don't represent the people, and they mostly represent the. They only represent white people. It's a military complex. They represent their interests.
No, they are the geopolitical arm of the United States of America, and whatever will it seeks, they will carry it out.
Yeah, I don't deny it. Can I give a story though?
Hold on, before you go,
Anybody
bend the
really quick
knee.
history lesson?
Before you go, bend the knee.
Yeah.
I want to give you an example of what Elder's saying.
Go.
I'm gonna put it on the screen here. So I have a business right here that I run. Okay, where I help people who sell on Amazon. I help them when they mess up and do something stupid and get their account taken down or suspended or whatever. I help them get reinstated. The one thing that I do, because I understand how Amazon works and talking to so many representatives with Amazon, is the one thing that I do is I help find a way to get them compliant and then get their stores back up so they stay off the radar of the Amazon algorithm that will suspend your account. It's not about going along everything with what Amazon does. It's about just staying off the radar. What Elder's talking about, what he's doing by paying taxes, is when they go look at Elder's, his books, his taxes, everything, his land, and one thing that they see is he's staying compliant with the taxes he's paying. Everything's up to code. He's doing everything the right way. And it's about just staying out of their hair. Because generally, if you just stand out of their hair, you're not a threat to them.
Yeah.
Then they're not going to mess with you. And that's what I help these sellers do, is about helping them get their accounts back. So it works with everything in businesses, with the government. It's not about just going along with everything that they say and participate, because you don't have to. But because you live on this land, just pay your taxes, do what you need to do. You don't have to participate in all these resources. You don't, if they have police departments, you know what? We know you don't have to use police departments, because you see people in Detroit now hiring their own security forces to police neighborhoods because the police ain't doing it good enough.
Yes, I agree.
So you don't have to use these resources that the government offers. It's there, but we know, like I said before, the government does a poor job of offering resources that are actually viable to us. They have put some bullshit. They can't even fix potholes half the time.
Yeah.
How you expect them to do anything like teach financial literacy or all of this stuff that we talking about? The government is just there, and obviously you don't want to butt heads with them. That's the one thing you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You want to keep going against the grain, like what you're saying is going to them, asking, demanding this, reparations here, there. That you're just butting heads with something that goes against how that system actually works. It's just not going to work properly.
Yeah. So I guess just to kind of clarify my point, so people aren't confused. I'm not disagreeing what you guys are doing. Lamont, I think you're doing really good. Elder, you're doing really good things. Like, that is a great thing. Again, coming from a history of like my family being raised in Nation Islam, we did the same thing. The elders talking about, literally, they do the same thing. Like buy land, they do the same things, but similar things always. So it's not that I disagree. I'm saying you should do that. You should do whatever you can now. You should go work. I'm not saying, hey, sit there for a welfare check and complain. I'm not about that life. But what I'm saying, if we're talking about action, like I gave the example of what if everyone did what Elder said, eventually it would become a problem anyway. So, it's going to become a problem anyway if it spreads. So if we're trying to save...
What I'm saying, though, what you're saying, that's an unrealistic take, though, because we already established that American
let me quote Nelson Mandela.
So I don't expect everybody to do it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But the few that get it, they'll be the ones that get protected in the end.
Yeah.
They'll be the ones that when crap hit the fan, they'll be okay.
Right. And no, Elder, like, I legitimately do agree. I just said, like, there's a certain point where I think the system needs to go. And I think we all agree with that. And I know you're saying it's not realistic, but let's just put it this way. Like Nelson Mandela said, he's like, hey, everyone says things are impossible until you make it possible. So what I'm saying, that sounds like bullshit, but it's true. So what I'm saying is this: it's like everyone should do what Elder and Lamont are saying. This is a fact. Don't look and like complain or look for a hell that was stupid. The government can work. I disagree with that. It cannot. It can. It just they don't want to. No, I'm saying they don't want to. It's a matter of will. It can. It's just a matter of will.
Yeah, but that's the way it's always been. So why would they change now?
It works to other communities.
Yeah, it's just a matter of will. But let me complete. What I'm saying is, eventually, it might not be our generation. It'll be a generation down the line. I think the true answer is you don't have to take up arms. Maybe it'll get to that. You'll lose if you take up arms. But I think if you generally just no one practices in that system, because money, again, you need that social contract. You need to believe in it for it to work. If you just if the labor force doesn't participate at all.
But what Elder's saying is actually the only way.
Real money is too.
Because what people don't realize, and they're talking about all these other communities where the government's working and they're giving people money. My brothers, 85% of the people, as you know them, are so leveraged in debt, it's not even funny.
There you go.
They're living a fantasy. what you see in the world is not real.
But Beast, I don't believe in your debt.
No,
I don't believe in your money.
You said
Yeah,
what?
he just talking. Where your proof of that at? Where's your proof that they leverage in debt?
Bro,
No,
have you,
that's
Hold
bro,
I
Next
got proof.
conversation.
Hold up. I got proof. I'm gonna tell you right now. Y'all remember when the crash took place in 2008? The home crash.
yes.
Y'all remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Down here, there were 30 licensed contractors that will go out and do like dirt work, build homes, all this kind of stuff. 30 of them in this county. When that thing took place, all these banks around here said, you know what? The money y'all owe us, we need it now, or we're coming to get all the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
There are only 3 big contractors like that now in this whole entire county, because they were the only 3 people that paid off all of the heavy equipment. And these machines cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to have. These big, backhoes, and y'all know what I'm talking about. All this huge equipment.
Yeah.
They called all them loans due back in 2008 and 9, and 27 companies in this county went out of business because they had debt and they had to get all of their machinery pulled from them. They will call these loans due, I promise you. Go back and look at what happened to the people that was out there in California, where they had their money in Southern California, but they had moved to Northern California like the rich folk do.
But you pushing do for selferism. What you telling us to do for self, and you just made my point. They just went out of business.
Again, they had debt, brother. They had debt. I've never told you to go.
That's how you get started, right?
No, you don't. No, brother. Everything you see, like that video Lamont was showing you, everything you can see with your eyes was paid for with cash. We pay as we listen. We pay as we go. That building, hey, you can go back and look. I started that building back in October. I'm still not finished with that building. I do project, I do section at a time. When I get the funds that I want to allocate towards that, I do. But everything you see, that when you on one of our videos, everything is paid for. Everything. So that's why I pay my taxes, because that's
But what you just did is contradicted yourself.
Hold on, Zoe.
You just contradicted yourself.
Hey, Lamont, will you pull that link up I just put in the Federal Reserve link?
I want to know how he feel like I contradicted myself.
Because you said do for self.
I want you
Only
to show
yourself.
that on the screen.
What?
Yourself can do it. Yourself can get out of it. But now you just saying all these businesses failed because they had loans that everybody probably gonna have.
Yeah, but you missed the part where Elder said he has nest eggs as well.
Scroll down and look at this, my brother.
You do it without the debt. I talked about that in the beginning, that the borrower
should be
is
a
the
graph
slave
there,
to
Lamont.
the lender.
All right, hold on.
You don't do it in debt because you still are a slave to that person that loans you the money. And these people were the debt is a part of the system. Did you hear me bring up the debt about the American debt? The only reason we don't have to pay it is because bookers can't come take it. We have the largest. Hold on, we have the largest military force. You think China don't want their money, bro? You don't think China want their money from America?
Yeah, of course they do.
They can't take it though, and they can't.
What's this on the screen? What are we looking at?
Hold on. So what you're looking at is exactly what he's talking about. This is the Fed balance sheet. In 2008, when the crash happened, there was maybe $400 billion of debt we owed the Fed. Now it's $8 trillion.
Wow.
Trillion.
There's where your debt is, bro. This is the money they've been putting in the system since 2008, bro. So
13 years later.
Understand that America is so over leveraged in debt, they own you.
They own your children's children. That's getting pushed 6 generations now, bro.
And they show you
can never pay that debt.
This is why your home is why it's worth. This is why the stock market is where it's
Do y'all
at.
know that the government right now owns half the homes in America? Did y'all know
Thank
that?
you, Elder.
They have the mortgages to half the homes in America. They don't have the mortgage to none of my homes. None. I do, because they all paid for.
Well, by the way, for any of the things I was referencing, especially the stimulus checks, I posted it in the chat section just to make sure you guys have to happen on that.
So I didn't contradict myself, brother. I'm telling you, do this thing from a freedom standpoint. It takes time. But I'm telling you, if you step out and you sacrifice and somebody see you're giving all to this cause, they'll step in and join you with the mindset. And then everybody can have all things common. Because this home ain't mine. There's multi-families that live here in this home.
Hey,
The home
salute.
across the street ain't mine. There's multi-family living there. That building don't belong to me. It belongs to us. You see what I'm saying? We have all things common, but you're gonna have to sacrifice.
So I'm gonna say this about the thing you're talking about, the debt. I really, I don't think it's important at all.
Wow.
I really don't believe in it.
Woo-wee. Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I get what he's saying to a point, because when crap hits the fan, debt is not going to matter then.
Yeah.
Everybody. Well, here's the
That's my
thing.
belief.
Everybody's going to be a willing slave then, because again, the government is just going to take what is theirs. They're going to shut down their highways. They're going to everything that they own and control. They're going to shut it down, and then you're going to really see how dependent you are on the government. I've asked people before. I said, "What are you going to do when they shut your lights off?" And they say, "I'm going to pay my bill." I said, "No. I'm saying when they decide they don't want to give you electricity anymore, what will you do? When they don't want to provide you with water anymore, what will you do?" And folk look at me crazy.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
You think you're entitled to these things. You're not. And when them bellies start hitting them spines and you can't get food, because you ain't gonna be able to go to Walmart. Why? Ain't no trucks coming in, bro. You know, trucks get everything everywhere in this world, in America.
Yeah.
You ain't finna be able to get no food. How long the food in your house you got now? Because you don't have a storage bin. You don't have a climate control storage to take care of your food. I got enough food on one shelf in here to feed 50 people for a year. That's just one shelf. What do you got? How long that food you got in your house gonna feed your family? If you cannot go, think about what the pandemic did. Did they not restrict you from going to the stores for a minute? That was just trial, bro. That was just trial. When crap hit the fan, you ain't gonna have a Walmart to go to, because there ain't gonna be no trucks bringing no products to no Walmart. Borders are gonna be shut down. This pandemic was up, but you know what? We grew during the pandemic. We didn't miss nothing. We didn't miss a beat. We actually grew during the pandemic. When you self-sufficient, it ain't gonna change nothing. Just like my grandparents said, when the depression happened, they didn't even know it was a depression, because their life did not change at all.
Hey,
They
salute,
produce
Elder.
all their food, all their eggs, all their chickens, cow. They produce all that on their land. And all my grandfather had was a half an acre, y'all. A half an acre. 15 children. 15 children. Man, you can't tell me this ain't the solution. And nobody came to Brent, Alabama bothering them during the Depression either. Not one person. They didn't care what they were doing. They're not going to care what you're doing unless you're a part of the matrix, unless you're a part of the masses. Then they're going to care. Telling you, man.
Everything Elder's talking about all starts with the mindset.
Sure
That's the
does.
problem. The mindset. That's what I've been focused on. Like you gotta have the right mindset to even think like that, and that's where we got to start trying to have the change. That dependent mindset is what's going to just screw us over in the long run.
I will say this, and this does add this actually helps.
Hold on, Bend the knee. Let me go to Lee real quick because he's been wanting to chime in.
Yeah,
King Styles hasn't said anything as well, so I want to go to Lee, and then I'm gonna go to King Styles, and then we go back to you, Bend the knee.
All right, I'll make myself.
Hey, salute Lamont, salute Bees, anti everybody, salute Elder. You and I have talked a few times just about basketball.
Okay.
But I think the last time we spoke, I told you I was in the process of, getting my real estate license and then eventually transitioning out of corporate America.
I remember you. Yes, sir. I do. Speaking to you, my brother.
And yeah, I appreciate it, my brother. And just being a producer. Bees and I have had conversations about this, being a producer and learning about production and, transitioning from the system and not being dependent on them anymore. That was me who Bees was talking about in terms of just wanting to forward you my phone number because I have so many questions about eventually becoming a producer while I eventually transition out of corporate America.
I will reach out. I'll reach out to you, no doubt.
Okay, yes, sir. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, and I'm just listening right now. And I heard what Zoe was saying earlier, and you're funny. All I was thinking,
man, hey, fellas, really, yes, what I'm saying to you is this: if we really truly open up our eyes,
right,
these people by what they produce. And I don't care for us today to have any level of faith and the government producing and doing what they actually say they're going to do, you're just a fool to believe that. Because if you go back and look at history, they've never done it. They have no intentions of doing it. So you're going to be doomed to repeat this thing, because you're not going to change your mindset. You're going to keep believing this fool goal, believing that you get the white picket fence and a nice house and all that. You get it, but it comes with a boatload of debt that obligates you to them. And it obligates you because you don't learn anything. Technology, great, but it don't teach you how to do nothing but push buttons.
You just have it.
But what happened when they hit the switch and the buttons don't work no more? What happens? That's why I know tech is never going to totally take over. Hollywood trying to show you all this stuff through their movies and stuff, man. We ignore it because we just want to entertain our flesh. But the simpler you live and the more content you become, believe me, the greater wealth you're going to have. Because real wealth is not cars, it's not houses, it's not. You got to have land and you got to have things that reproduce themselves. Man, we got cattle, right? I have one cow. Did you see that video today that Sonya put out? Yes. One cow, just one, has produced 13 heifers. Anybody know what a heifer is? Does anybody know what a heifer is?
That's a little cow. That's a baby cow.
It's a female cow.
Female cow.
Female. Mm-hmm. So that means 13 of them gonna produce more cows. One. Mm-hmm. There's probably 40 cows up there, y'all. But just one has produced 13 heifers. Mm-hmm. Now, what do I got to do to make the cows produce? Just put a bull out there and let him do his thing? He can handle a lot more than one. He can handle a lot more than two. He can handle a lot more than five. Y'all do know that, right?
Mm. Oh, he ain't bullshit.
I don't need 13 bulls to handle 13 heifers.
Yeah, that nigga out there letting loose and everything moving out there.
Hey, yo, bull a hoe. You hear me?
Well, no, he doing what he's supposed to do. You put all them heifers out there. He's supposed to let loose and everything going on out there.
I know the joke you saying that type, but
he a big hoe.
I'm trying to get it in your mind what wealth is, y'all. What
production
true wealth is. I ain't got to do nothing but let them sit out in the field and eat grass. That's it.
Production.
And they will reproduce on themselves. Do y'all know in my gardens out here that I got crops I only have to plant? They just come up every year. I have to stop certain things from producing because they produce too much. Mm. This is the type of stuff you got to have in your life if you want to survive. Because when they cut your food source off, what are you going to do when you can't go to the Krogers? You can't go to the Walmarts. What are you Publix? What are you going to do? And people say, well, that'll never happen. Okay.
No, you're right, though. I mean, that exudes power, bro.
They lived during the Depression and ask them what they did. Ask them.
Being able to grow your own food
it was a whip and a howl going.
Hey,
but
Elder.
The poor people were fine.
Hey, Elder. You know what's the greatest thing? You know what's the thing that proves your point about how, like, if you try to go against the system, that they'll forever ever try to get rid of you. All of like South America or the Caribbean islands or Haiti. I can give a good example. Like, it's you know, everyone likes to say it's because you know they're the way they treat their people. Like, no, I mean, we're friends with, like, for example, Saudi Arabia. They treat their people like crap. Like, they are like all the evil words in the book, right? Same thing with Israel. But the real reason is this, and they're doing it right now, like with Cuba. When you try the way what America said, like back in the day, is like the Caribbean islands and South America is our backyard. But when people try to get away from the system, I don't care about the names or whatever, but when they try to get away from the system is when they go in attack mode. And a good example of that is Cuba. I don't know if you guys know, you know, they can call them whatever, but Cuba had a relationship with a lot of black groups, revolutionary groups, including Nation of Islam. Matter of fact, I bet you guys didn't know this. You can call it communistic or not. I know people when when Castro was still around who went over there to get a free degree in medical school. He said, "Hey, any of you guys?" Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
But didn't they cut that program short when they stopped Americans from going over there?
No, they cut Castro short.
Well, I know they did that, but I'm saying as far as what he built over there, didn't they tear all that down?
Well, America doesn't allow certain things like that. I don't know if that program's still going on, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I do know people, like, in my lifetime who went over there and became a doctor. Like, he was really welcoming, like that. Matter of fact, I don't know if you guys know. Do you know that, like, when apartheid was happening, we were supporting that in South Africa? Do you know that he sent soldiers to go help Nelson Mandela free the people. I don't know if you guys know that. This is in the history books, but they'll have y'all think he's like this evil guy. When he actually came down and met with Malcolm X, he came down.
Mandela more evil to black people than Castro was.
Yeah. So
don't want to hear that though.
Yeah. So he did a lot of stuff that people don't know, especially to the black community. I don't even know if you guys know that before he came in, it was worse than when Castro got in. Like there's like close to slavery there, but people want to cry communism. It has nothing to do. I don't care about the system. It doesn't work. But I'm saying like when you try to get away from the system, they will make you seem like the bad guy, and that proves Elder's point.
Well, Castro made it more even. Like you didn't really have a caste system where you had the lighter complected people ahead of the darker complected people. He treated everybody the same across the board.
Correct. Yes.
And that's what they didn't like. They didn't like that.
And he was building up some of them black countries.
He was.
And America was not having that again.
He was going to destabilize. He was going to destabilize the economy with the resources over there, and they couldn't have that.
The system
is not with that.
Yeah, he sent Che Guevara to try to overthrow a lot of America imperialist places in Africa, and that's why they chased Che Guevara, made him seem like a terrorist.
Right.
And that's what happened. Like that's where I said like a lot of these countries who are quote unquote these bad words get a bad rep. It's just because they went against America, and that's why I told the brother in the comment section, I was like, you're following military complex like fucking like talking points. It's true. You gotta look at
the way you fight is without. You don't have to go up and protest and do all this kind of stuff. Because honestly, a real protest is nothing if you ain't got guns. If you ain't willing to go die, you ain't doing a real protest. That talking and billboards and all that stuff, that ain't doing nothing to them. That don't faze them one bit. I promise you it don't. They'll talk in meetings for centuries. Not just years, not just decades. They'll do it for centuries because they don't care. They're not trying for it to go anywhere. They just constantly keep you thinking that you have an ear and you have influence, even though you don't. Because the proof proves that you don't have influence. They're going to keep that ball rolling. So the way you do it is you don't sense. See, like Nelamacha, they're not going to that army. They're not going to fight for them. They're not. And see, now I can start having children that's not even tied to the system. Meaning they don't have social security cards. They don't have birth certificates. They're not even tied to the system. They haven't agreed. They haven't signed. I haven't signed them over to the system. So then when they come up, they just inherit what I give them. You see what I'm saying? And they're not going to have to go out there and get the government and American jobs because I'll have everything set up for them here. This is how you pass down generational wealth. But at the same time, when it comes time to pay taxes, they got it. Go pay it. And the government won't give a flip.
So black people should practice more nepotism than anything else in order to survive.
Again, you got to opt out of the system, though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. In order to go against the system,
you have to, and it's taking time. But you got to opt out the system. But you can't be anti, meaning out vocally coming against them. Social media and all that kind of. Because if you look on us, we ain't doing none of that. We will tell the truth about the government and what it's doing, but we're not anti-government at all. At the end of the day, we know the system that's set up and in place. And you're not going to physically overpower them. It's not going to happen. But why not put yourself in a position where you don't need them, though? So when they do start implementing these things to oppress you, it don't affect you. Because this bubble gonna bust. Y'all do see the housing market is ridiculous right now. The car market is crazy right now. This thing is finna bust, y'all.
Oh yeah, it is. It's definitely
gonna bust, and it's gonna be 10 times worse than it was in 2008. Yeah. What are you gonna do though? Y'all remember some of y'all that was in that Midwest where it hit really hard in the Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania's. Man, it hit hard in them areas because they were industrial areas, and that industrial complex was shutting down. Imagine that thing hitting the whole country, because that's what's gonna happen this time. I'm telling you, man. Get yourself to a point where you can do some things for yourself, so that when your wife look at you and say, "Babe, we need this," you can produce it as a man. I mean, most of us don't even own hunting rifles, man. You couldn't shoot a deer and skin a buck if you had to. You think that stuff just automatically gonna come to you. Well, I'll be able to do it. What kind of deer you gonna shoot in the city, bro? Ain't no deers in the city. Not many. I promise you, they're not. You ain't finna shoot no deer in no city. You ain't finna get no food. I'm telling you, man, this is the way you do it. You become self-sufficient. You don't have to be no rah-rah guy and out here on social media running your mouth against the government. You just do what you need to do to protect and take care of your family. And then be willing to die for yours. Now, if the government send tanks down this street, you think I'm finna just sacrifice my family like that? No. We'll just get down on the ground and, all right, do what you're going to do. Can't do nothing against. You can't fight against that. But you think some small little militia that say, oh, they grow their own food, we're going to go take it. You think they're going to have it? I got something for them. I promise you I do. I promise you I do. I promise you we do. We ain't training for nothing. You know what I'm saying? We get some of the best training in the world. We got retired Rangers, Navy SEALs that train us. You see what I'm saying? We take the stuff from the world and we let it benefit us. We let it benefit us. And if something ever goes down, we're prepared. That's the key. Just be prepared. Be prepared. And I think too much excuse making. Go ahead, bro.
I like what he's saying. I like what you're saying, you know, because I'm a motivated person too. But I want to see how. Well, I want to see how we can look. I put some in the YouTube chat, Lamont, and this is the Federal Reserve data. This ain't me talking. This is the number that's reported by the government, and this is gonna show you how the wealth has lifted since 1980. Now, I want to say, in order to fix that, like, I want to see how we fix this, but I want you to see if you can pull it up. I put it in the YouTube chat, and I want everybody to see the disparities between Black America and White America. And then for people that say you can fix this yourself, I just want to know how. Because
we gave solutions. Hold on. I think you're going at it the wrong way. I'm not looking. Look at it. Hold on. I'm not looking to fix. I'm not looking to fix.
Hey, Lamont, uncheck, do everything but white and black. Uncheck everything but white and black, and then show that on the screen and show where we at.
Hey, Zoe, I think the problem that you have is that you're not listening to what Elder's saying.
Check black and show the graph.
Elder's not trying to be equal or above whites in their society, bro.
That's irrelevant.
That's your problem, is you keep trying to get them to let you in. They're not.
Let me say this. Can I say something, bro? I just looked up. Let me say this. I just looked up the cost. I just looked up. I'm from Milwaukee. Wait, let me say this. I just looked up the cost of some of those tickets at the for the Bucks game, and I just want to tell you that you can't afford to go unless you in this top. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Like, so even though you can, you know, we can't afford America. That's what I'm trying to say. We can't afford to be here.
Why can't you afford to go, Zoe?
Because they. Let me say this. Because let me say this. I'm okay in my family, right? I'm doing okay. I don't need anybody for anything, right? But like I told y'all earlier, I have a family. Let me say this, bro. I have a family that I'm tied to. Let me say this. I have a family that I'm tied to, that I'm responsible for, that is poor. So as much as I want to do good, I have an albatross tied around my neck holding me down because
Who do you work for, Zoe?
I'm sorry?
Who do you work for?
I work for a factory. I'm not sure if I want to put that on the internet.
I understand. That's fine. I'm glad you said the way you did. I don't know the name of it. I just
pharmaceutical.
You can't sit here and tell me.
Look at those numbers. What are those?
Come on, brother. You can't sit here and tell me when you work for a factory you don't need someone. Because what happened the day they shut the factory down? Don't tell me that can't happen, because I got 6 states that'll tell you a lie. I seen whole states almost be shut down because they shut down all the factories in all these little
Detroit, Michigan,
Ohio.
That man don't work in no factory.
Go back and look up in 2008 when all them states became the 99 states, where the government gave them 99 weeks of unemployment because they had no employment in them states because of the economic crash in 2008. So you can't tell me when you're working at a factory that I don't need nobody. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me you don't need anybody when you don't know how to produce water for your own family, when you don't know how to produce electricity for your own family. Do you have means to cook and provide food for your family without the government? Because if the job goes away, what will you do? This is what I'm trying to get you to see.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not seeing that. And you're trying to give me
right
graphs.
Now listen.
Hold on.
Listen, my bro.
Hold on. You're trying to give me
Go
graphs so that you can be compared to get your financial wealth to the white people. That's counting American dollars. Do you know that?
Let me say this.
Hold on. You're not listening. You're pausing so you can speak, but you're not trying to listen because you're trying to get to a place.
You ain't let me talk.
You're trying to
let them finish, bro.
You're trying to get to a place, Zach, Zoe, whatever it is, where I'm already at, bro. I've been where you at. You trying to get where I'm at, and I'm trying to help you.
No, my brother, I'm trying to get us. I'm okay. You okay, right? But we talk. But look, we talking about us, not you and me. We talking about us.
So the problem is you're not okay. You believe their lies to think that you're okay. Zoe, just be real with me. Do you own a home, brother? Do you own a home? Yes or no? Why is you?
I take that as a no,
bro. Do you own a home, Zoe?
I take that as a no.
He don't.
He said he doesn't own any land.
You don't even know
he
what
doesn't own any land.
You don't know what real wealth is. You looking at these charts, and these are off United States dollars. These are off American dollars. That ain't real wealth, bro. Because what happened when the dollar crashes? What happens? It's about to. $8 trillion in debt. We got more debt than that now. It's higher than $8 trillion now. What happens when the dollar crash? What are you gonna do? What did the world do before they had the American dollar? Do you even know how long the U.S. dollar been around? We got 6,000 years of history. The damn dollar ain't been around that long. A few hundred years, bro. What are you going to do? What was wealth before the dollar hit here? What was wealth before the yen was invented? The pesos, all these, whatever. What was world wealth? I'm not stacking Federal Reserve notes in my safe. I ain't that dumb. I want something that's going to be universal no matter where
I'm sorry. I'm not responding because I'm having audio issues. That's why I'm not responding. Right. My audio is going in and out. I'm sorry, guys.
My thing is you're trying to say you're okay, and I'm trying to let you see you're really not, bro. When you are in debt and then you working for the man and you shackled to a job, you're not okay. You're not. Do you own your home? You have an audio problem. All right.
Yeah, he having audio problems.
What I'm trying to say, man, is work towards self-sufficiency. When you don't owe anybody for your lands, you don't owe anybody for your homes, you don't owe anybody for your equipment and the buildings that you build, your storages, whatever it is, your animals, when you don't owe anybody, nobody can come and say, pay me. Because if you own that home and they want their money, they can say, pay me my money or I'm taking that home. The bank owns that home.
At any time.
At any time they can do it. I was a finance manager, y'all, when I was working for the car dealership. They can call that loan due anytime. And you would have to pay the balance or give back the collateral. Those assets are for collateral. You don't own them until it's paid off. So who gonna come take that building we just built? Home Depot coming to get it? I don't think so. You know why? Because I didn't have to put it on no card. I can pay cash for it.
Well said, Elder.
Man, I'm trying to help this brother, but he is stuck on this American dream and trying to get blacks to the same level that whites are. I told you in the beginning, the system is against you as a black. And it's shown you that from the annals of time. You ain't never going to be on the same level as the whites. I promise you, you're not.
Hold on, so but
not
the
in this system, you're not.
The crazy thing about the numbers you showed in the wealth gap, if you grabbed a consumer spending graph, it would be opposite.
Man,
the blacks would be on tops and the whites would be on bottom.
And we 12% spending more
true.
money than everybody.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true.
Okay, bro.
Prove it. Pull it up, bro. Pull it up. They got that data.
Okay,
brother. What I'm trying to get you want to what you're doing.
And let me say this. Elder. You solve all of my problems as an individual. As an individual, what you and Lamont is saying is correct. Change your mindset. I've done that. I'm from poverty. I got crackhead parents. I've made myself middle class America with a felony. So salute to me. I'm cool where I'm at. Let me say this. Let me finish. Y'all got great advice. Let me say this, bro.
If you're middle class, you're full of debt. That's all you.
Let me say this. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was a teenage father. I got a lot of debt. Yeah. Let me say this though. But what y'all solutions are tailored for individuals. We're talking about collective. When y'all talk about collective solutions, a lot of this stuff won't work, my brother.
Please put the video back up so we can see it with his eyes.
What Elder is talking about is for the collective.
Working by myself. That's many people. I sit here and told you I live in a home with multiple people in this home.
Now, I don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you because I can offend you by asking you how much are you paying these black people, and then you might have to say something that could be offensive. You might be paying these black people under the table.
Hold on. How about this? Just ask them, because I don't think it would.
You know what I pay them? You want to know?
Are you? I guarantee you. Let me say this: with the benefit package and all that, they're not making the same as me with the white in the white factory. I guarantee you.
Yeah, but do they need as much as you?
Yes, because we all need benefits. I can go to the dentist. I can go to get my kids are insured.
Benefits. Why?
That we all need benefits.
Why?
You need so you mean wait. You don't need medical benefits in this country?
No, I do not.
So if you get hurt or if you need surgery, or if you have an unforeseen illness, you don't need insurance to withstand that.
First off, what would I need surgery for? But if I do, I can wait. I do.
No. Your employees that you use to contract to build these buildings, you don't think you need to protect them with insurance? They don't need insurance?
We are all one. If something happened to them, they got to go to the dentist, they got to go to the doctor. I give them money to go to the doctor and they get it taken care of. It's simple. But again, when you live a lifestyle like we do, see, I don't have to eat all these GMO foods that you eat, bro. I don't have the ailments and the diseases and the sicknesses that y'all have. I don't. So I ain't running to the doctor if I have a cough. I have a herb, not weed. I have a herb greenhouse to produce tinctures. That's for health benefits. So I don't function like they function, because the Bible tells me they don't make a medicine that heal. So I don't believe they got a medicine out there that's going to heal me anyway. But he also tells me that the herbs of the field is for the service of man. So I use them herbs of the field to service this body. So we can work all day in the sun. We can do all this type of labor. We ain't running back and forth to the doctor, bro. So I don't need their expensive benefits that you paying for anyway. I used to look at that stuff when I work, and they taking hundreds of dollars out your check each week. And you going to the doctor twice a year, maybe?
Yeah.
The only thing you need to do at this point, Zoe, is to go down there and actually see it in real time so you can get a better understanding, because this whole time, all you've been doing is trying to prove him wrong.
And he can't, because mine is real.
Bro. Hey, let me say this, bro. I hope we all can agree to disagree. I hope I agree with my brother. As y'all can see, I clearly say what.
So here's the key.
I'm not a person you can do that to. You can't peer pressure me.
Hold on. No. I ain't trying to peer pressure you. Hold on. One person is living in reality. One person is hoping and wishing for a dream. I'm in the reality living. You watching the video of it. You come here, you won't. All you got to do is Google. You can Google my name, and it's going to bring you directly here, and you can see it all for yourself. What you doing is hoping. What you doing is believing in a system that has always failed you. I don't have the debt.
What I'm saying, let me say this, my brother, respect to you. But before Tone talks, that would have flew over my head. And I wouldn't have known to ask you, are your employees insured? Do they file a W-2? I wouldn't have known to ask that, because we get away with just being just automatically defaulting and saying, yeah, you're right, because you got a businesses and you're building houses. But you doing everything under the table, which makes it illegitimate. And you got people working for you that aren't insured, that don't file W-2s, that have to go get teachers to get, medical like this.
Salute to you, Lamont. Salute.
All right, Cleo.
All right.
But let me say that,
I do it the way the rich folk do.
I'm just saying, you're promoting that as that's legitimate business.
I'm not promoting that. You're not listening. Everybody else here is telling you that's not what Elder's saying. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. We have all things common. I don't pay myself. I don't have a salary. Everything that comes in goes towards the benefit of what we're doing. So when more people come that have the same mindset, guess what? We have room for them. We sacrifice for them. And I understand you will not get this concept, because it's a biblical concept, and you won't get it. People will read it and ignore it and say they love Jesus, and he the main one told you to live this way. So I ain't finna go down the religious road, y'all call it, because y'all don't really want to hear that. But at the end of the day, I'm living proof that it works. And this is not the only community. I got 2 communities here in Georgia. I got homesteads in Alabama. Oh, man, we got this ministry. We got communities all over the world. not just America. We got people doing the same thing in Australia. We got people doing the same thing in Germany. We got people doing the same thing in different parts of Africa. We got people doing the same thing in South America, y'all. You can't tell me this don't work. I know it do because I'm living this reality. And it's been decades. This ministry been around almost 30 years, bro. So this is why I know what you talking about don't work, because you stay in bondage. You just admitted, I got a ton of debt. That means that you are a slave. Because when they call for that, you got to produce. You got to go to that factory job to pay for your debt. I don't work. I retired at, what'd you say, Lamont, 45? I retired at 46 from working out in the world. And I still produce more money now than I did when I was working in the world. I'm trying to get you to see reality, bro, but you believe in this pipe dream. And it hasn't worked for you. All it does is got you believing that you middle class and you've made it. All you did is get on point to be in debt like everybody else that call themselves middle class. You are tied to the system, bro. There is no dependency. There is no self-sufficiency in that. You are dependent on this government. And when they say pay your debt, what you gonna do? Besides, turn your car, turn your house over, turn it all over, because it ain't yours. You don't own it. You don't belong to you. This is what I'm trying to show you, young brother.
It's facts, man.
Hey. And this is why we won't get ahead, because folk want this. This is the selfishness they want. They want the big old house and picket fence. I'd go build that house, but I don't need all that house. This would be a great house. Look at that building. Would that not be a big house for somebody?
Elder, but the number one thing that I see though is that when people look at this, and even I fell into that mindset, especially look at some of the stuff you're doing. It's hard. Building a building from the ground up,
man,
from pure scratch, is hard. And what you say when you like, I remember I went roofing one time. Shit, I mean, man,
sun beaming on your butt.
Man, I'm telling you, like what I'm saying is, it's not easy work. So the easy way out would be to run around asking and hoping for reparations and handouts. The hard thing would be to do what Elder's doing: sacrifice, live with less, right? Share and do more with others. That's the hard thing. And so,
Lamont,
you got to sacrifice to a certain degree.
I used to be a laborer for a bricklayer, bro. Like shit, that boy, I'm telling you,
that's work.
Hell yeah, hell to the yes.
But you know what? The good thing you get out of that, and one thing, if you've ever built anything from the ground up, the gratification, you appreciate it a lot more, and that's the best thing.
Summertime in Dallas, bro. So just imagine, nigga.
That's a serious accomplishment when you can build something with your own hands and you look at it.
You ain't lying.
You say, wow, like that building right there you looking at, we built that. That building there, we built it. That other building y'all been seeing, we built it. Then you can look at a home, if you buy you a little trailer or buy you a home, and then you remodel it yourself, and you walking on the floors you put down, you touching the walls that you put up, you seeing the piping that you put in. Ain't nothing like it, man. But it also gives the security to your family that, man, Pops is gonna get it done. Dad is gonna get it done no matter what happens. Dad is not dependent on somebody to take care of them. And that's where we need to be. And see all them folk, it ain't just me. Y'all see all them people right there? Look at them young
got kids out there and everything, bro.
The Elder's not lying. I've seen videos, white people, black people, Mexicans.
Man, we got a full gamut. That's a white brother right there. There's a Hispanic brother right there in the black shirt. It's a full gamut. We cut down trees. Y'all know what trees are called, y'all? That's fuel. See, when you got a wood stove in your house, I don't need your electricity to heat my house. You know what I can do? I cut that tree up, take it inside and put it inside that wood stove, and I can heat that whole house for everybody. I don't need your electricity. I bought a half an acre of land. All it is woods. That's it. Folk looking at me crazy. What you buying that for? Don't worry about what I'm buying it for. That the day ever come, I need some woods. Guess what I can do? Go over there and start cutting down trees. You know how many trees is on a half an acre of land, y'all?
Man.
You know how many trees on a half acre of land? You know how much fuel that is for my family? And we in Georgia, so we don't really need a lot of fuel, y'all. Position yourself to be in the right place. Now, if I'm up north, I need a whole bunch of wood. I burn my wood stove maybe 3 times a year. Maybe. 5 on a bad year, y'all. 5 times. That's it. Because I'm in a state where it don't get that cold. Y'all see them crops? Y'all see that right there? I just go out, make me a salad right there. I have my wife do it, but go get me. I want some kale today. I want spinach today, bro.
He
You
ain't
don't get it,
bullshit.
man. You don't get it, and then you teach everybody else. You teach everybody else how to do this so they can be self-sufficient themselves.
Oh, you don't rely on the government to teach them how to the agriculture.
Hell to the no. So the government gonna teach you how to. Hey, you know what the government gonna do? Teach you how to make GMO modified foods, genetically modified foods. So you can mass produce this and blah, blah. Oh, it's still safe for you. Yeah, while your insides is tearing out and you going to the doctor every other week. We work hard. I got a pain. Guess what I do? I rest. If it keeps standing around, I go to a chiropractor and I give him cash. If I need a doctor, guess what I need a doctor for? Say I'm working and something happened, I fall off a ladder or something and a bone sticking out, that's what I need a doctor for. And I got funds set aside, I'll just pay him cash to set that bone back and then until I heal. But y'all know we spiritual people. So we really believe in laying on the hands. We really believe in the power of Yah healing me. I don't need no doctor really. But I'm saying if I ever did, I ain't anti-doctor either. I'm not anti-doctor. I'm just saying, we just don't look at everything and say, well, let's just run to the doctor. We don't need benefits. The world tell you need benefits, and then they make you pay for them. Look at that. Y'all, man, go back, LeBron. Can you go back a little bit?
Yeah, hold on. Where?
Show the back of that truck.
I'm about to say they got everything in the back of that motherfucker.
Guess what that is, y'all? Look at that. Y'all see that? Guess what that is? That's food in one of my storages that I forgot to rotate. So that's just waste.
Damn.
And that's just in one little small part of a storage that we forgot about, didn't get to it because you rotate your stock, right? So I just said, load it up, let's get rid of it. Look how much that is, though. You know, guess how much that right there would feed 100 people for 2 years. Just what you see on the back of that truck. So if I'm willing to throw that away, guess what I got? I just want them to get a real reality. The back of that's all that is. You see the food coming off the side of the thing.
That's why I played the video.
Couldn't get to the part. We forgot to rotate that little portion of food and we threw it away.
Yeah.
That's emergency stuff. That's not the stuff I'm eating every day. That's emergency stuff right there. So when crap hits the fan, we gonna still eat no matter what.
Hey, Lamar, Spiffy in here?
Yeah, I thought Spiffy came through. I think it's just right. What's
right
good,
there,
Spiff?
that's enough food for 100 folk for a couple years, right there. Because you mylarg it, you bag it right, you preserve it right, you can feed 100 folk for a year right there.
Oh, Lord.
Reality. That's reality. So
That's
everybody
facts,
that comes here in fellowship, believe me, when crap hit the fan, they can all come here. You don't see me put those people in that building every single week. 70, 80, 100, 105, 110 people in that one building. I could fit all of them in there, and they got somewhere to stay that's warm. That they will be because I could put the wood stove in there. They don't have to worry about nothing. They can stay cool. They can put the wood stove in and stay warm if we need to. We got the industrial kitchen right there. Mind you, I'm on propane, so I store it. And even when I don't do propane, I know how to cook on hickory. I know how to cook on that wood you saw us cutting up. We won't miss a meal, and I ain't got to eat beans every day. Because you know, if a man eat beans every day for 2-3 weeks, man, you're gonna start talking to yourself. Gotta have some variety, man. This is human beings we talking about. Can't just feed them beans every day for 3-4 weeks. They're gonna go crazy. But I'm prepared for all that. I'm telling you, when the pandemic happened, go back and look at some of them videos on my channel, on Straightway Truth channel with Pastor Dow, all them. Man, we didn't miss a beat. Folk was tripping. How the hell y'all? Man, there's a lot of people there. Where your mask get? We had people going off all the time. We didn't miss a beat. Nothing changed for us when the pandemic hit. Nothing. Besides, I'm going to tell you what did change. Our travel. Because remember how they tried to limit the travel sometimes?
Yeah.
So it made it a little bit more difficult for us to travel. But again, when you got everything you need on one piece of land, why do I got to travel? I really don't have to travel. Everything I need is right there.
Hey,
And you
hey. So,
can't
quick
tell me this
question.
ain't the solution. I'm listening.
Let me say this. So how many pieces of fruit from your tree has borne other how much because you making
Oh,
fruit right now
yeah,
it
we got
doesn't
fruit
work
and vines
unless
and everything. Yep.
some
He making fruit. He not growing fruit. He making fruit.
That's what he meant. That's
right.
what he
So
meant. I know what
I'm talking
I
about
know
the
what he meant.
people. How many people from your
Oh
program have
boy.
done what you've done?
Oh
How many
boy.
people have gone and done what you've done? Okay.
Brother, I'm gonna be honest. When I started doing this, there was probably, and I'm not trying to exaggerate, there were probably 70 people doing this. I can't count how many. We are well into the thousands now, brother. Well into the thousands. And again, we're international, so it's really hard for me to tell you an exact number. I just know we're well into the thousands. And I can tell you the 70 specifically because I know they were all based in Tennessee, Georgia with me, and we had a small group of 10 people in South Carolina. Now it has expanded all over the United States. We pretty much got an assembly. You're not skipping 2 states without us having an assembly in one of them states. Let's put it that way. And then we have things called homesteads. Y'all know what a homestead is? That's just somebody that's got land and it's just their family living on it. But they just as committed as we are. So they waiting on us to put people on their lands with them to help them. But we have communities like this one you see here. We have homesteads and we have assemblies all over the world doing the same thing. Some are on a smaller scale. A lot of them are on a bigger scale than what I'm doing. We got folk, I mean, y'all be amazed. What y'all seeing here, I do all of this, all the stuff we do here. This is only done on like 5 acres of land, y'all. 5 acres. Spread out, not in one big lump. I got 2 acres here and an acre here and an acre and a half here and a half acre here. It's spread out over this little area I live in. We got people with 150, 300 acres, 85 acres, 90 acres. I mean, shoot, the land that's in the other part of Georgia that I'm over, that's 10 acres of growing right there. You think we grow right here? If I take you down there, you're going to lose your mind. That's just 10 little acres. That little 10 acres, man, that little 10 acres could feed 500 people. What we doing on that little 10 acres could feed 500 people consistently in abundance. It don't take a lot. It just takes effort. It takes sacrifice.
Hey, elder. I hope, do you mind my questioning? Like, is my questioning offending you at all? Am I coming across like combative?
Not at all. Nope, not at all.
You know, and the only reason why I do this is for growth for everybody. It's people that are listening in the audience, it's people on the panel. But I've noticed like certain people get irritated with me when I start asking questions. Now, I'm going to say this. There's a counter argument to what you're saying. There is an argument out there that's being made that's saying we
doesn't make it reality though.
Well, let me say this. I'm saying let me say this. Your prescription works very good for an individual. Lamont's prescription for an individual is excellent. It's spot on. Get yourself and get out your situation. That works, what you guys are talking about. But when you guys say I think we're talking about millions of people. And I'm saying what you're saying won't work for millions of people who are impoverished, who are at the bottom, who flatline.
But the mentality shift will help.
Type of help.
The mentality shift will help though. The mentality shift.
Let me say this.
And it might not make a change immediately.
You don't want to live with me, Jay. I saw the guy Jay asked, "Can he come live?" You don't want to live with me. You probably wouldn't make it, bro. You would.
But can I say this?
Make it a week, bro. You don't really have a counter argument because again, you're not charged to take care of a million folk.
Let me say this.
Hold on. You say this is good for only individuals, but you're looking at reality. The picture Lamont just showed you, that's not just me. That's not just my immediate family.
Mm-hmm. But look, even in your dialogue, you talked about people going out of business.
Truth, you're ignoring it.
Wait.
It's right here.
You said earlier, right? Some people took out loans to start businesses, right?
I did not. Whoa,
And when they
no. I never said that. That's what you said.
Yeah.
no,
I never
somebody.
said I didn't take a loan.
Okay,
to
I
start any
apologize.
business I own. No, I did not. Nobody in this ministry
I
do
stand
not take
corrected.
out loans to start businesses. No, sir.
What he
You were
said,
talking about some people. You were talking about some people businesses that went under because they had taken out loans that they couldn't repay.
That's people that live in the county that I live in.
Those are when you call those do for selfers, people that do for themselves.
No, these are just regular people. These are just people.
And what
out
happened to
in the
their
world.
businesses? What happened to their businesses?
Because they borrowed money, their businesses had to fold because the banks called their loans due and they couldn't pay the loans. So the businesses came and took the collateral, which was all of their heavy equipment, all of their supplies and stuff that they use against loans to take to run their business, because they were running their business on loans. And when the banks called them due, they couldn't pay them. So the banks came and took all their possessions and sold them. That's what they did.
So how would you suggest everybody else enter business? How do you get
small? Start small and grow.
How do you start small? Give me.
Bro, you can. Okay. I'll tell you right off the bat what you can do. You can start small, and like one of the first businesses we did is called Judah Property Pros, and it's like I call it a light duty construction business. But guess what it started off doing? Cleaning buildings. So you can even join one of these programs that cost, $1,500 for, not even that, $900 for your supplies to get you going. And
Lamar, what is this? Explain that.
They will get you all the leads, and you go learn how to clean industrial buildings properly. And then what's going to end up happening, you're going to learn different stuff as you get it. And then next thing you know, you go from cleaning the industrial buildings to fixing things industrially. Then you go to painting. Then you go to gutters. It's so much stuff you can learn just from being available in that business. But you pay as you go. You don't take all your
and it all works out.
You don't take all your resources and go
I'm
out.
I'm not saying this to be combative.
Hold on. I know.
It all works out, right?
Listen, you don't take your resources and go out and try to compete with the guys that's in debt. They got the big fancy trucks with their names on the side. Guess what we drive? I got a 2009 Tundra over there, and that's what we go out and do our deck business with. I got a 2002 Ford 4Runner. That's what we do to do the light duty construction business. Y'all seen that white truck? We work with that thing. Now, that's more of a land truck. I actually just gave that away. But what I'm saying to you is this. You can start small with what you can afford. Take your time and learn as you go. Always be looking to learn. You got YouTube here. Back in the day, we had to read books to learn. Or go get now. You can get on YouTube and learn how to do almost anything today. At least get you started. But you got to apply yourself. And as you grow, my brother that runs the Judah Property Pros business, he started off cleaning, y'all. That was him you saw up there taping off the ceiling. He can do everything now. When he started that, when we put the money into it, because I told him, I said, nope, you're not going in no debt. Because that's what they do get people. To get started with it, they make you pay for all the supplies, but then they make you borrow money from them to do it. So then when you go out and get your leads, you give it 60% of your profits to them. I said, no, we'll take money from this kitty and we'll buy your supplies. So he went in debt free. So the money he made, he got to keep. They took their portion, he took his portion. And then I was smart too. I told him, we're not going to put the company in your name.
I got a question. I got a question. I got a question.
Hold on. I said, we're going to make up an LLC name for it. Guess why? Because all these companies, what they do is when they got you in debt, they can make you sign what's called a non-compete. Because they're training you, teaching you all this, they make you sign this non-compete. I said, we'll put the LLC name up there. And since we're paying in cash, they don't have to have an individual because you need an individual to loan money to. You're not loaning money to me, so I can put the company name I want. So we put it in an LLC name.
Hey, let me say this.
Hold on, let me finish. So you need to hear this. You asked, you don't want to hear it. Once we got the knowledge that we needed, it was time for us to go. Then we came with the real name of Judah Property Pros, because guess what? They were not in a non-compete contract. That old fake LLC company I made just to get the knowledge, they were in a non-compete. So I was right there in their backyard getting their contracts. You just got to be wise on how to do this, man. You got to be wise and start small. Jan Pro, there you go. Somebody know that. Jan Pro. They'll teach all you how to clean buildings, do all that stuff.
Almost bought that franchise. Almost bought it.
$900, but they want to get you in debt. They'll say $900, but it's really gonna cost you more like $3. And then they're gonna get you in debt to get everything that you need. But if you go in and you save your money and you pay it up front, now you ain't gotta worry about that. And I'm telling you, don't sign your name. Don't put the company in your name. When you're not paying in debt, it costs you $35 to get you an LLC. I don't care what you call it, because you don't care. Because you don't have no debt with them, your name ain't attached to nothing. So then that is what signs the non-compete. And then as soon as you branch off of them, you get the knowledge you need, start your real company. Pay $35 more to get you a real company. That company's not under a non-compete. It's simple, man. This stuff ain't hard. We just got to apply ourselves. My brother we started that thing 4 or 5 years ago. And now he done progressed to a point from cleaning and cleaning hospitals to building buildings. He can paint anything. You got to apply yourself, the sacrifice. And see, everything he made, guess what he did? Because he watched me go out and generate funds and give it to the whole pot and make sure that, see, the money that I made, it was in there so that when he needed it, he could use it. Because I knew what he was doing was going to benefit everybody else. So now all the money he made, guess what? It comes right in here too. And I dial it out for other stuff just like that. Whatever's needed, we got money to go do it with.
Hey, I got a question for let me ask the panel.
Right.
Does everybody agree with Elder's prescription for saving us as a collective? Everybody on the panel, do y'all agree with Elder?
I ain't trying to say the whole.
And that's the thing, and I think Elder said it best right there. And that's what I was about to say.
I'm not trying to say the whole.
Yeah, you can't, and I think
they don't want to be saved.
Yeah, you can't save everybody, but what you can do, you can touch some people around you. So there's some people in your direct vicinity, your kids, your family. There's some people that are willing to listen. There's some people right now that just don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen. They don't want to fall in line. They don't want to sacrifice. And you know what? You can't waste your time begging those people to participate. You can't.
Well, let me challenge your logic.
Where we at.
So you mean to tell me there's people that don't want no money?
No, that's not that. See, there you go, changing the narrative. It's not about
no.
You're changing the narrative, brother. It's not about wanting money.
Lamont, you saying, what are you saying, Lamont? Wait, Lamont said it. Let him answer.
Hold on. Plenty of people want money, bro. But what are they willing to do to get it? See, most people want to go the easy route to get money.
Everybody.
They don't
let me say this, bro.
Lazy, bro. Some people lazy.
What do you call? Let me say this.
Bro.
What do you call inheritance? What do you call heirs? People that inherit houses.
That's what.
People that
that's
get
what
cars.
Elder. That's what Elder just talked about. He makes sure people up under his wing can get a little bit of that nest egg when they getting started. See?
But I'm saying these people that y'all say lazy, right? You think they'll be lazy if they inherited a car or if they had a little bit of help in their life?
So you're saying they'd be lazy if you give them something for free?
No, I'm saying if they inherited it, if their family was already lawyers and doctors and they inherited a career like being a lawyer.
Bees gave a great statistic before. He said most inheritances are blown anyway.
Exactly.
In the black community, in the black community, bro, we do a lot with a little,
bro.
Yeah,
most
we blow a lot.
In the black,
don't make it past second generation.
Exactly.
Because unless you're doing what Elder's talking about. See, here's the problem. See, not only is Elder teaching how to be productive, he's teaching financial literacy. See, that's what we didn't get, bro. That's the part of what he's saying you're missing.
Yeah. Let me say, B, let me hear it.
It doesn't matter how much money you make, so you're gonna make the same decisions.
Yep.
Let me say this.
Hold on. If you're in debt, those debts are actually making the decisions for you.
Thank you.
You are trapped.
B,
you have no choice but to go work for that factory.
Let me say this. You talking about a people like Lamont said he was on a basketball court and he asked a young man, why you ain't let me finish this. He said, why you ain't in the college or whatever? He said, man, I don't know or something. He said, you don't know how to fill out a FAFSA? He said, nobody ever even showed me. So I'm telling y'all, like, y'all talk about people blowing their inheritance. I'm talking about people that don't even have people in their family that knows how to fill out. Let me finish. And I land, bro. Y'all cut me off.
Go ahead, bro.
We have people in our family with no advantage. I'm saying, like, we haven't inherited nothing but failure and poverty. We got people that don't know how to fill out FAFSAs. And we taking advice from people with advantage. We taking advice from somebody that went to college as a ball player. I know people that don't even know how to even begin the process of going to college. And we taking advice from people. We taking advice from people that don't know their privilege.
Okay, I got what you're saying, bro. Here's your problem. No matter what the hell you do, a teenager or young adult that doesn't know how to fill out a FAFSA can't follow instructions. So what the hell you gonna do with him anyway?
Lamont,
hold on.
when you told that young man, wait, Lamont told, let me say this, Lamont had a boy like that, and he simply told him what to do. And Lamont, what did that young boy, boy do?
This is how it relates to what Elder's saying, though, because I ran into a lot of kids in that same situation, but I only ran into, out of probably the 30 to 40 hoopers that I ran into that were in that situation, maybe only 5 of them took the advice I gave them, went and allowed me to show them how to fill out the FAFSA and take advantage of, potentially playing college, getting in community colleges, learning a trade. Now, what I'm saying is I can't beg the other 25 to do it. I can only tell them that it's available. But if I sit there and waste time begging the 25, I won't be able to help the 5 that really need my help. So I can only help the people that want to be helped. That's really, that for me, at least that's the only way I can go about doing it. That's why I say it relates to Elder, because he's helping the people that actually want to participate and be helped. He can't really worry about the people that don't want to move the way they want to move.
I'm gonna tell you, Zoe, let me tell you this. One thing I don't deal with is excuses.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, if you desire to get to a specific point, it doesn't matter what it is, and I have already achieved that right there alone should earn my respect. My respect. You should respect me for the fact of, okay, he is doing this and I want to do that. That automatically should get me your ear. Now, if it doesn't, what can I do about that? I can't do nothing about that. They said, see, the problem with the reach each one, teach one, the problem with that is the one that's in front of you may not want to be reached nor taught. What can you do with that?
Yeah.
You can't.
Let me say this.
You only can deal with those that have the same level of desire. When they see what you're doing and they realize that can be a benefit for them, to the point where you're willing to open up every resource you have. I did a video a year ago on 4th of July showing everybody. I was teaching my son how to wax a car. You think the video was about waxing a car? It wasn't. The video was about me showing folk, this is my son. Now, he's not my natural son. I didn't have the sex with his mama to make him. But because his mama wanted to get out of Baltimore and she had that mindset to get it done and to sacrifice like we do, I pulled her and her 2 sons out of Baltimore. Now, it took some of the resources we had made throughout the years, because she didn't have the resources to get out of Baltimore. She didn't have the resources to raise these 2 boys. These 2 boys, they are 12 and 14, and I promise you, they know more probably than everybody in this panel when it comes to being self-sufficient. They know how to do gardens. They know how to build. They know how to do electrical work. They putting in insulation in the ceilings. They painting. They doing all this in 3 short years. Why? Because they come and they apply themselves. That is what it's about. If somebody's willing, be willing to sacrifice everything you have for them. And you know what? They have the same benefits here in this community that I have. We eat the same food. We sleep in the same home. We got the same kind of room.
Yeah.
We drink the same water. I don't got no more better privileges than them. When he got a need, or one of them got a need, I take care of it, because that's my role. If I need something from them, they take care of it. They honor me. Why? Because I've sacrificed for them. And I did that not even knowing who they were. I'm sacrificing. I don't know who's coming. But when I see it, I know that person gets it. That person wants the same level of mental freedom that I got. So I'll give everything to them.
Yep.
I ain't worried about the millions of black folk that sitting back here making excuses for reparations, trying to be on the same levels as the white people that's been holding them down all these years. And the system been showing you, and you've been ignoring it for centuries, that it don't give a flip about you. And you will never be honored or respected. When this system started, it did not even consider you a whole human. Do you know that? You were not even considered a whole human being. And you telling me that's going to translate to now you're going to honor and respect me and treat me the same way that you are being treated? It's never going to happen. And I don't need that honor and respect from them. What I need them to do is just stay out of my way while I'm doing what I do. I ain't bothering you. I ain't got no problems with you. Don't come over here causing problems with me. And we can both live a peaceful and a quiet life. That's how it should be.
Let me in real quick. I'm gonna say something. Thank you too, man, for your all you do. You know, and you're an amazing black man. And most of us, I hoped we should aspire to be like you. I just say that for so long, we let people talk about our plunder, and it's like we making excuses. So let me give you an example. So if somebody come and or lightning strikes your house, that's incidental, that's unfortunate, but it destroys your roof and now it's raining inside your house. And you, as you telling your story, you just saying, I'm eventually gonna get it fixed, but you tell people, hey man, my roof is leaking because lightning struck it. And people say, hey man, stop making excuses. Like that's what we've done to the suffering of black people. People have been plundered, strategically put to the bottom, mashed on the bottom, right? In our families, right? And all we get from the black community is, man, stop making excuses. Well, somebody destroyed me. Wait, let me say this. Let me finish. Somebody put crack in my community. Somebody put renegade cops in my community. Somebody has targeted my schools and took out trades. They've destabilized me, right? And you tell me, who's talking?
You're making the excuse, not me. Because you know what I'm gonna do? If lightning strikes my house, I will never tell a person that story.
But tell me what you do when they take trades out your community. Put your father in jail.
Hold on. I will never tell a person that story that water is coming into my house because lightning struck it. I'm gonna get up there and tarp that booger off until I can fix it to make sure water don't get in there. That's what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to sit here and make excuses that lightning struck my house. What you are doing is full of excuses for the black people. We know
I'm telling you.
Crippled. Listen, we know that we have been.
I'm describing the plunder, and you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear that my father was incarcerated for selling drugs because they took the trays out the school and he wasn't a handyman. You're telling me I'm complaining. I didn't have a father. Can I say that? Black people don't even want to hear it. You don't even want to hear that my mama was on crack. We was on welfare.
I was an alcoholic. I got the same ills that you got, bro.
But you telling me to be quiet? You telling me that only reason why I'm broke is because I'm not motivated?
Is irrelevant today. It doesn't stop you from being a man.
So you mean to tell me that while my mother was being a crackhead, my daddy was incarcerated, nobody was still running the race?
How old were you when that happened?
Wait. Let me.
I'm asking you a question.
Wait.
So how old were you?
It's wrong to place your burdens on us or to allow us to take
how old were you?
We're offering to actually bear your burdens for you. You weren't.
Somebody got something playing in the background. If you can turn it off.
Still talking.
So I'm trying to ask you how old you were when that happened, when your daddy was
It's whoever's in the middle, Lamont.
Just mute him, Lamont.
I'm trying to. Okay, it was Lee.
Oh. So how old were you when that went down?
That went down in the period of the 90s and the 2000s.
How old were you?
So
how old were you?
I was a kid. It happened for years.
Not a child anymore, Zoe.
Absolutely, and I'm doing okay. I haven't made. Listen,
my mother abandoned me at 11 years old. I personally went out and found my mom 6 months later, and then she abandoned me again at 14. And I didn't want to be in the system because I knew what the system did to foster children. I became a man at that point. I've been paying rent since then. Well, I ain't paying it now, of course, but I started paying rent at 14 years old, 2 weeks before.
And that gives you the right to tell everybody to do the same thing you did. That gives you the right because you did.
This is the thing. I don't want them to go through what I went through. So instead of that, again, go look at my video I was just telling you about. Instead of that young man having to go through what I went through, I'll take all of my resources, finances, and everything, and pull his family out, because he don't want to have to go through what I went through. And I will train him personally. I don't need the American school system to train him. I will take what I have learned and give it to him. I will take the wisdom of other men that have greater wisdom than me in areas and let them share it with him, so that he will be able to take care of himself and not have to worry about that. But I will put him in an environment to where he can be safe, he can learn without duress, he will be fed, but he will also grow mentally as a young man. You missing the point.
And let me say this.
You keep want to rehashing the things that we went through in the past, like we can change that. I can't change my mom dying from
Because this is a world. This is a competitive world, my brother. This is a competitive world.
Okay, but what they got to do?
This world is competitive.
Tea in China.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China, bro? Nothing. You are a grown ass 37-year-old man today. The stuff that hit you back when you were 20
I'm good. I'm telling you, you talking for
good,
kids that
you
far removed from that.
not.
I'm not in that no more. I'm not making excuses, but I go to the hood. I see that, and you talking for them, and you can't.
I understand what he's saying, help one come out so that they don't have to go through
that.
Let me hear
that's
what
you do.
Let me hear what Spiff got to say, because I know Spiff been waiting to jump in on this. Because
No, I was just sitting back listening. What's up, Elder? I was just sitting back listening to both of them, and I agree with both. Like I grew up with no father. You feel me? Like I told y'all last time, my father died when I was 14. So everything I learned, I went outside and had to learn on my own. Like no man sat me down like, yeah, this how you do this, this how you do that. So I figured it out. So I don't know. I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
Spiffy, I had the same scenario. I didn't have no car. I walked to school back then. I didn't even start catching public transportation until like my sophomore year of high school. We didn't have no car. I didn't have no men around, so nobody taught me how to be a mechanic. Nobody taught me how to fix stuff. It was my mom and my brothers. And we didn't have no men around. My cousins, my uncles, they didn't come around because all of them was on the same drugs and alcohol and stuff my mom was on. So I had the same thing. But when I got out as a man and I got to college and I realized I don't even need college I don't need sports to pay for college. I don't need it. I realized that once I got to college, though. The whole time it had me programmed in my mind that the only way I can make it out of this hood without hitting somebody over the head or without selling them some kind of drug is to do sports. Now I can sing. I didn't want to go that route though. I said I chose sports. So then as soon as I get to college, I realized I don't even need sports to go to college now. So I start working. But at the end of the day, we got to quit with the excuses. It doesn't matter what happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and what you went through as a child. You're a grown man now. How about going and actually doing something tangible to make sure that somebody else has better advantages than you had when you was that age? That's what I did on that video with my son, who ain't my son. Because I ain't having sex. I got 3 wives, but I'm not having sex with his mama. She's like a daughter to me. Even though she's 34 years old, she could be a wife to me. But she didn't need that. She needed a big brother. She needed somebody to help her, not somebody to give her favors. Well, I'm gonna do this for you, so you come in and do this for me.
You on that? That's that real
She
shit.
needed a real chance. And you know what? She loves me like a daughter. She honors me and respects me like a daughter. Why? Because I treated her like what she needed. She needed a father. Her boys needed a father figure. And now they don't only have me, they have all the brothers that are around me. So each brother can teach them this, teach them this, teach them this, and they become well-rounded men. That's all people say about my sons. These boys, man, wow, I ain't never seen young boys work like this. I said, I know. But you got to put them in that environment. Instead of me making excuses about what happened with my mama while she was out here smoking crack and hoeing herself out and being on drugs, whatever the case may be. That's irrelevant to me now. Quit living on the past and using that as a crutch to justify the behavior. And the behavior is you ain't doing shit.
Flatline, straight up.
Pit. You in quicksand and don't realize it. Because you're not doing good if you out here in debt. You're not doing good. I don't care who you are. If you out here up to your eyeballs in debt, you are not doing good. Because the day they want their money, you in trouble. Your family in trouble. And you know what? Your wife is not going to care. Your children are not going to care. They're not going to care what Harriet Tubman did. They're not going to care what Martin Luther King preached, the dream speech. They're not going to care. When that belly hitting that spine, they're going to look at daddy and say, produce some food for me, daddy. You know I'm hungry. All your excuses in the world ain't going to mean nothing. You ain't going to be able to talk to them about reparations then. You ain't going to be able to talk to them about how the black man been held back all these years. He ain't going to give a flip. She's not going to give a flip. And they're going to look at you and be jacked up. And the trust for you is going to be gone then, because they're going to be like, you know what? When we need you, you cannot produce for us.
Hey,
My wives ain't going to say that to me. Never.
Hey, Elder.
I'm listening.
So sorry, guys. I had to take a phone call, but I was still listening. My only thing I was going to say before I just listened for the rest of the time, for the rest of the duration, was what Zoe said earlier. Now, Elder Bees, please correct me if I'm wrong. Lamont, you too. But when he was talking about, you know, the I guess the stimulus check and all that stuff, please correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't all the stimulus checks do was create inflation and more debt?
Yep.
It's just gonna cost you. It's gonna make it more expensive for you to live.
Think about this. They even told you what they wanted the stimulus checks to do. They gave you money to go stimulate the economy. What does that mean? Go take this money we give you and give it right back to us. Go buy our products that don't mean shit. And see, the majority of the people were dumb enough to take the little bit of money and do that. Guess what I did? I'm gonna tell y'all all what I did. That last little stimulus check that came in, guess what I did with it?
Produce it.
I went out and purchased things for my garden, and I went out and bought a van with it, a 15-passenger van to carry the saints around in.
Damn, that's cool.
You see what I'm saying? Make the thing work for you. Now I don't owe no money on that van, and I put a brand new paint job on. I put rims on it. I put a new system in it so the saints can have nice music to listen to. And that was running flawless.
Look, hey, Elder.
Yeah.
When I was
stimulus money. Thank you, government. Appreciate it.
When I was about 27, and my little brother had just got murdered, right? And it happened because of some first cousins was giving shit to some people, to our other cousins, and my brother spazzed out, told him, got shot in the face by my first cousin. About a year later, I'm trying to like understand what I just went through. You know what I'm saying? And just mad at everything, like my man is. But then I had to realize, and this is the thought that brought me back to earth. Man, it's a woman right now with all my problems, with about 3 kids, no daddy, going to school and going to work, catching the bus, doing all of it. And I had to be, and then that right there made me like, man, chill out. It ain't that bad. It's somebody out there with it worse. Figure it out.
It's always going to be somebody out there worse. But here's the thing. If it doesn't motivate you for change in a positive way, all it's doing is crippling you. If you're going to stay on the street corner getting you something to drink and drinking away your sorrows, which they ain't never going nowhere. You see what I'm saying? They're not going nowhere. So if it ain't going to motivate you to say, you know what, I'm not going to be this way. See, my childhood, it motivated me to make sure I was never the parent that my mom was. Now, did I love my mom? I did. To her dying day, I did. Because I understood she was just another product of the system. But I made sure that I was not going to be a part of that statistic. I made sure that none of my children were going to be a part of that statistic. I got 2 daughters that I'd already paid for to go through college. Now I got another daughter who's already married at 21. She gets it. I got an 8-year-old daughter who I'm grooming now. And she'll go right. She won't go to college. Guess why? I'll teach her everything she needs to know. I'll teach her 10 times as much. My wives will teach her, and the sisters here will teach her 10 times as much that she'll ever learn in that college. Because she'll get the truth.
Goodness.
She'll get real truth. And she'll be vital to whoever man come in and say, you know what? I love her. I want to take her out of your home. Here's a bag of money so I can have her and she can be a benefit to my home. And then he'll take her and he'll do with her greater stuff than I do. Because if he ain't, he ain't getting her.
Flatline.
It's just that simple. She'll stay with daddy.
Straight up.
But
Every
that's how
time.
it's supposed to be. And see, she free from the system. That daughter, she free from the system. She ain't tied from the system at all. So she already got a built-in inheritance. Even if no man ever come, she gonna be taking care of her whole days, because that's how it's supposed to be for a woman. They weren't designed to go out here and go to school, go to work, do all this crap. They're supposed to be chase keepers at home. But we out here making excuses as men, so we can't provide for them the way we're supposed to. We putting a burden on them, and that's got them out of the element that they supposed to be functioning in. That's your job as a man to produce for your family, to provide for your family, and to protect. That's not her job. Her job is to be a
let me
chase
say
keeper
this,
at home,
Elder.
raise your children, educate your
But
children.
Elder,
That's what she should
we've
be.
been the only group of men denied the rightful opportunity to provide. We've been discriminated against. We've been blocked. Our family's been poisoned.
Okay, but
Like,
where
and you
we go?
telling us?
Now where do we go?
Let me just
Now do
say
we
this.
go? Where do we go
And,
though?
Who do all that?
and he did, wait. Let me say this. We didn't do that to ourselves, but you telling us we got to fix that. You telling me I did. I fixed it. I fixed it, but I don't have the audacity to go to the hood today and tell them kids, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I don't give a fuck if your mama didn't come home last night, man. You got to do better. That is wrong when they starving. When they first thing they got to do is figure out how to eat to survive. And you sitting up here saying, skip the fuck that you got to eat, right? Because your mama and your daddy gone. You saying skip over that and learn business. Like one thing that Lamont did to Kwame. Wait. One thing Lamont did to Kwame Brown is he said, Kwame, what you saying is outdated. You pushing these kids and telling them to go code when really the thing they need to be doing is learning how to program, because the world is moving in a way that coding is going to be obsolete. So Kwame, why don't you push the difference? And you sitting up here, you giving us outdated information. Get you a business. Who you gonna compete with for these dollars? Now, wait. Who you gonna compete with for this money?
Hey, Zoe,
You get you a business.
Hey, Zoe, real quick. How is what Elder said?
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Elder. Go ahead, Elder. I'm sorry.
Because he made the statement he used the example of a child hungry out here. You didn't see all them gardens I had out there, Zoe? No, if I seen a child hungry, guess what I'm gonna do? The first thing I'm gonna do is feed him so I can get his attention.
You can't feed enough of them, dog. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, listen. Then what I'm gonna do is walk him out to my gardens and show him
how to grow
for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Everything you're not listening to me, Zoe. Everything that's available to me, as long as he's willing to listen to me, it is here, Zoe.
Yeah.
So all the access I have here, it belongs to him too. I don't just send him back out there into the streets to fend for himself. If he has the mindset to come out of that, I'm going to provide for him and help him. Did you not just hear what I said?
I heard you loud and clear.
Baltimore, bro. You ever been to Baltimore?
Never. No.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm in Baltimore right now.
My son
I'm from Milwaukee. Look up Milwaukee. Look up Milwaukee.
Lives in Baltimore right now. It's a
look up Milwaukee. City. That's the worst place to be black in.
I
know Baltimore.
Baltimore.
As long as he's listening,
it ain't no city.
As
like
long
Baltimore,
as he's
bro.
respectful,
Real,
everything I have, he has access to.
But you solving one. I'm talking about the collective. See, I think that's where we disconnected at, because everything you doing works. It works on a small scale. It works. I hear you. You cut me off.
It's not just me. When you look at them videos, there's people all over the place.
What I'm saying, Lamont, what I'm saying, Elder, can I say this? What you has worked, right? But what you saying is like white people in society is gonna be stagnant. We watching other groups. Let me say this, bro. Can I finish? We watching other groups. Let me say this. We watching other groups just arrive to America, right? Zoom past Black Americans. They gone. Asian America outdoing us. All these immigrants, Nigerians are outdoing Black Americans. They going right past us, right? Let me say this,
bro. Hold on. Yeah, answer that question. Why? Why are they doing better? You answer your question.
They're allowed to.
Because America's setting them up to do better.
Right.
What
I'm saying is that the prescription that they prescribe, it works for them. What our prescription is, it's not working for us as a collective, and we need. Let me say this.
Your prescription is asking the government for more. They do.
What Elder is talking about is the prescription.
I'm doing the same thing they do, bro.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is his.
when they get their money, you don't see them go out and buy these big old houses and fancy cars.
They not American.
Listen,
they not
listen,
cultured that way. They're not cultured.
Listen.
We were here watching people. We built America. Everything was shiny around us. Let me say this. Let me say this, bro. We were being, listen, they never, we've been marketed to. That shit was constantly on TV. We seen that. They weren't cultured that way. We were cultured to want these things and desire the shiny things.
No, but at the end of the day, you keep blaming everybody else for problems that we have. What is your solution? If we culture that way,
he's not saying that. He's not saying that. I understand what he's saying. He's
the solution,
saying, like, he's basically saying for like the it's a million kids out here that understand exactly what he's saying. The kids it's kids out here, like he said, that don't know how they gonna eat at night. That's real shit. It's somebody right now that don't know how they gonna eat at night. So he basically saying, how can they understand what can you do for them? That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
The point is, we're supposed to do that.
Remember, the goal is like I said before, to act like one, like even with the resources Elder got, he can't help everybody or every person.
That's why I'm saying government.
What I'm saying, no, hold on. The last thing
saying.
you want the government to do is to try to reach out and help these people because
I want them to do what they did with the stimulus package. Give us a stimulus package that allows
them to give them money.
Hey, hold on, Lee. See what you're telling me, Zoe.
You don't care about his future.
You have no financial literacy.
None.
Remember that?
I don't have finances.
Remember that dude in the hood who won $30,000 in the lottery and went and bought a $20,000 chain that got stole from him. That's his financial literacy. So you talking about giving these people money? It don't work.
Your fix is going to indebt your people even more.
No, it's not.
Know it. Yeah, it is.
Let me say what.
The government
Can I ask you questions though?
Hand some money out, and it doesn't affect the value of that money.
I'm not taking something that I didn't give the government. We've been giving everything.
Bro,
we've been stolen from.
My point.
I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Hold on, Zoe.
But what you can't do. Go ahead. Somebody got a question. Go ahead.
I was going to say.
Oh, one more thing.
Go ahead.
You keep bringing up the stimulus package, right? Maybe
that's for the people that said reparations was impossible. That's for those people. We could never get reparations. That's for those people.
Bro. Maybe 20% of that stimulus package actually went to people. 80% of it went to politicians and corporations.
Welfare, right?
Big businesses.
Yeah. No, it's called big
welfare.
Business, bro. It's crony capitalism. It's crony capitalism is what it is.
And you telling me we don't deserve that?
Oh, I'll give you an example. Not to put too much of my business out there, but I work in an oil refinery. You know what BlackRock told BP and the rest of the oil companies? Cut your production or we'll pull your funding. You know what BP did in response to that?
Laid off workers.
They laid off 18,000 people, and they're going to cut their production in the world 60% of what they was running in 2019.
Wow.
Because that's how the system works. What Elder's telling you is right.
Now you're not finna travel. Gonna cut your travel.
They're gonna force you to go to electric vehicles, bro. It's going to happen. And this money that's going to be handed out, you know what you're gonna get with that, bro? You're gonna get a social score. What Elder's talking about. Are you opposed to the government? That's going to affect your interest rates. That's going to affect everything. That article Lamont put up where you saw Wells Fargo is stopping personal loans. Yep. You're going to start seeing more and more banks do that because the system is setting up to be run through the Fed.
Yep.
But which makes
you better
reparations so necessary.
Elders giving you priceless gems, bro.
Yes, he's saying garden. He's saying learn the trade to be able to fix your own thing. He says get in the business, start off low, like start off small, get you learn a trade and then master the trade and then go get you some equipment and then fund yourself and then develop yourself. I hear all that, right? What I'm saying is that the world is moving into a direction, right? Say, for instance, you do everything Elder says, right? And then it doesn't, like the economy doesn't support what you do. So you got a pressure washing business, and people said, I'm not finna spend my money on pressure washing. I'm gonna buy my own and do it that way. Like now you got a pressure washing business without no consumer base. You don't got nobody to buy from you.
I'm gonna answer that for him. Hold on. I'm gonna answer that for him.
Okay.
I have a deck building business that's very successful, right? When I started that business, you can go look. When I started building this building back in October, do you know I've only built 5 decks since October? Now, how can any successful deck building business make it from October to July on 5 decks? How can you do it? Yeah, I have these businesses, bro, but I don't need these businesses to survive. Do they bring in money and apply resources and stuff like that we can do to help grow more? Yes. But if crap hits the fan and I can't go out and work, I got everything I need set up here for all the people that come here. And that's proof of it there. 5 decks. That's all we
And you're an anomaly, and you're an outlier, and you're speaking for people, and you're saying people can do this. Everybody can do this. Like why do you think this is?
Hey Joe.
You actually can if you have the mindset, bro.
If it was that easy, everybody would do it.
It ain't. Whoa.
It's not easy.
Who the hell said it was easy? Who said that?
Hey Joe.
Who said that?
And that's why a lot of people ain't doing it. Remember what I said? It's hard to build buildings from the ground up. I said it. That's what pushes people away from the idea.
It takes major selflessness. You got to be sacrificial. Again, I don't take a salary, bro. I don't have money set aside for myself because everything I bring in, I know I would rather it go to bring somebody else in and to build generational wealth to pass down to these children coming behind me. So I know the system going to be jacked up when it get to them. I already know. And they ain't going to be able to depend on nothing from this system. So I have to have it set up to where they can be self-sufficient without the system. This is why I work my tail off. It ain't for me.
I want to make this point too.
Hey, hold on. So I think Lo got a couple questions for Elder.
Go ahead, Lo.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was putting my son to sleep. But what I was saying was, what is the goal? Is the goal for all our people or just a few individuals? But I guess Zoe kind of answered that already. I mean, asked that question. But that's the first question I had. And I wanted to see what was Elder's opinion on that.
My goal is for those that want to be free. Because, again, my people are different than what y'all are saying my people is. Y'all saying my people, you talking about blacks. I'm not talking about black folk in particular. I'm talking about all folk that want to be free from this system. Because if you look in our ministry, it ain't blacks. It's everything. We got everybody in our ministry. Everybody. Whites, Hispanics, Chinese, Africans.
And guess what?
Colombians.
Don't nobody else think like that. Don't no other group be like, let's go get the blacks and save the blacks. We the only people that be like, we gotta incorporate everybody. Don't no Chinese person go to the hood and be like, let's make sure they got a job.
Hey, bro,
let's make sure they part of this.
Next question, bro.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, you go ahead. You can go ahead. It just, it's hard to explain because, like,
the reason why we got this division like this. I'm trying to.
Everybody has division, my brother. We can't go into Asian restaurants and be employed.
No, they don't.
They don't employ us.
They don't. These people
East Indians. They don't let us in.
You're not listening. They're unified in what they do. And we won't follow that mantra. I can't get black folk to do what I'm doing here. It's hard to get y'all to do this. I get people like you that will come with all the excuses. But at the end of the day,
I'm coming with the truth.
No, you ain't learning nothing. You're not sacrificing on the level to get to where we are. That's what the end
result is. Yes, I am. I made it out the hood, bro. I'm a felon.
Hey, Zoe, I have a question for you. I have a serious question for you.
You in the suburbs, right?
So
where you live? Where you live, Zoe?
I live in a you know, in middle. No, it ain't the suburbs. No.
It's the city?
Yeah, it's the city. Yeah.
Hey,
so you still trapped then. You still trapped.
Zoe, I have a
question.
Ahead.
Sorry that I'm trapped. Yeah.
Hey, Zoe, I have a question for you. So
go ahead.
Elder, Bees, and Lamont have been talking about production.
Yeah.
And from what you're saying or what you've been articulating over the last hour, 2 hours, maybe even longer than that, is dependency.
Yep.
In particular, from the United States government. Now, I asked when you left the panel earlier, maybe you got booted out on accident. I don't know. I asked Bees and Elder and Lamont this one specific question. I said, in reference to what you're talking about in terms of the United States stimulus checks last year, didn't the stimulus check only cause two things to occur, which is debt and inflation? And those three gentlemen said yes. So if that's the case, and because I'm going into real estate, I'm looking at I'm looking at the market when it comes to housing, the value of homes, and it's gone up ridiculously. And I'm in Ohio, and it's not even worth that much.
Yeah.
Why are you so bent on having us depend on a conglomerate or an entity that doesn't really care about anybody, including us? That's the question I pose to you.
Right. So if I may, you said care. It's not about feelings, my brother. I don't care if they care, right? What I'm saying to you is that everybody else goes to the government when they want redress. Every other group, everybody over the world, people, they allocate resources to people all over the world. The government funds things, right? It's supposed to work for the disadvantaged.
The government
Who was that
always
cutting me off?
been. I'm only cutting you off because we're gonna have to.
I'm sorry, Lamar. Go ahead. You more than welcome. Go ahead, sir.
I'm only saying it because the government has now become quid pro quo. That's what it is. You gotta give something to get something, and if you ain't coming to the plate with anything, if you don't got no economic system, if you ain't got no money, if you don't got nothing to give, they're not gonna give you anything. So again, I see a lot of black people running to the government asking for stuff, and they always come back empty-handed. But then people complain about how the Asians went to the government. They got a bill made for them in 2.2 seconds. I wonder how they did that. I wonder how they did it with money.
Well,
with
they don't have people. They don't have people in their community talking about helping anybody. Like, let me say this: they don't have people in their community that's talking about helping anybody but themselves. They don't have people in their community talking about let's go help the blacks. They have people that are focused not on the elite. The elite job, like our job is, that when we make it out, is to go back to the bottom and lift them up somehow, some way. Our job isn't to point at the less of us and talk about how lazy they are, how unmotivated they are, when these are descendants of the slaves. These people that you're referencing, these people are descendants of people who built America. These people have been locked out of access to wealth and inheritance. We are up against people who have inherited wealth in America. White people aren't more hardworking than us. They aren't less addicted to drugs. They aren't less violent.
Why
and
are
all
you trying
those
to compete
things.
with them though? Well, why
let
do
me
you
say
have
this,
this mindset to
because
compete with them?
it's not to compete. It's to frame the argument that we've never talked about. We've
Why are
never
you trying to
talked about
compete in a
them.
race? Why are you trying to compete in a race where you already have 100-year? They have 100-year head start basically.
100 years.
Yeah, they got a big head start. You trying to catch up in a race that you can't catch up in.
You know what?
I'm
trying
trying to balance
do?
a race where you already behind in.
He just telling the truth.
This what I'm trying to do.
He just telling the truth.
Well, what you gonna do about it?
Let me land my plane.
This is why he struggles to find a
They're
true
never gonna
solution in his life.
apologize.
Hey, Spiff.
They're not gonna apologize
Again,
for slavery.
that
They're not.
life and what we think.
Let me land my plane.
Hold on, bro. What we think most white people in America, the life they're living, it's a fallacy, bro. Those people are
Everybody's in
mortgaged.
slavery now.
They're
Everybody.
enslaved. So what he's actually advocating is more enslavement. But he doesn't understand finance. He doesn't have financial literacy. So he thinks the government is going to just kick some money out and say, oh, you guys go have a good time.
All that
Let me
does
say
is
this.
more slavery.
See, that's us. That's us when we never have any pushback, right? They did it to the Jewish community. They did it to the Indian community. They did it to the Japanese community. But when it comes to us, you don't deserve no money from the government. All that did was stabilize the Indians. That stabilized the Jewish community.
You act like that money didn't come with a price.
The Japanese. communities,
Hey,
right?
Zoe, I got one more question for you, Zoe. Let's
When
say
they got redress, it helped their communities. When nobody in the community said, "No, we don't deserve that. We don't want no handout."
Hey, Zoe, let's say hypothetically, this is never going to happen, but let's say hypothetically, the government goes off your viewpoint, and let's say every black person in America next Monday gets $3 million. What do you think black people are going to do with it in general? Do
That's
you
not
think
reparation. You do not let that happen. If you have any intelligence, you do not let them repair the damage by giving you $3 million. That's not the damage. Let me tell y'all what the frame, the damage is. Let me tell you the damage. The damage.
Thank you.
Let me tell you what they. Let me tell you the reparations. What reparations is, right? It's everything that was stolen from you. Let me tell you your opportunity to be American.
It's over with, man. Let it go. If y'all imagine me, I want you to imagine Zoe. Imagine if your great grandfather robbed one of my family's banks, and I come to you today saying, "Oh, you got to pay that back, man." You're gonna look at me like I'm stupid, man. The thing is, you're gonna be fighting. I'm gonna give you a lot of pushback on getting that money out of me because, that's how they look at it.
You benefited from your grandfather.
It happened to the Jews.
You ain't finna pay it
Lamont,
back.
Lamont, do me a favor. Bring this debt clock up. I'm gonna show him something.
All right, we're gonna bring this up.
Oh, bees. That's ugly, but that's
Hey,
real.
Well, you got a link in
No,
the
I want to show you that what you're advocating is more slavery.
Did it happen to the Indians?
Yes, they're enslaved to this
Did
government.
any Indian push back? Did any Indian fight to say, "No, we don't want that"? Even though they stole from the Indians, did they have Indians against each other?
Bro,
They stole from us.
Facts, bro.
They stole from us. Do y'all agree? Anybody on the panel disagree that we've been stolen from?
I agree with you, bro.
Okay.
I agree with you, bro.
So
I'm listening to you, bro.
I told you they against
I want
us.
you to
They
look.
Confederate against us.
That is the national debt. That is what every citizen in this country owes right now. $85,000. Do you know that black people, the median average for income's like $46,000? That's almost twice what black people make a year.
That's the black family, right?
You're already indebted twice what you make on an annual year. And you want them to hand out more money?
And that number's fabricated. You actually owe more than that.
Yeah.
That don't take the Social Security, none of that stuff.
Yep. And if you go down to the bottom and you look at unfunded debt,
there
you
it
see
is.
that
Unfunded liabilities. Yep.
85 trillion, bro. And then look at personal debt per citizen, $65,000, bro. This is what Elder's trying to tell you. You are a slave with the government. Any money that comes out of the government enslaves you.
That's another reason why earlier, Zoe, I was going to say this, but I had a phone call that came in. I can't stand it. I can't stand it when people talk about college. Let me tell you something about college. It took me 7 years to get my bachelor's degree. It took me about a year and a half, 2 years to get my master's degree. I've never applied 1 second of my bachelor's degree in marketing. I'm just now applying my master's degree in healthcare administration, and I'm not even getting paid my actual market value. That's why I said earlier I'm making the transition to real estate to eventually get out of corporate America, because you're never going to get your true value in corporate America, especially going to college. In college, let me tell you how much I've applied my 10 years of college in corporate America. Maybe not even a whole chapter of every book I've ever read. Maybe 2 pages, if that. Not even 2 pages. Maybe a sentence off the dictionary. That's it. College is not worth the salt that you put in bread, basically. I'm not saying it doesn't have its place. Now, obviously, it has its place for maybe certain degrees, but college is vastly overrated.
For white people too, Lee? Is that a racial thing, or do you think it works? Is this that way for blacks?
It's college is not that valuable. I have white friends who wish they never would have went to college.
Out of how many?
Tons of white people, as a matter of fact. Tons of white friends that I have A lot
So the
of them.
majority of white people, college doesn't work for. Are you serious?
It does not. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
The majority.
I'm
It doesn't.
telling you,
It
I
depends
have
on what you go to school.
I
It's
have
not for
a lot
everybody.
of,
It's
I
definitely
have
not
a
for
lot.
everybody.
I have a lot of white friends, a lot of
Is
black
there a
friends.
study done on that? This is all anecdotal. Is there a study that's been done on that?
The study is the debt that comes with it.
The
How
debt.
many people
Yes, there
graduate
are
with
studies
debt
on
from
it.
college?
There is over
Pull up the
really.
study. So that
Joe,
this is the anecdotal.
With
hey,
debt.
you know what, Zoe? I'm gonna pull it up. Elder. I'm gonna pull it up for you right now. It is the total United States debt from the Department of Education. I'm gonna pull it up right now. The Department of Education debt.
But white people carry debt to build. Don't you need debt to build credit? Like ain't credit nothing but debt?
Oh my.
And white people carry debt to just show like they don't pay full price. They just do it to establish credit. I mean, yeah.
That's not you.
It doesn't work like that. Almost.
Doesn't, bro.
I mean, you can manipulate credit to get ahead with some things, but at the end of the day, if you manipulate it the right way, you're not going to have a lot of debt.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
And what we need to talk about is who can afford the debt. I think is what when we talk about white people, they might have a ton of debt, but they can afford it because they've been allowed to take out a lot of debt. We can't even be allowed. We can't even we can't take out as much debt.
How many white people work at the factory you work at? How many white people? So if that factory shut down, what they gonna do? They're in the same boat, brother.
Hey, Lamont, can you pull up that link that I just sent in the chat? It will tell Zoe everything that Elder and I are talking about, and Bees. And Zoe, once Lamont pulls it up,
flip what you look like. Debt don't care what your color is, what your history background is.
It sure doesn't.
Debt wants your soul, and you are a slave to debt. And that's why you work at that factory, so you can pay your debt. The same way the white man work at that factory, so he can pay his debt.
Do you believe?
Look at that, Zoe.
They can pay their debts.
So look at that.
Yeah.
They can pay them
Look
like
at that
you
right
pay
now.
them, 'cause they're all working for the same system. Again,
Zoe.
I use the example. You got white folk there that got
I'm
the
looking at
same
it.
debt you got. They middle class. They got a house. They came out of trailer trash or the hood or whatever. But they doing the same thing you doing. They working their ass off to pay off debt. Is what they doing. Instead of working and putting the dollar into building up your community. See, I don't have to work to pay the debt. Everything I bring in, I can put to build this community because I don't have the debt to pay it to.
Now he says he wasn't being paid his market value. Do you think white students with the same degree are being paid at market value when they got the same degree as you?
No. You know why?
Let him answer.
No. Hey, Zoe. No. You know why? Because I work with them. I work with them, and we talk. And
so who's getting paid market value?
Hold on. I literally had a conversation with a white gentleman who he and I became good friends. Literally, we're almost done with training. We were almost done out of training together, and we were literally talking about this. He gets paid the exact same salary I do. Went to school 3 times. 3 times.
See, that's anecdotal, man. You tell that's anecdotal.
Hold on, man. 2 bachelors and a master's. I have a bachelor's and a master, and he knows he has plenty of white friends who's dealt with the exact same issue he has dealt with, and that's what Elder, Bees, and Lamont and myself have been talking about. Debt. Debt does not care about the color of your skin. Debt does not care about your socioeconomic background. Debt does not care about your upbringing. Debt does not care about your neighborhood that you live in. Debt does not care about your experience. Debt is debt, and every single ethnic group has experienced debt and are experiencing it right now. It doesn't care about the color of your skin. $1.7 trillion in total U.S. student loan debt. 44.7 million Americans with student loan debt. And do you know the percentage of how much has been paid off, or the percentage of students or people who paid off their student loan debt? And number 2, were they able to profit or make more than the amount that they had to pay off in student loan debts, which is being profitable, which is having a profitable job after you get your degree? And the chances of that are very slim to none right now, because look at the market. Most
you know what?
A lot
the
of
one
jobs,
thing I preach,
Lamont, my fault.
The one thing I preach, and like I said, we're gonna be shutting it down soon here. It's like you always want to supplement your skills with what Bees has been talking about, what Elder's been talking about, with things that as parents you can teach at home. And one of the things is financial literacy. entrepreneurship, the importance of working together. So if you do go to college, if you do become a doctor, lawyer, you can always supplement those skills that you learn with entrepreneurship and things that you can do to bring that additional income you might need in to erase all debt. And so that's what I mean. Don't just, when you go to college, if you just rely on a single degree or a single coding certificate or anything like that alone, just to get you a paycheck, is probably not going to get you a very big payday or paycheck. You got to supplement it with these skills that Elder's talking about. And that's all I was saying. You got to supplement skills that can be taught at home. And as parents, a lot of parents, they're not teaching these additional skills. They're not teaching financial literacy. They're not teaching about debt to income ratio and all that stuff. And so that's what we're talking about. And you got to get versed on that before you just jump into the conversation, man. Anybody else? I hate to shut it down because we're having a good conversation, but I got to shut it down here soon because I got some other stuff to take care of.
I'm gonna text you or call you this week.
My brothers.
Yes, sir.
Man, y'all been
Elder,
great. Thanks for having
hey,
me.
make sure y'all check out Elder's YouTube page. I put the link in the chat. I'm gonna drop it in there one more time. Like I said, if you just want a good example,
I'll contact you soon.
Yes, sir, brother. I appreciate it.
If you just want a good example of some of the stuff he's doing, I mean, you may not follow everything he's doing for a T. Maybe you get some idea. And he's very easy to contact and communicate with as well. He's always on this channel. And just like Lee got his contact information, you could probably too if you really want to get in touch with him. Or you could just go to his YouTube page, reach out to him in the comments. But I mean,
Bees, I'm gonna text you this week. Lamont, I'm gonna call you too.
Got you.
Hey, can we get some final remarks?
We're gonna just go ahead and shut it down, man. I gotta shut it down.
Y'all niggas be safe.
But look, Zoe,
Hey, Spiff.
Appreciate you coming through.
What up, brother?
What's up with y'all?
No,
Y'all
man.
great,
That
man.
Chris
Thank
Paul, man.
Yes,
I
sir.
know he looking crazy.
Oh my God, y'all gonna do that?
All right, brother.
I holla at y'all.
All right.
All right, hey man, great show today.
All right, boom.
We're gonna be back tomorrow, man. We got a lot to cover with the next game. Hopefully the Phoenix Suns can figure it out. Not sure what they got going on, but it's looking like Milwaukee stole all the momentum. But we're gonna get to all that tomorrow. But hey, it's been FYF Sports, man. A great episode today, man. Appreciate all the Cash App donations. If I forgot to call out your donation, my apologies, but definitely appreciate everybody for supporting the channel. But it's FYF Sports, man. We'll be back tomorrow. Watch for all of the podcast episodes that are going to be dropping. And then also follow us on social media so you can stay up to date when we drop these links or when we go live. But it's FYF Sports, man, and we up out of here.
All I hear is yap, ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show, couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the